The single biggest regret of my life is that after winning 50 million, I only got to be happy for 3 seconds. Yeah, you heard me right. 3 seconds. That day I was sitting in my cramped little rental, clutching my lottery ticket, waiting for the drawing. I played the same set of numbers for 10 whole years. One by one, 7 numbers popped up on the screen, every single one a match. 50 million. In that instant, my mind flashed to sports cars, mansions, and the faces of all the people who'd looked down on me. And then my chest seized up, everything went black, and I was gone. The money was still sitting in the account. Me? I just up and died. When I opened my eyes again, I wasn't in my rental, and I wasn't in a hospital either. I was lying on an old-fashioned wooden bed, and kneeling in front of it was a girl crying her eyes out, dressed in some kind of gauzy, ancient robe. My first reaction was, man, this guy is really committed to his cosplay. But right after that, it felt like someone shoved an entire movie into my skull. Memories that weren't mine came flooding in, wave after wave. The pain was excruciating. I let out a scream, and when it finally faded, I understood everything. I'd been transported to another world. I'd landed in a dynasty that never existed in real history, the Great Qin Dynasty. And I'd taken over the body of a young man who happened to share my exact name. He was also called Yi Fengyun. Funny thing is, the guy whose body this was had it even rougher than me. The Yi family had once been respectable folks in Qingyun village. The old man, Yi Batian, ran an armed escort agency. He was skilled, kept his word, and business was booming. My eldest brother, Yi Fenglei, was the agency's #1 fighter. But 3 months ago, father and son were ambushed while escorting a shipment. Everything got stolen clean, 3 whole chests of silver and jewels. The client showed up with the paperwork and demanded a fortune in compensation. To protect the Yi family name, the old man emptied everything he had, even sold off the ancestral home, and paid back every last coin. That night, his hair turned completely white, and it got worse from there. The old man was badly hurt, and on his deathbed he had one last wish, to see both his sons married. To grant his father's wish, my eldest brother Yi Fenglei hastily married Murong Shuang, a woman he'd known from his days in the martial world. The gongs and drums rang out, the guests filled the seats, but before they could even complete the wedding bows, the old man breathed his last. My brother, already wounded, drowned his grief in a whole jar of strong liquor. He never made it to the wedding chamber. He followed his father into death. Overnight, the once grand Yi family was reduced to a single person, the young man whose body I now inhabited. And the last straw that broke him was his fiancée, Bai Jia. That woman tore up the marriage contract right in front of a room full of people, pointed at his nose, and said, Yi Fengyun, how could I ever marry a spineless loser like you? Our engagement is over. Don't ever come looking for me again. A frail scholar who couldn't fight and couldn't even study well, humiliated in public by a woman like that. He couldn't stand all those mocking stares. So he strung a rope over the roof beam. And that's how he conveniently vacated this body for me. So now you get the picture. The girl kneeling at my bedside, crying, was my sister-in-law, the one who'd been married in but never completed the ceremony. Murong Shuang. Just now, while I was still unconscious, I'd faintly heard her sobbing. Fengyun, as long as you pull through, your sister-in-law will do anything you ask. If it comes to it, your sister-in-law will be your wife. Oh, I remembered those words. When Murong Shuang saw my eyes open, she got so emotional, she pulled me straight into her arms. Willow leaf brows, an oval face, cherry lips, she really was a beauty. My head cleared up in a hurry, and I quickly confirmed, sister-in-law, what you said just now, does it still count? Her face flushed all the way to her ears, and her eyes darted away. Fengyun, I only said that because I was praying you'd survive. Well, I'm alive now, aren't I? I climbed out of bed and walked over to her. You two never even did the wedding bows, so technically you're not really my sister-in-law. From now on, I'm just going to call you Shuang. Flustered and embarrassed, she kept backing away. No, people will talk if we do that. I let out a deliberate sigh. Shuanger, you don't want to see me hang myself again, do you? That terrified her. She rushed over and threw her arms around me. Don't you dare use that to scare me. Right then, there was a loud crash out in the courtyard, like something heavy had slammed into the ground. Murong Shuang jumped and shoved me away hard. I flopped backward onto the bed. A second later, the door swung open from outside, and a serving girl poked her head in. She had a pair of big, innocent eyes, and she stared at me with a completely baffled look. Huh? Second young master, I already finished building your coffin. How come you're alive again? This girl's name was Xiao Wan, and she was this body's personal maidservant. According to the memories, one winter 8 years ago, the old man had brought her home and said she'd be the second young master's personal maid from then on. She was simple-minded and had a scary big appetite, but don't you dare underestimate her. She was born with monstrous strength and lightning-fast reflexes. In less than 8 years of training, she'd gotten to where even Yi Batian at his peak couldn't beat her. And here's the twist of fate. 3 months ago, Xiaowan was supposed to have gone along on that escort job. But that day, the second young master had taken her out sightseeing instead. If she'd been there, those bandits probably wouldn't have pulled it off. Now, hearing that I'd hanged myself, she didn't say a word. She borrowed an axe from the village, went up the mountain to chop down a tree, and personally built me a coffin. But when she hauled it back down, there I was, alive and kicking. Xiaowan, the coffin wasn't a waste. I quickly reassured her. Save it for me for later. Oh, and from now on just call me young master. Drop the second. It sounds awful. I knew in my gut that with a simple girl like Xiaowan, you win her over with praise and sweet talk. I patted my chest and promised that once I had money, I'd reward her handsomely. The moment I mentioned a reward, her eyes lit up. Honestly, I don't want anything else. I just haven't had roast chicken in forever. No sooner had she finished than her stomach let out a loud growl. I bit back a laugh. All right, once I've got money, I'll buy you plenty. She lunged over and hugged me, her grip so strong I nearly passed out. Then she leaned in close to my ear and said, dead serious, young master, if that by girl won't be your wife, just marry me instead. I can eat, I can fight, and I'll protect you for the rest of your life. She even stuck out her backside. Look at this build of mine. I'll definitely give you a big, fat baby boy. I coughed in sheer embarrassment and shot a glance at Murong Shuang standing off to the side. Sister-in-law, if you don't say yes soon, Xiaowan's going to beat you to it. Murong Shuang looked a little put out. She cut in softly. Xiaowan, stop fooling around. Let Feng Yun rest. In her mind, no matter how reliable Xiaowan was, she was still just a maid. Even if she really married in, she could only ever be a concubine. And it was in that exact moment that a gentle female voice suddenly rang out in my head. Ding! A strong urge to take a wife has been detected in the host. The marry a wife, grow stronger system is now loading. Loading complete. For every wife the host marries, the host will receive generous system rewards. Beginner's gift pack, 100 million cubic meters of storage space, 10 crates of liquor, and 10 marrow cleansing pills have been delivered to your storage space. There it was. The standard issue perk for every transmigrator, a system, had finally arrived. I forced down my excitement, shooed the 2 girls out, shut the door, and sat alone to carefully sense it out. Sure enough, there was now a massive space in my mind, 100 million cubic meters. It could hold objects, but not living things. Inside were 10 crates of high-proof liquor, 120 bottles, along with 10 fragrant, thumb-sized pills. Honestly, the liquor wasn't much use to me right now. What I was short on was food, clothing, and enough capital to keep myself alive. But those marrow-cleansing pills, one look told me they were the good stuff. I didn't hesitate. I grabbed one and popped it in my mouth. It melted the instant it touched my tongue, and a warm current flowed down my throat and spread into every limb. It felt incredible, better than a hot bath in the dead of winter. But the good feeling didn't last long. Soon a foul stench filled the room. I looked down and saw black, filthy gunk oozing out through my skin. It was cleansing my tendons and scouring my marrow, forcing all the impurities out of this weak, sickly body. I hurried out to the courtyard, hoisted a bucket of cold water, and dumped it over my head. Xiaowan heard the commotion and ran over to help me bathe. But before she even got close, she clamped a hand over her nose. Young master, did you poop your pants? Why do you stink so bad? After washing up and putting on clean clothes, I felt like a whole new person. Before, this body couldn't lift a thing. Now I was brimming with strength. On a whim, I called Xiaowan over and told her to punch me in the stomach. Xiaowan froze. Young master, you just came back to life. You want to die again. I couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry. I insisted she use only 30% of her strength. Without a second thought, she threw a punch, and I stumbled back 5 or 6 steps before dropping straight to my knees in front of her. Morong Shuang rushed over, ready to scold Xiaonuan, but I waved her off. I told her to hit me. I gave Xiaonuan a thumbs up. You've got some real power in that fist. Xiaonuan grinned. Young master, I'll be honest, I only used 10% just now. If I'd used 30, you'd have been coughing up blood. My face went hot with embarrassment. 10%, and she'd knock me to my knees. Clearly a good body alone wasn't enough. I needed to get my hands on a martial arts manual and start training. But the pressing matter was making money. The rice jar at home was empty, and I'd promised to buy Xiaonuan her roast chicken. I led Xiaonuan toward Qingfeng County Town. The whole way there, the girl chattered nonstop, 1 minute asking whether I'd marry her, the next talking about our wedding night. She had me blushing red. To get her to pipe down, I just flat out agreed. Yes, I'll marry you, and we'll have our wedding night tonight. She was so thrilled she spun in circles right there and loudly announced she was going to give me a big fat baby boy. I quickly clapped a hand over her mouth, terrified the villagers would hear and get the wrong idea. Just as we were nearing town, we ran into a group of government officers. 6 constables were escorting 3 young women, all around 20 years old, their hands bound and their faces gaunt with exhaustion. Xiaonuan's heart went soft in a flash. Young master, those 3 sisters look so pitiful. Let's buy them, okay? I was about to say they were prisoners in the officer's custody and probably weren't for sale when the system chimed in my head again. Quest triggered. Rescue the 3 Lee sisters being escorted. Reward: 100 rolls of toilet paper, 100 caddies of pork, 100 steamed buns, and 100 bottles of premium wound medicine. Now that was a practical reward, especially the toilet paper and the wound medicine. In an era where you had to improvise with whatever was on hand just to use the bathroom, that toilet paper was pure treasure. And the wound medicine could save lives. Perfect to keep on hand for Morong Shuang and Xiaonuan, both of whom knew their way around a blade. I decided on the spot. I was rescuing them. Xiaonuan bounded forward in one leap. You constables up front. My young master wants to buy those 3 girls. The lead constable flew into a rage the second he heard it and drew his blade, ready to arrest all of us. Before he could finish speaking, Xiaonuan flashed sideways, snatched the blade right out of his hand, and pressed it to his throat. The constable folded instantly. He trotted out every excuse in the book. I've got an 80-year-old mother at home, a baby that isn't even weaned yet, the whole works. Xiaonuan tossed the blade to the ground, stepped back, and crossed her arms. I'll give you all a chance to earn a commendation. Come on, try and arrest me. Not one of the 6 dared move. Xiaonuan wasn't satisfied. She walked over to the roadside, brought her fist down, and a slab of bluestone the size of a wash basin shattered into pieces with a boom. The 6 constables went pale. If that fist had landed on a person, it'd be like smashing a block of tofu. I struck while the iron was hot and added with a smile. You folks really won't cry until you see the coffin, huh? If you actually push my maid too far, she can flatten every one of you and toss you into the woods in the blink of an eye. And out here in the middle of nowhere, there's nobody around to notice. The lead constable begged for mercy over and over. Only then did I slowly get to the point. These 3 girls, what crime did they commit? The constable didn't dare hide anything. He said the 3 were the daughters of Li, a section chief in the Ministry of Revenue. Li had been accused of embezzling money and grain. His home was seized, he was thrown in prison, and his family, implicated in the crime, was being hauled off to Lingnan for hard labor. The girl in the green dress immediately shot back. My father was framed. He never embezzled anything. The constable just shrugged, crying injustice was pointless. They were only responsible for the escort. Can I buy them? I asked. The lead constable started to beg off, saying it was against the rules. But the moment he saw Xiaonuan raise her fist again, he changed his tune fast. We're on the road. Out here the 6 of us can make the call. If the young gentleman wants to buy them, 300 taels. I frowned. In these years of back-to-back famines, an ordinary, decent-looking girl went for 6 or 7 taels of silver. 300 was highway robbery. I sent Xiaonuan to haggle. The girl didn't say a single word. She just clenched her right fist. The lead constable's knees went weak on the spot. 300 is what we'd charge someone else. For you, young gentleman, 150. Problem was, I didn't have a single tael of silver on me. I reached into my robes and pulled out a bottle of liquor, handed it to the constable, and started spinning my tail without so much as a flicker of shame. This is strong liquor in a crystal glass bottle, passed down through my family for generations. There's only one bottle like it in the entire Great Qin dynasty. Take it to the capital, and you could easily sell it for 1,000 taels. I'm giving you a real bargain today. The constable held up the crystal-clear bottle, turning it over and over, his eyes growing brighter by the second. In these times, forget the liquor. Even a crystal glass bottle alone was a rarity that ordinary wealthy families couldn't afford. The 6 of them talked it over, one bottle for 3 people, a guaranteed profit. They closed the deal on the spot, thanking me profusely. After untying the girls, the lead constable turned out to be a stand-up guy. As he was leaving, he cupped his hands and gave me his name. I'm Wang Tinyu. I live in Mud Alley in the eastern district of the capital. If you two ever come to the capital, look me up. I called out to stop him. You've released the prisoners. How are you going to explain it when you get back? Wang Tinyu thumped his chest. Don't you worry, young gentleman. We'll say the 3 prisoners ran into a tiger on the road, that we barely escaped with our wounds, and that they didn't make it. We'll never drag you into it. I smiled and turned to look at Xiaonuan. She caught my meaning and flashed her fist again. Wang Tinyu made promise after promise, then took off running with his men. The second they were gone, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations, host. Quest complete. All rewards have been delivered to your storage space. I sensed it, and there in the space, neatly stacked, were 100 rolls of toilet paper, 100 caddies of pork, 100 steamed buns, and 100 bottles of premium wound medicine. That deal? Worth it. The girl in green stepped forward and bowed gracefully. Thank you for saving our lives, young gentlemen. My name is Li Qingning. These 2 are my younger sisters, Li Qingyu and Li Qinghua. I helped her up, then casually reached into my robes and produced a bottle of premium wound medicine. I took hold of her wrist and applied it to the raw welt the rope had left. She was startled, and her cheeks flushed faintly as she thanked me softly. Xiaonuan, standing off to the side, was thoroughly puzzled. When she dressed me, she distinctly remembered my robes being completely empty. So how was I pulling out liquor one moment and medicine the next? What kind of medicine is that, young master? She asked in a low voice. Premium wound medicine. My father gave it to me a while back, I said offhandedly. Once she heard the old man had left it, she stopped asking. Li Qingming carefully applied the medicine to both her sisters too, then returned the bottle to me with both hands. I took it and tossed it straight to Xiaonuan. Xiaonuan wasn't shy about it. She caught the bottle and tucked it into her robes. Li Qingming kept examining her own wrist, her face full of disbelief. Young Master Yi, this wound medicine of yours is unbelievable. Just now it was burning like fire and the bleeding wouldn't stop, but a little while after sprinkling this on, the pain's gone and the bleeding stopped. A scab was already beginning to form along the edges of the wound. Li Qingyu and Li Qinghua touched their own wrists, marveling too. Xiaonuan leaned in to study it for a long while, growing more baffled the more she looked. It wasn't that she'd never seen wound medicine, but the ordinary kind took at least half an hour to work after you sprinkled it on. This bottle the young master had pulled from his robes stopped bleeding absurdly fast. Young master, how many bottles of this did the master give you total? She asked, tilting her face up. I brushed it off vaguely. A few more. When your bottle runs out, I'll give you another. I obviously couldn't pull out all 99 remaining bottles. That would have scared her half to death. Xiaonuan's eyes rolled. Young master, this medicine's good stuff. One bottle could definitely trade for a whole lot of roast chickens. Save the medicine for yourselves. I cut off that idea fast. I'll buy you the roast chicken. The moment she heard that, she was so happy she spun in circles again, muttering about how she'd definitely give me a big fat baby boy. I rubbed my nose awkwardly. Clearly I needed to find a moment alone to have a good talk with this girl. Some things could only be said behind closed doors between the 2 of us, not blurted out in front of everyone. I quickly changed the subject and looked at the 3 sisters. I may have saved you from those constables, but you're still fugitive slaves in the eyes of the law. If you actually go home, you'll most likely just get caught again. The way I see it, you'd be better off coming with me. 3 meals a day, All you can eat, meat and vegetables both. I'll set up clothes and a place to stay for you. Of course, if you'd rather not, you're free to go on your own. I won't force you to stay. Truthfully, I'd save them mainly for the system quest. As for anything else, if they didn't object, I'd just let nature take its course. The youngest, Li Qingyue, suddenly asked, "Young Master Yi, have you taken a wife?" Xiaonuan bristled instantly. "Why were you asking that? You want to marry my young master too? Let me make one thing clear. Even if you wanna, you can only be a concubine, and you'd have to line up behind me." She puffed out her chest as she said it. Li Qingyue quickly put on a placating smile. "Sister Xiaonuan, you've got it wrong. I was just asking, that's all." She understood perfectly. She'd seen the weight behind that punch clear as day, and her slight frame couldn't take it. With a blunt, brawny girl like Xiaonuan, flattery and sweet talk were always the way to go. Sure enough, Xiaonuan's anger turned to delight in an instant. "Fine, then from now on all three of you have to call me sister." Li Qingyue and Li Qingyu obediently called her sister. Only the eldest, Li Qingning, stayed silent. "By age, I should be older than you." Xiaonuan stuck out her neck stubbornly. "I'm not comparing ages with you. If you want to marry my young master, you have to call me sister." "I never said I wanted to marry him," Li Qingning said coolly. "Suit yourself," Xiaonuan said, unbothered. "My young master is the finest young lord in all the great Qin dynasty. If you don't marry him, it's your own loss." Her words were crude, but they stirred something in Li Qingyu and Li Qingyue. This young master Yi was a fine-looking man with a soft heart. He'd spent a fortune to pull the three of them out of the fire, produced this precious medicine to treat their wounds, done all this, and yet hadn't pressured them one bit. For a man like that, even being a concubine was something they'd accept. Just then, Xiaonuan shifted her attention to Li Qingning. "The way you walk, you've clearly had training. You dare spar with me?" Li Qingning's eyes sharpened. "Why wouldn't I?" She was calculating in her head. Xiaonuan's punch was fearsome, sure, but as long as she used her footwork to dodge, all that strength would be for nothing. "If she can't hit me, what's there to be afraid of?" Xiaonuan grinned. "When I spar, I'm just in it for the fun. We each throw one punch at the other. Whoever falls first loses. I'll even let you go first." That was the complete opposite of what Li Qingning had expected. Just as she started to hesitate, Xiaonuan goaded her. "What's wrong? Lost your nerve? I won't use full force. You go first. If you're really scared, just admit defeat and call me sister." "Who's scared?" Li Qingning snorted coldly. She took a running start and threw a punch straight at Xiaonuan. I saw her fist was aimed right at Xiaonuan's chest and moved to stop it, but it was too late. Smack! It landed square on Xiaonuan's left breast. My heart lurched, and I hurried over to take a look. Okay, phew. If that got damaged, it'd be a disaster affecting 2 generations. But looking at Xiaonuan, she hadn't budged an inch. She still had a smile on her face, totally unfazed. "All right, sis, stand still," she said leisurely. "Now it's my turn." Li Qingming's brow knotted into a tight ball. She knew perfectly well, if Xiaonuan's punch landed, her frame could never take it. But that streak of pride from a lifetime of martial arts training, plus the face of a proper young lady, made it absolutely impossible for her to admit defeat. She wavered for a split second, then steeled herself. "So be it if I get knocked down. I will not back off. Come on." She planted her stance firmly, gathered her internal energy, and prepared to take the punch head-on. I really couldn't watch anymore. "Miss Li, just concede," I urged. "You're honestly no match for her." "There's no need to persuade me, young Master Yi," Li Qingning said through gritted teeth. "It's the code of martial artists. Since I threw a punch, I have to take one in return." Her 2 sisters couldn't hold her back, no matter how hard they tried. Xiaonuan wasn't in any rush to strike. She turned to look at me. "Young master, how much strength should I put into this punch?" "Just enough to knock her down," I quickly instructed. "Whatever you do, don't kill her, and try not to injure her." I knew Xiaonuan's competitive streak all too well. She was going to throw that punch no matter what. Don't hit her chest, don't hit her stomach, and don't hit below the belt either. Xiaonuan looked exasperated. "You won't let me hit here, you won't let me hit there. So where am I supposed to hit?" I was at a total loss and just waved for her to do as she pleased. After all, this girl was my lucky charm for staying alive, and I couldn't afford to annoy her. "Brace yourself, sis, here I come." Xiaonuan's fist slammed into Li Qingning's abdomen. There was a dull thud, and Li Qingning staggered back 7 or 8 steps before plopping down on her rear. Then she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Li Qingyue grabbed her wrist to check her pulse, and her face changed dramatically. Her pulse is erratic. She's got internal injuries to her lungs and organs. She scrambled to her feet and cupped her hands toward me. Young Master Yi, could you lend us some money? I need to get medicine for my elder sister. No problem. Xiaonuan was still gloating on the side. Li Qingning, I only used 20% of my strength and you went down. From now on, you have to call me sister. I shot her a glance, muttering to myself, 20% did this? If this woman threw a full-strength punch, she'd probably punch a hole clean through a person. Xiaonuan noticed me looking at her and quickly explained, Young master, don't be mad. I really didn't go hard, just 20%. She's just too weak herself. I waved it off and called for everyone to head back to the village first. The 3 girls were each more stunning than the last, and all of them were fugitive slaves. Taking them into the county town would draw away too much attention. Better to keep a low profile. On the way back, Xiaonuan seemed to realize she'd hit too hard, and she went over to support Li Qingning on her own. Li Qingning didn't push her away, she even thanked her. She understood full well that if it weren't for Xiaonuan's fists keeping those 6 constables in line, they'd never have let the sisters go so easily. The moment we stepped through the courtyard gate, Morong Shuang saw 3 strange girls trailing behind me and was completely dumbfounded. Weren't we supposed to be buying rice and roast chicken? How'd I come back with 3 grown girls, each one prettier than the last? I gave her a quick rundown of how it all happened, then pushed the responsibility for buying the girls onto Xiaonuan. Sister-in-law, Xiaonuan saw how pitiful these 3 sisters were, so that's why I bought them. I couldn't read Murong Shuang's mood yet, and didn't want her to read too much into it. Murong Shuang, as it turned out, was understanding. These 3 girls really have had a hard lot. From now on, they can live with us. I was secretly delighted and hurried to introduce everyone. Li Qingning, clutching her stomach, gave her thanks, and Murong Shuang waved it off with a smile. We're all people who've suffered. From now on, we just look out for one another. As we were talking, a head poked in at the courtyard gate. Huh? Second young master, how'd your household suddenly get 3 girls? It was son Eru, my body's childhood friend. His father, son Shanghai, and his elder brother had both been escorts at the Yi family agency. On that ill-fated escort job, his elder brother had lost his life too. After the agency collapsed, the Sun family moved back to their old home in Qingyun village. And since I'd sold off the ancestral home and had nowhere to live, this very courtyard I was staying in was the one son Shanghai had built for his eldest son back in the day. Son Eru was carrying a wild hare. My dad caught 2 up in the mountains today and told me to bring 1 over to you. Thank your dad for me. I had Xiaonuan take it. Second young master, come over tonight for the wedding wine, I said casually. Son Eru looked bewildered. Whose wedding wine? Mine, of course. I thumped my chest. I'm of age too. I'm taking a wife tonight. Xiaonuan immediately spun in delighted circles. The young master's finally marrying me. We drink the wedding wine, and then it's the wedding night. Morong Shuang glanced at Xiaonuan, and a feeling she couldn't quite put into words suddenly welled up inside her. All 3 members of the Yi family had treated her kindly, and on his deathbed her husband had entrusted her with looking after this younger brother. Half an hour ago, she'd knelt at the bedside crying for so long. She never would have imagined this younger brother had actually hanged himself over a woman. And it was in that moment, her heart softening, that she'd said something like, as long as you come back to life, your sister-in-law will be your wife. And now this younger brother really had come back to life. When he'd tried to embrace her earlier, she'd been shy and flustered, yet buried in her heart was a faint, indescribable anticipation. And then, of all things, Xiaonuan had come lugging a coffin and ruined the moment. Second young master, who exactly are you marrying? Son Eru looked over all 5 girls in the courtyard one by one. Morong Shuang, he ruled out first. That was the second young master's sister-in-law. Xiaonuan, he ruled out too. Just a maid, far too low in status, and jumpy as a rabbit all day long. By that math, Son Eru was certain the second young master must be marrying one of the 3 Li sisters. I just smiled without answering. Don't be impatient. Come to the wedding wine tonight, and you'll find out. Then I switched topics. Eru, from now on you and I are like brothers. Stop calling me second young master. Just call me brother Yi. How could I do that? You're of noble standing. Noble my ass. I can barely keep food on the table. I made the call. It's settled. I teased him some more. Eru, don't you want to get married? Son Eru's eyes lit up. Could it be brother Yi was going to give one of the Lee sisters to him? He nodded eagerly. I clapped him on the shoulder. Once I get through this busy stretch, I'll marry you a couple more sisters-in-law. With that, I led Xiaonuan out the gate. I still had another trip to make into town. Sun Eru bowed at my retreating back, thanking me over and over. Morong Shuang asked, amused, what he was thanking me for, and he said brother Yi was going to marry him a couple of wives. Morong Shuang sighed. Eru, you've gone deaf this young? He said he's marrying himself a couple more sisters-in-law, meaning he's going to marry more women, and more than one at that. Sun Eru froze on the spot, counting on his fingers as he thought it through. Li Qingming, standing nearby, burst out laughing. Stop trying to figure it out. That's exactly what young Master Yi meant. Morong Shuang sighed on Sun Eru's behalf, but privately a thought quietly stirred. If he's going to marry two more, will one of them be me? Once we entered Qingfeng County town, I led Xiaonuan straight to the home of Squire Zhao. To buy things and to get medicine, I needed silver in hand. But right now, forget silver. I didn't even have a single copper coin in my pocket. So I had to sell something first. The richest man in Qingfeng County was Squire Zhao. He had tea houses, pawn shops, brothels, inns, the whole works. And he had a son-in-law who served as the county magistrate backing him up. More importantly, the old man had a real taste for good liquor. Right as we got to his gate, we happened to catch him on his way out. Squire Zhao, I've got a bottle of strong liquor here. Any interest? Squire Zhao gave a mocking, hollow smile. Yi Fengyan, I've heard your Yi family even sold off the ancestral home. What could you possibly have left to sell? I said nothing, just reached into my pocket and pulled out a bottle of the liquor. The sneer on Squire Zhao's face froze instantly. A transparent bottle, crystal clear liquor. In all his years, he'd never seen anything like it. Beside me, Xiaonuan was dumbstruck too. The young master had clearly told the constables there was only one bottle. Yet here he was, pulling out another like some magic trick. She couldn't make sense of it, but the moment she remembered that liquor meant silver, and silver meant roast chicken, she cheered right back up. Where'd you get this liquor? Squire Zhao asked. My late father left it to me. Said I should save it to drink at my wedding. The lie rolled right off my tongue. Squire Zhao, this is strong liquor, the only one of its kind in all of Qingfeng County. No, in all of Jiangnan Circuit, and probably the whole capital too, there's only this one bottle. Before you talk price, you've got to lay the boasting on thick. May I take a look? Of course. Even if you don't buy it, feel free to look. I handed him the bottle. Squire Zhao turned it over and over, then held it up to his nose and sniffed. There really was a rich aroma of liquor. I'll take this bottle. Name your price. Let's not talk price yet, I said. Have someone fetch a cup. Taste it first, then we'll talk. The cup came, and right in front of him I unscrewed the cap and poured a cup, but instead of handing it to him, I downed it myself first. That one cup went down, and the liquor was fierce. Without meaning to, I squinted one eye shut, my brow and the corner of my eye all scrunched up. Squire Zhao found this amusing. The liquor's that strong? I poured another cup and handed it to him. Try it yourself. He took it eagerly, first taking a small sip, smacking his lips to savor it, then tipping his head back and finishing it off. Fine liquor. His eyes lit right up. Yi Fengyun, did your father brew this himself, or was it a gift from someone? If you've got the recipe, let's partner up. I'll put up the capital, and you take the bigger share of the profits. I sneered inwardly. The old fox. All he cared about was the brewing recipe. Hand him the recipe, and he'd kick me aside the moment he had it. If I'd been some green kid fresh out into the world, maybe I really would have fallen for his little spiel. This bottle was a gift someone gave my father, I said, shaking my head. If my Yi family had the recipe, would we be too poor to keep food on the table? Squire Zhao thought it over and figured that made sense. All right, name your price then. I held up a single finger. 10 taels. He answered readily enough. Sure, I'll buy it. I shook my head. What I want is 1,000 taels. Squire Zhao's brow furrowed. For this one bottle of liquor, you want 1,000 taels from me. It's a bit pricey, I'll grant you, I said, giving the bottle a little shake. But this is top-grade strong liquor. Look at these bubbles, and look at this crystal glass bottle. You're a man who knows quality. This empty bottle alone is worth 8 or 900 taels at the least. Hand on your heart. Tell me, am I really overcharging you at 1,000? Squire Zhao rubbed his chest and nodded. No, you're not. All right then, no deal, but no hard feelings. I made as if to leave. That cup of liquor just now is on me. Xiao Wan, Squire Zhao can't afford it. Let's head to the Yichuan court and sell it to Manager Wang instead. The Manager Wang I mentioned was named Wang Yukai. He ran an entertainment establishment in the county, and he and Squire Zhao had always been at odds. It was only because he had a distant relative serving as a minor official in the capital that he'd managed to hold his ground here. Wait. Squire Zhao took the bait, just as I'd goaded him. That Wang fellow, with his measly assets, you think he'd spend 1,000 taels just to buy a bottle of liquor to drink? I'll take it. 1,000 taels it is. He paused, then added one more line. But this bottle isn't full. You drank a cup. I can only give you 950. I nearly laughed out of sheer exasperation. The wealthiest man in the whole county, this stingy. Fine, I agreed cheerfully. But I've got one small request. The roast chicken at your tavern is quite good. Send me a few to try. The instant she heard the words, roast chicken, Xiao Wan's eyes lit up in a flash. Squire Zhao nodded and agreed. And just like that, one bottle of liquor ended up trading for 950 taels of silver plus 5 roast chickens. Money in hand, I first took Xiao Wan to the pharmacy, where I got 10 doses of medicine according to Li Qingyue's prescription. Then we went to the clothing shop, where I spent 50 taels on 7 sets of women's clothing, plus a bridal gown. We were marrying a wife tonight, and the bridal gown was a must. I got myself a new outfit too. Out of the shop, Xiao Wan started fixating again right there on the street. Young master, I want to eat. I handed her a roast chicken. This was already the 3rd one. She tore off a drumstick and stuffed it at me. Young master, you have this one. I didn't stand on ceremony. I took it and took a bite. Xiao Wan, once you finish this one, no more, okay? But young master, aren't there still 2 in the bag? When we get back, one goes to Eru's dad. They gave us a hare, and the house is theirs too. The last one we're saving to put on the table tonight for the wedding wine. Xiao Wan nodded obediently. We also bought 2 red candles. I'd wanted to buy a string of firecrackers, but sadly, in these times there was no gunpowder at all. So I bought some malt sugar candies to serve as wedding sweets, along with a jar of rice wine, a few packs of pastries, some tea and seasonings, plus rice, flour, eggs, and peaches, and finally, I hauled along a big watermelon. All told, it came to several dozen more taels. At dusk, the 2 of us headed back, loaded down with big bundles and bags. Xiao Wan, there's something I want to run by you first. Whatever you decide is fine, young master. No need to run it by me. She was chewing on malt sugar, not even looking up. Xiao Wan, how about I marry you tomorrow instead? Is that okay? She stopped in her tracks. Here's the thing, I said, choosing my words carefully. I want to marry Murong Shuang first tonight. Honestly, these years haven't been easy on her. My Yi family owes her a proper standing. Xiao Wan tilted her head, her face all innocence. Young master, Miss Murong is your sister-in-law. Would she be willing to be your wife? She should be. I'm not bad-looking, and I've got money now. Xiao Wan grinned. All right, as long as Miss Murong's willing to marry you, I've got no problem lining up behind her. But, she took a sharp turn, those 3 Li sisters have to line up behind me. Naturally. I thumped my chest. Xiao Wan, honestly, in my heart, you're more precious to me than any of them. Young master, really? Every word straight from the heart. If you don't believe me, feel for yourself. Is my heart racing or not? I grabbed her hand and pressed it against my chest. Young master, your heart's beating so fast. That's because I'm thinking about you. Xiao Wan glanced left and right, and seeing no one around, stood on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on my cheek. Who taught you that? Her face went red. Back in town, I saw the sisters at the Yichuan court all kiss like that. Back in Qingyun village, we passed the village head's house. I grabbed a handful of candy and pressed it on him, inviting him over for the wedding wine that night. Living in someone's village, you've always got to give the head his face. Then I detoured to the Sun household. I had Xiaonuan wait at the gate while I went in carrying 2 caddies of pork, a roast chicken, and a pack of candy. The Sun father and son had done a great deal for me, so this was a door I had to knock on in person to show proper respect. Sun Shanghai kept the pork and candy, but no matter what I said, he insisted I take the roast chicken back. They all knew roast chicken was Xiaonuan's favorite thing in the world. Back home, I handed out the new clothes, 1 set each for the 3 sisters, 2 sets each for Xiaonuan and Murong Shuang. Then I laid out the candy, pastries, and fruit for everyone to try. The malt sugar was so sweet it stuck to your teeth, and the peaches were cool and crisp with every bite. After finishing a peach, I picked up that big red bridal gown and waved to Murong Shuang. Sister-in-law, come into the inner room for a bit. I've got something to tell you. The moment Murong Shuang stepped inside, I casually pulled the door shut behind her. Sister-in-law, this is a dress I bought for you. When she saw the red bridal gown in my hands, Murong Shuang's whole body went tense. Fengyan, weren't you going to marry Xiaonuan tonight? I've talked it over with Xiaonuan, I said. I've decided to make you my principal wife. Murong Shuang's face slowly reddened. Sister-in-law, I'll be straight with you. Those 3 Li sisters want to marry me too. If you don't nod yes tonight, this principal wife seat is going to get snatched up by one of them first. But I'm your sister-in-law. You're not. I cut her off. You and my brother never even completed the wedding vows, let alone consummated the marriage. So how does that make you my sister-in-law? Think back to when you married into the Yi family, helping out on the escort runs, doing so much for my household. Now the Yi family's got only me left. I have to make things right by you. Fengyan, your brother and your father have been gone less than half a year. If the 2 of us marry, the villagers will talk behind our backs for sure. I'll handle that. I guarantee nobody wags their tongue. I stretched out my right hand and slowly wrapped it around her back, drawing her little by little into my arms. She didn't push me away. That gave me a good 3 degrees more courage, and I wrapped both arms around her. I knew in my gut, Murong Shuang was a trained martial artist. If she truly didn't want this, there was no way I could even get close to her. Her not dodging meant she was giving her silent consent. But we barely held each other 3 seconds when the door creaked open. Xiaonuan poked her head in. Young master, you 2 haven't even done the wedding vows yet. How come you're already hugging? Murong Shuang, mortified, shoved me away. I shot Xiaonuan an annoyed look. Wasn't eating your candy out there good enough for you? What are you butting in for? Xiaonuan didn't notice a thing and just grinned. Miss Murong, from now on you're number 1, and I'm number 2, and the 2 of us will serve the young master together. You give the young master a daughter, and I'll give the young master a son, because your backside isn't as big as mine. Sister-in-law, hurry up and change into the bridal gown. Xiaonuan and I will go make dinner. I grabbed Xiaonuan and hauled her out. Let her keep going, and she'd have talked her way straight into the bedroom. Though the 3 Li sisters came from a well-off family, they could hold their own in the kitchen just fine. At my word, Qingyue and Qingyu got busy cooking. Li Qingning, having taken that punch, could only lie down and rest. Before long, Sun Shanghai and his son came to offer their congratulations. Sun Shanghai handed over a plain, old-fashioned bronze mirror. Second young master, the happy occasion came up so suddenly I didn't have time to prepare a gift. You must accept this mirror. It's a small token from the 2 of us. I didn't decline. I took it and had Xiaonuan serve tea. The village head came too, bringing 10 eggs. A number of villagers had also gathered outside the courtyard gate, but I'd only set out 1 banquet table and hadn't invited them in. I just had Xiaonuan grab some candy and hand it out to everyone. Everyone who'd gotten candy came over to offer their congratulations. So I said a few words to the crowd. Lately, my Yi family has had one misfortune after another. Yesterday, I hired a fortune teller to cast a reading for me, and he said that to break this streak of bad luck, I needed a joy wedding. And he told me that Miss Murong is the lucky star my family needs. You all know that Miss Murong and my elder brother never formally married. But my family can't be the kind of people who forget a kindness and turn our backs on someone. So today, I'm marrying her myself. The villagers broke into another round of congratulations. Out in the courtyard, Murong Shuang heard all this, and her eyes welled up with tears. I had Xiaonuan toss out another handful of candy, and then I dug 30 or 40 copper coins out of my pocket and flung them, clatter, onto the ground by the courtyard gate as wedding money. letting the villagers scramble for them. Having gotten both candy and coins, the crowd happily dispersed. After that, with the Sun Father and Son and Xiao Wan as witnesses, Murong Shuang and I performed the wedding vows. First, a bow to heaven and earth. Second, a bow to the elders. We kowtowed once toward my father's memorial tablet. Then the husband and wife bowed to each other, and she was sent off to the bridal chamber. Xiaonuan helped Murong Shuang into the inner room while I saw to it that the guests had their fill of drink. On the table sat that jar of rice wine I'd bought in town. I hadn't touched a single bottle of the Erguoto liquor stashed in my inventory space, since that was going to be the seed money for my first big venture. Now that I'd landed in this great Qin dynasty, I meant to build something big, make it grand, and rise to glory all over again. The three sisters were well-bred young ladies, so they minded their manners and didn't join us at the table. Xiaonuan had no such reservations. She plopped right down, tore off a chicken drumstick, and shoved it at me. "Young master, you eat this." Embarrassed, I took it and set it down on a plate, then picked up my cup to drink with the Sun Father and Son and the village head. Honestly, the rice wine these days was pretty lousy. I took half a bowl and set it aside. Sun Eru was next to me, waggling his eyebrows. "Brother Yi, you're worried about drinking too much and not being able to handle the wedding night later, aren't you?" I just smiled and said nothing, shooting him a look that said, "You little rascal, you catch on quick." After 3 rounds, I started seeing the guests off. Once the 3 members of the Sun family had left, the 3 sisters finally came to the table, only to find that all the meat dishes had been picked clean. While no one was watching, I quietly pulled 6 big white steamed buns out of my inventory space and handed them to the sisters, chatted with them for a bit, and then, carrying a package of pastries and a pot of clear tea, walked into the bridal chamber. I casually slid the door bolt shut. What came next was serious business, and I couldn't have that reckless Xiaonuan barging in and ruining the mood again. On the bed, Murong Shuang sat draped in her bright red bridal gown, her head covered by a red veil, so nervous her shoulders were trembling. Smiling, I lifted her veil. "Shuanger, you must be hungry, right?" The red candle flickered. Murong Shuang kept her head lowered, her voice so soft it seemed about to melt. "Husband, I'm not hungry." I set the pastries and the teapot on the table by the bed and coaxed her with a smile. "Shuanger, eat a little something. Once you're full, we'll get down to the important business." The moment the words left my mouth, she understood at once, and her face turned red enough to bleed. To cover her embarrassment, she picked up a piece of pastry and nibbled at it in tiny bites. I just stood there watching her. When she'd finished one piece, she picked up the teacup and rinsed her mouth, then closed her eyes and whispered, "Husband, please be gentle with me." What was meant to come would come. Smiling, I blew out the red candle on the table with a single breath. Of life's 4 great joys, my favorite is the wedding night. No need for extra words. Everything happened as naturally as water flowing downhill. About an hour later, a ding rang out in my head, that familiar chime of the system's notification. "Congratulations to the host on marrying the first wife of your life. Reward: 1 mountain-quelling fist manual, 10 bottles of golden spear kidney-fortifying pills. 100 bags of bread, 100 cases of milk, 100 cases of instant noodles, 100 bags of sausages, 100 bags of pickled mustard. 1 clear water sword, 1 black fox dagger, 1 silenced pistol, 100 rounds of ammunition. All rewards have been delivered to your inventory space. The host may inspect them at your leisure." I was over the moon. Today really was a good day. First, I'd married a beautiful bride, and no sooner had we consummated the marriage than the system had sent over such a generous haul of gifts. The bread, milk, instant noodles, and sausages I didn't much care about. What I'd really been hoping for this time was that pistol with the silencer. The one downside was that it only came with 100 rounds. Even if I never missed a shot, at most I could take down 100 men. If I ever ran up against a whole army, one pistol wouldn't solve the problem. If the system had been a little more generous and just tossed me 100 or 200,000 rounds, now that would have been something. Then again, I was already content to have what I'd gotten. In my excitement, I pulled the woman beside me back into my arms. And on that very same night, someone was crouched right beneath the window of the east room where I slept. It was Xiaonuan, my dim-witted personal maid. She claimed she'd eaten too much at dinner and couldn't sleep, and that she was worried Murong Shuang, being a trained martial artist, might take advantage of me, her helpless young master who couldn't so much as truss a chicken. So she'd crept out in the dark to stand guard outside the window. But there was another little scheme tucked away in her heart, one she couldn't bring herself to say out loud. She didn't actually understand what consummating a marriage meant, and she wanted to see for herself, so that when her own night came, she wouldn't lose her nerve in front of me. As luck would have it, Li Qingning, who was staying at my home for the time being, got up to use the outhouse just then and spotted her at a glance. "Xiaonuan, what are you crouching under the window listening to?" Li Qingning asked, though she already knew. "I'm not listening to anything," Xiaonuan said quickly, shaking her head and holding up a finger. "Shoo, you keep quiet too." The two of them edged their way over to the west room. Li Qingming kept pressing her, barely holding back her laughter, and Xiaonuan finally couldn't help herself. She lowered her voice and spilled the whole story of her eavesdropping. Li Qingming then asked, "So, did your young master get taken advantage of?" Xiaonuan shook her head innocently. "Probably not. All I heard was Sister Shuang crying out over and over. And in her voice there was, oh, about 3 parts pain, 3 parts bashfulness, and another 4 parts. I really can't put my finger on it. It just sounded kind of like the blissful, satisfied feeling I get when I wolf down 3 whole roast chickens in one sitting." Li Qingming burst out laughing on the spot, but she barely laughed twice when she suddenly cried, "Ow," and squatted down, hanging her head, not daring to look up. Xiaonuan sniffed, circled around her once, then took a wary step backward, terrified of getting her own shoes wet. Now it was Xiaonuan's turn to be gleeful. It turned out Li Qingming had laughed so hard she'd wet her pants. "Xiaonuan, keep your voice down. Whatever you do, don't tell a single soul about this." Li Qingming's voice was actually trembling. Xiaonuan grinned. "I can keep quiet, but you have to call me Big Sister." Li Qingming was full of reluctance, but in the end she managed to force out the word. "Big Sister. Remember now, from now on you have to call me that every time you see me," Xiaonuan said smugly. "Otherwise I'll tell the young master you wet your pants." Li Qingming was so furious her back teeth itched, but she didn't dare make a scene. First, because she was afraid of alerting the others, and second, because she was no match for Xiaonuan at all. This girl might not be the sharpest, but her martial arts skills were genuinely terrifying. Even on a night so dark you couldn't see your own hand, she could see everything clearly within 10 paces. At the first gray light of dawn, I got out of bed bright and early. Since it was the first day of marriage, I planned to make a proper breakfast for my wife and Xiaonuan and the others. While no one was watching, I quietly pulled 6 cartons of milk out of my inventory space, poured them into 6 bowls, and took out a dozen or so white steamed buns and a small dish of pickled mustard. Then I lit the fire, set the pot on, and put the 10 eggs the village head had brought over the day before on to boil. Once everything was in order, I strolled out the courtyard gate and made my way out of the village. With a single thought, I took the Mountain Quelling Fist Manual, the system's reward, out of my inventory space. I flipped it open and, well, what do you know? There were 18 moves in this manual all told. Trained to a basic level of mastery, 1 punch could kill an ox. Trained to full mastery, you could take an enemy general's head in the midst of 10,000 soldiers. I followed the manual and threw a couple of casual practice moves. Strange to say, ever since I'd swallowed that marrow-cleansing pill the day before, I'd felt light as air and around my lower abdomen, my dantian. I could clearly feel a current of energy swirling. My body had been thoroughly transformed, and practicing the fist techniques came remarkably easily. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, I'd already trained the Mountain Quelling Fist to a basic level of mastery. I walked up to a tree as thick around as a bowl, channeled my inner strength, and threw a punch. Crack, punching a hole clean through the trunk. I opened my hand and looked at it, thoroughly pleased. Putting the manual away, I took out the other treasures one by one. First was the clear water sword, jade green from end to end. When I gripped it and gave it a flick, the 3-foot blade whipped out, giving the strange illusion of rippling water. I swung it casually at a small tree, and the blade was frighteningly sharp. The bowl-thick trunk snapped clean through at the stroke. This sword would be perfect for Murong Shuang. Next came the dagger called Black Fox, jet black through and through, forged with meteoric iron. Holding it, I stabbed hard at a bluish stone the size of a pot lid. The blade sank into the hilt, as easily as thrusting into tofu. This weapon, in the hands of the close combat fighter Xiao Wan, would be like giving a tiger wings. Last of all was my personal favorite, the pistol with the silencer. I'm a little ashamed to admit that I'd never handled a real gun before. When the actual weapon was in my hand, it was heavy. It had real heft to it. I loaded it full, racked the slide, flicked off the safety, aimed at a big tree 10 paces off, lined up the 3 points, and gently squeezed the trigger. Puffed. A muffled report, and the bullet buried itself in the trunk, the noise pitifully small. With this gun, from now on, even when Xiao Wan wasn't at my side, I'd have at least a little something to defend myself with. I headed home thoroughly satisfied. Coming into the courtyard, I saw Li Qingming crouched there washing clothes. Your injuries haven't fully healed yet. Why don't you let your sister help you wash those? I asked. My injuries are pretty much fine now, she answered. I took another look at the clothes. Aren't these the ones I just gave you yesterday? Why are you washing them already? Li Qingming's face flushed red in an instant, and she stammered, unable to answer. Just then Xiao Wan came over. Young master, last night I ran into the funniest thing. Before she could finish, Li Qingming shot to her feet and cut in, calling out, Big sister Xiao Wan, good morning. Xiao Wan grinned. Little sister, I like this attitude of yours. Watching from the side, I was baffled. Yesterday, rather than call Xiao Wan big sister, Li Qingming had chosen to take a punch that made her cough up blood. Just one night later, not only did the two of them not hold a grudge, they'd actually gotten a lot friendlier. The change had me completely mystified. Xiao Wan, what funny thing did you run into? I pressed. The moment Li Qingming heard this, her whole body went tense. If everyone found out she'd laughed so hard last night that she wet her pants, she'd never live down the shame. Luckily, Xiao Wan just scratched her head. Li Qingming called me big sister, and it knocked the whole thing right out of my head. Li Qingming secretly wiped a cold sweat from her brow. I didn't dig any further. Instead, I handed the dagger and the long sword to Xiao Wan and to Murong Shuang, who'd come into the courtyard a moment later. I made up a story, saying I'd bought them from an old man selling weapons outside the village. Murong Shuang took the clear water sword, drew it from its sheath, and spun 2 beautiful flourishes right there in front of everyone. Her eyes lit up. What a fine sword. Light in the hand, and when you swing it, it's like rippling water. She'd once had a sword of her own, but after the Yi family fell on hard times, it had been pawned off. Now that she'd gotten one even better, she loved it so much she couldn't put it down. I looked at her and Xiao Wan with doting eyes. As long as you like them. From now on, whatever the two of you take a fancy to, I'll buy it for you. Watching from the side, Li Qingming's eyes were full of envy. She'd seen at a glance that both the sword and the dagger were top-quality weapons, and surely quite expensive. In that moment, she found herself thinking that being my maid might not be such a bad deal after all. I asked her offhandedly, Li Qingming, what do you like to use? If I come across a good one down the road, I'll buy you one too. She was both surprised and delighted. She'd never dreamed she'd get a share too. Blushing, she said she'd like a sword. I nodded and agreed, then called the 5 young women over to sit down and eat. Xiao Wan pointed at the milk in her bowl, her face full of confusion. Young master, what's this in my bowl? Murong Shuang answered for me. It looks to me like milk. Xiao Wan looked utterly shocked and whipped her head around. Sister Shuang, didn't you and the young master just get married yesterday? How could you have milk already? Xiao Wan, don't talk nonsense. Murong Shuang flushed crimson with embarrassment. How could what's in this bowl possibly be my milk? This girl really didn't think one bit before she spoke. Holding their bowls, the 3 Li sisters shook with the effort of suppressing their laughter, but they didn't dare laugh out loud. After all, they were living under someone else's roof and had to watch the host family's expressions with every word and move. Sitting off to the side, I was so mortified I could have curled my toes into the ground, thinking to myself, this girl eats that much roast chicken every single day. How has none of it gone to feeding her brain? Xiao Wan was still muttering to herself when she suddenly seemed to figure it out and looked up at me. Young master, did you go over to Widow Pan's house at the east end of the village first thing this morning to ask for some milk to drink? I heard she just had a baby girl a couple days ago. I quickly cut her off. Xiao Wan, what on earth goes on in that head of yours? What's in the bowl is cow's milk. I paid good money for it so you all could drink it. Hurry up and taste it. I lifted my bowl and took a big gulp. This milk was so much better than the wild vegetable soup we used to have. A bowl of milk, an egg, a white steamed bun, with a bit of pickled vegetable on the side. I ate that breakfast feeling more comfortable and content than I could say. Xiaonuan, get ready. You're coming with me to the county town. Xiaonuan's eyes lit up. Young master, are we going to buy roast chicken? I deliberately teased her. On this trip to town, we can only buy one thing. So you tell me, do we buy a red bridal gown or roast chicken? Young master, you're going to buy me a bridal gown? Of course. I'm marrying you today, did you forget? I didn't forget, Xiaonuan said, waving her hands. But if we can only buy one thing, then I'd still rather buy roast chicken. I was taken aback. Just yesterday, this girl had been crying and begging to marry me, saying she'd give me a big fat baby boy, and now here she was, choosing roast chicken over a bridal gown. If we only buy roast chicken, then you won't have a bridal gown to wear. Don't you want to marry me anymore? I do. I definitely want to. Xiaonuan shook her head frantically. It's just a bridal gown. Even without it, the two of us can still consummate our marriage just the same. Worst case, I'll get Sister Shuang to lend me hers for one night. With that, she turned and grinned at Murong Shuang. Sister Shuang, lend me your gown for one night. I'll give it back as soon as I've consummated things with the young master, okay? The question left Murong Shuang stumped. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded in the end. All right, I'll lend it to you. Either way, the two of them were serving the same man. It was just a piece of clothing, no big deal. But I said seriously, Xiaonuan, your sister Shuang is willing to lend you her bridal gown because she thinks of you as her own little sister. From now on, you have to respect her and listen to what she says. Xiaonuan blinked those big, clear eyes of hers and nodded earnestly. Don't worry, young master. Sister Shuang and I will serve you together. Hearing that warmed my heart. Meanwhile, the three Li sisters looked on with eyes full of envy. They truly hadn't expected that a wife and a maid could get along so harmoniously. Murong Shuang said it was hard for her to walk, so she wouldn't come along. I could tell. She was limping. And that? Well, it was mostly because I'd worked a little too hard the night before. I didn't push her, and I led Xiaonuan out the courtyard gate and headed for the county town. The moment the two of us left, Li Qingwei, who knew a bit of medicine, went over to have a look at Murong Shuang's leg. Murong Shuang lied and said she'd twisted her ankle. Li Qingwei saw through it as clear as day, but she went along with it and examined the ankle anyway, and in the end advised her to press a few pressure points on the inner thigh to ease the discomfort. As for how that sprain had actually come about, the two women had an unspoken understanding. Neither of them said it out loud. Chapter 14. One pill, 3,000 taels of silver. Once we reached the county town, I didn't rush to buy anything. Instead, I led Xiaonuan straight to the home of Squire Zhao again. I pulled that bottle of Golden Spear kidney fortifying pills out of my robe and greeted him with a smile. Old Zhao, I've got a good thing here. Care to buy a couple and give them a try? Squire Zhao looked doubtful. Yi Fengyun, in my whole life I've eaten plenty of rare and precious medicines, and most of them did nothing at all. Don't you go trying to sweet-talk me. Old Zhao, I wouldn't dare deceive you of all people. I smiled. Here's the deal. I'll give you one for free to try first. If it works, you pay me 100 taels. If it doesn't, just pretend I was never here. I unscrewed the cap, tipped out a pill, and handed it over. Squire Zhao leaned in and sniffed it. The medicinal fragrance was rich, clearly the work of a master craftsman. Without thinking too much about it, he tossed his head back and popped the pill into his mouth. Yi Fengyun, I've swallowed it. How come I don't feel anything? Before the words were even out, he suddenly jolted, feeling an indescribable surge of strength welling up through his whole body, his entire being instantly bursting with vigor. He turned and barked at a maidservant. Take young Master Yi to have some tea. And then, without waiting for my reply, he bolted for his concubine's bedchamber, nearly taking a faceplant on the way. Watching him tear off in such a frantic hurry, Xiaonuan asked me with a laugh, Young master, what medicine did you give him to eat? A kind of medicine that makes him feel good. Young master, Xiaonuan wants to feel good too. All right, tonight, this young master will make you feel good. Xiaonuan nodded innocently. After that, The maidservant led the two of us to the reception hall. On the table sat 3 small plates of pastries, and in under a minute, every one of them had gone into Xiao Wan's belly. I had the maid bring more, and she brought another 3 plates, still gone in under a minute. Sitting beside her, I was mortified. This girl's good points were that she was obedient, could fight, and had a great figure, but her faults were plenty too. She said whatever came to mind, and boy, could she eat. Still, I could put up with all of it. These days I wasn't short on money, so no matter how much roast chicken she ate in a day, I could afford to keep her fed. By the time I downed a whole pot of tea, Squire Zhao finally sauntered back in, his face glowing red. The old rascal had even changed into a fresh set of clothes. How was it? I got straight to the point. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. He plopped a bulging money pouch down on my table. I hefted it. No more, no less, exactly 100 taels. Brother Yi, how many of these pills do you have left? His eyes were shining. 30 pills to a bottle. You've taken one, so there are 29 left. Sell me all of them, he blurted out, without so much as a blink. 3,000 taels of silver was a fortune to anyone else, but he'd just experienced the effect firsthand. It was simply too astonishing. But I wasn't in a hurry to agree. I said with a smile, Old Zhao, my maid here is craving that roast chicken from your tavern again. That's easy enough. Squire Zhao shouted to the maid. Go to the tavern and bring back 5. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he hastily changed his order. 5's too few, bring 10. No, bring 30. To buy this bottle of pills from me. The old man had thrown all sense of dignity out the window. The maid was about to go when Xiao Wan called out to stop her. 5 is plenty. In this hot weather, if we can't finish them, they'll spoil. Hearing this, I froze. From everything I knew about Xiao Wan, I'd have expected her to be the first to haul home not 30, but 300 chickens, as long as they were free. In that moment, I truly saw her in a whole new light. But my admiration didn't even last 3 seconds before her next sentence shattered it. As for the other 25, I'll go pick them up at the tavern myself in a couple of days. After that, Squire Zhao fetched a banknote for 2,900 taels, a note from the Sihai Bank, redeemable in any county town of the Great Qian. I checked that it was genuine and handed over the porcelain bottle. He opened the cap, counted the pills carefully one by one, then tucked it away into his robe with a big grin, still pressing me on whether I had any more in stock. He even wanted more of that strong liquor from yesterday. I shook my head to all of it. As things stood, I already had over 3,000 taels of silver in hand, enough to live on for quite a while. Every treasure I sold from my inventory space was one fewer treasure left. I absolutely couldn't dump them all at once. Before long, the 5 roast chickens, wrapped in oil paper, were brought back. Xiao Wan cradled them happily, tore off a drumstick, and tried to stuff it into my hands. I waved it off, saying I wasn't hungry. So she carefully wrapped up the 2 drumsticks and, holding the rest, began gnawing away. Only then did the two of us take our leave of the Zhao residence. Once we were out of the Zhao residence, I led Xiao Wan straight to the clothing shop, where I bought 4 sets of bright red bridal gowns in one go, one for Xiao Wan, and the other 3 as gifts for the 3 Li sisters. We just walked out carrying the gowns when we ran smack into Bai Jia. Well, Yi Fengyun, what's a useless good-for-nothing like you doing buying bridal gowns? She said, covering her mouth as she laughed. Don't tell me some girl's actually willing to marry you? If you ask me, only a fool would jump into a fire pit like you. Before the words had even finished leaving her mouth, Xiao Wan raised her arm and flung the half-eaten roast chicken straight at Bai Jia's face. Dead on target, splattering right across it. Xiao Wan, how dare a lowly maid like you strike your betters? Before she could finish, Xiao Wan had already strode forward, grabbing Bai Jia's collar with her left hand while her right hand delivered 3 loud, ringing slaps in quick succession. Smack, smack, smack. You, Bai, you dare open your mouth to insult my young master? That's just asking to die, Xiao Wan said sharply. Before this, I showed you a little respect, and that was only for my young master's sake, because he used to be fond of you. But now, the young master can't stand the sight of you anymore. So why on earth should I still spare you any face? Bai Jia was slapped dizzy, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. At that very moment, Xiao Wan's right hand suddenly clamped around her throat. Xiao Wan, that's enough? I quickly barked, stopping her. I could tell. This girl was genuinely enraged, and murder was on her mind. If we'd been out in the wilderness with no one around, I couldn't have cared less about stopping her. But this was a busy street in the county town, and a ring of gawkers had already gathered around us. If she actually strangled someone to death here, well, no one could catch Xiao Wan, but I'd never be able to come and go so freely to shop in town again. Xiao Wan glanced back at me, her eyes plainly asking, "Can I kill her?" I shook my head. Only then did she let go. Bai Jie collapsed to the ground, gasping for air in great heaving breaths, her eyes full of the terror of someone who'd just narrowly escaped death. Right in the middle of all this, Bai Jie's older brother, Bai Chong, arrived with several of the shop's hired hands. He'd actually already questioned the maid and knew full well that his own sister had been the one to start it with her insults. But what he was scheming was to pin the whole thing squarely on me. He turned to the crowd of onlookers and shouted, "Everyone, be the judge here. His Yi family fell into ruin long ago. They don't even own the house they live in. Why should my sister have to marry into a household like that? Just because she refused to marry him." Yi Fengyun went and had his maid beat her up right out in the open. "Today, your Yi family had better apologize to my Bai family, or I won't let this go." Having said his piece, he looked thoroughly pleased with himself. From the way things stood, most of the onlookers had probably bought his version of the story. But I clapped my hands. Clap, clap, clap. "Bai Chong, you dog. You really are a piece of garbage. Yi Fengyun, you dare curse at me." Bai Chong was so furious his face turned green. He waved his hand at the hired hands. "Get him. Smash that mouth of his." Xiao Wan gave a little snicker and whipped out the black fox blade. "Come on then. I'd like to see which of you has the nerve to lay a hand on my young master. Whoever steps up, I'll chop off his hand." That one shout froze the Bai family's hired hands right where they stood. Not one of them dared take a step forward. They all knew this maid was a formidable fighter, capable of taking down 20 or 30 men barehanded, and now she was gripping a gleaming dagger to boot. Who among them was going to walk right up and offer himself for the slaughter? Seeing that no fight was going to break out, I said calmly and without any hurry, "Bai Chong, I was here buying a bridal gown to marry a wife. And the moment I stepped out the door, your sister opened her mouth and started insulting me. And you come rushing over without knowing the first thing about what happened, spewing garbage from your mouth, trying to dump this pile of filth on my head. You tell me, if I call you what you are, is that so unfair?" I raised my voice and addressed the whole street. "The wife I'm marrying today is Xiao Wan, a clever, adorable, wonderful girl. But this man's sister opened her mouth and said only a fool would marry me. Is that any way for a human being to talk?" That one line didn't just insult me. It dragged Xiao Wan into it too. That's why Xiao Wan gave her 3 slaps right here in public. If I hadn't stopped her, Xiao Wan would have taken her life on the spot. Bai Chong's brow furrowed. He believed it, because he knew perfectly well that Xiao Wan really was capable of killing someone in broad daylight. Then I shifted my tone, lowering my voice a bit. "If Xiao Wan really killed your sister, then of course she couldn't stay in this county town afterward. But before she left, she wouldn't be able to stop worrying about me. She'd be afraid I'd stay behind and get bullied by others. So I can say with certainty that before she left, she'd slaughter your entire Bai family, top to bottom. Because I, Yi Fengyun, have no other enemies in this world. If I have any at all, it's only your Bai family." Bai Chong's face went white in a flash. His mind raced through the calculations. If that crazy girl really came charging into the Bai residence with a blade in hand, could the few guards at the estate hold her back? The answer was, no, they couldn't. And even taking a step back, even if they could hold her off, his Bai family had no reason to take that kind of risk. I paced over until I was standing right in front of him. "Bai, back in the day, my Yi family did no small amount to help out your Bai family. Now that we've fallen on hard times, not only did you refuse to lend a hand, you turned around and kicked us while we were down, taking advantage of our misfortune, and today you even insulted me in the middle of the street. So you tell me, whose fault is all this, really? Your sister's or mine?" This was a naked threat, and Bai Chong understood it at once. Bai Jie still wanted to run her mouth, but he grabbed her by the arm and shot her a look to shut her up. He cleared his throat and adopted a different tone. "Yi Fengyun, today my sister truly did have no guard on her mouth. The fault was hers, and it came first. Let's just let this matter drop. With that, he grabbed his sister and turned to leave. Stop right there, I called after him. Who said you could go? Bai Chong turned back. What more do you want? You made a mistake, so you have to take your punishment. I pointed at the roast chicken carcass on the ground, picked to pieces, and said in a slow, unhurried voice, a moment ago, your sister's face got my Xiao Wan's roast chicken all dirty. This debt, today, you're going to pay it. Bai Chong, checkmated by this move, was left with no comeback, but Xiao Wan still wasn't satisfied. She pointed a finger at Bai Jia and declared with total conviction, that's right, you used your face to knock my roast chicken onto the ground, so you've got to pay up. Bai Jia was so angry she stamped her feet. You're talking nonsense. You clearly hit me with the roast chicken. That's how it fell to the ground. My face got cut by the chicken bones, and I took 3 of your slaps, and now you turn it around and try to swindle money out of me. She turned to Bai Chong for help. Big brother, I'm the eldest young lady of the Bai family, and I've been bullied this badly by a lowly maid. Help me. Beat them to death. Bai Chong shot his sister a hard glare. This sister of his had truly been spoiled rotten by the family. In broad daylight, in front of a whole street of people, she opened her mouth and demanded someone be beaten to death. A thing even the county magistrate wouldn't dare say out in the open. If you actually wanted to deal with someone, you at least had to hold a trial and get a signed confession, go through the proper motions. How could anyone be so brazen about it? Bai Chong still had his wits about him, so he put on a fawning smile. Young Master Yi, we'll pay for the roast chicken, but the one on the ground has already been mostly eaten. Out of the goodness of my Bai family's heart, I'll compensate you with a whole fresh roast chicken. How's that? He could bend when he had to. He knew that starting a fight right now would only end badly for him. But this bitter grievance, he was determined he'd never simply swallow it. I shook my head. 1 chicken won't do. I won't ask for much. 20 taels of silver. Hand it over. Yi, don't push your luck too far. Bai Chong's face flushed crimson. A roast chicken picked down to the bones, and you open your mouth demanding 20 taels. At that moment, he genuinely wished he could cut me down with a single blow. But one glance at Xiao Wan beside me, gripping the black fox dagger with murder in her eyes, and that flare of temper got forced right back down. This girl was a martial maniac, and if he truly set her off, she was capable of killing someone in the middle of the street. Calm and unhurried, I smiled and cupped my hands in a bow to the whole street. All you neighbors know me, Yi Fengyun. I'm a man who never bullies anyone. Then I turned back to Bai Chong. If you think 20 taels is too steep, then you don't have to pay. But this roast chicken belongs to my Xiao Wan. And if from now on she's got a grievance festering in her heart and does something rash to your Bai family, don't blame me for not warning you today. The same trick again. Bai Chong was no fool. He understood at once that I was using Xiao Wan to frighten him again. This was already the 2nd time today. He was 10,000 times unwilling, but in the end, he didn't dare gamble. 20 taels of silver was nothing. His Bai family could still afford that. Bai Chong reached to his waist and froze. The bulging money pouch that had held a full 50 taels had vanished without a trace. I stood off to the side, smiling and saying nothing. Quick, help me look, my money pouch is gone. Bai Chong was frantic, spinning in circles, calling the hired hands to retrace their steps all the way back to the silk shop and turning the place upside down. Not so much as a shadow of it to be found. With no other choice, he had to trudge dejectedly back into the shop and fetch another 20 taels, which he pressed into my hand. Seeing the gloating looks on Xiao Wan's face and mine, Bai Chong ground his teeth until they creaked, silently swearing to himself. Today's debt. Sooner or later, I'll collect it back, principal and interest both. Young master, you're amazing. Xiao Wan chirped on the way home, clutching the 20 taels of silver and hopping and skipping along. The roast chicken already went into my belly, and you still got 20 taels back for it. Now we can buy loads and loads more roast chickens. At Qingfeng County's current prices, 1 copper coin bought 1 steamed bun, 1 roast chicken cost 50 copper coins, and 1 tael of silver could be exchanged for 1,000 copper coins. Xiao Wan couldn't work out exactly how many roast chickens 20 taels would buy, but in her heart she knew perfectly well. It was a whole lot, either way. Watching how delighted she was, I said with a smile, Xiao Wan, when night comes, this young master will show you a place where I'm even more amazing. Xiaonuan blinked those big, clear eyes and gave a firm, emphatic nod. Everything that followed, I only pieced together bit by bit after the fact. Otherwise, I never would have been able to see the whole chain of events so clearly. Over on the other side, the moment Bai Chong got back to the silk shop, Bai Jia exploded. Big brother, I took 3 slaps from that little tramp for nothing. Why didn't you have the hired hands beat them to death? My foolish sister, Bai Chong said, rubbing his temples. Never mind just the 6 hired hands in the shop. Even if you threw the 2 of us in and we all rushed her together, we still wouldn't be any match for that little tramp. He lowered his voice. Don't you worry. Today's grievance, I'll never let you suffer it for nothing. Big brother will get your revenge, I promise. Bai Jia's eyes darted around, and she came up with an idea. Big brother, that little tramp is formidable, sure, but there are plenty of people in this world more formidable than her. Let's spend a little money and hire an assassin to finish off both Yi Fengyun and that little tramp. Wouldn't that settle everything? Bai Chong gave a slight nod. This plan was workable. He knew a few martial moves himself, enough to handle 1 or 2 ordinary people, but up against Xiaonuan, all he could do was drop to his knees and beg for mercy. The family did keep a dozen or so guards, but using his own people to do the deed risked word getting out, and if it implicated the whole Bai family, that would be a true catastrophe. Better to spend the money and hire a trustworthy assassin to do the job cleanly, quickly, once and for all. Sister, I have a friend who knows the 10 slaughter Yama on the assassin rankings, Bai Chong said, a vicious glint in his eyes. Those 10 assassins are each as ruthless as they come. Sending them to handle this would be the surest way. It's just killing 2 people, and that Yi Fengyun's a useless cripple who doesn't even know martial arts. Do we really need to hire 10 assassins? When you do something, you've got to be careful. That little tramp's skills are too good. 1 or 2 ordinary assassins might not be able to take her down. Bai Chong shook his head. Spending a bit more money is no big deal. What matters is that this job be done without a single leak. Once he'd tallied it up, hiring the 10 slaughter Yama would cost at least 3,000 taels. Bai Jia gritted her teeth and emptied out every bit of her private savings, then sold off several pieces of jewelry she didn't often wear, scraping together 2,000 taels. The remaining 1,000, Bai Chong would cover himself. At the last, Bai Jia didn't forget to add, Big brother, ask the assassin whether he can beat them half to death and bring them back, so I can get a couple of kicks in too. I absolutely have to pay them back with my own hands. Bai Chong quickly waved her off. My foolish sister, hiring someone to kill people is a beheading offense. How could we haul live victims back to our home? Finishing them off directly is the only way to keep it from being traced back to our Bai family. Bai Jia nodded, deeply reluctant. Bai Chong pocketed the silver and headed straight for the home of his gambling buddy, Ma Xiaomao. This Ma Xiaomao was someone he'd met at the gambling table. The 2 of them were on close terms, and in the past they'd even run rigged games together, fleecing plenty of gullible marks. Xiaomao, a while back over drinks you said you knew the 10 slaughter Yama. Ma Xiaomao pounded his chest with a thump. Know them? I've done more than know them. I've had drinks with them. You want to find them, brother Bai? Say no more, consider it done. I want to hire them to kill 2 people. How much silver would that take? The 10 slaughter Yama don't come cheap. Killing 2 people would run at least 4,000 taels. Then Ma Xiaomao shifted gears. But brother Bai, I also know the 7 ghosts of Guangnan. Their names on the assassin rankings too. They charge less than the 10 slaughter Yama and have a better reputation. When they finish a job, they clean up so thoroughly there's never any trail back to the client. And it doesn't matter that the woman you want dead knows martial arts. 3 of the 7 ghosts are masters of poison. They can kill someone from a good distance away, without a soul the wiser. Hearing this, Bai Chong perked up. How much to hire the 7 ghosts of Guangnan? For anyone else, at least 3,000 taels. Ma Xiaomao smiled with narrowed eyes. But given our friendship, I'll knock the price down for you. 1,000 taels will do it. Bai Chong pulled out 1,000 taels on the spot. Done. But you'd better handle this beautifully. There absolutely can't be any way to trace it back to me pulling the strings. Ma Xiaomao hefted the silver and promised him everything. And the moment Bai Chong was gone, Ma Xiaomao pocketed the 1,000 taels and went scurrying off, gleeful, to find his sworn brother Lu Xiaogo, because the truth was, He didn't know any 7 ghosts of Guangnan at all. It had all been empty talk to bluff by Chang. Arriving at Lu Xiaogo's home, Ma Xiaomao got straight to the point. Xiaogo, didn't you say your cousin knows the 7 ghosts of Guangnan? Introduce me. I want to have 2 people killed. Lu Xiaogo looked troubled. Brother Ma, it's not that I don't want to help, but my cousin had a falling out with the 7 ghosts of Guangnan a while back. Those 7 bastards are no good. They took advantage of my cousin all night long and then wouldn't pay a cent. My cousin suffered terribly. She's gone straight now, married an honest man, and no matter what, she refuses to have anything to do with this line of work anymore. His eyes darted around. But no worries, I know the 3 Nyo brothers. Having them do it works just as well. Nyo the third's got a killer throwing knife. He can take a life from 100 paces away, fast and dead on. Ma Xiaomao was only half convinced, but then a thought struck him. On this job, he stood to pocket an 800 tael cut off of Bai Chong, so anything he could save was money saved. He pushed the price down. How much do the 3 Nyo brothers want to kill 2 people? Lu Xiaogo held up 5 fingers. 500 taels is too much. I'll give you 300. Hurry up and bring your men. Ma Xiaomao pulled 3 silver ingots out of his robe and slapped them on the table. Lu Xiaogo was stunned dumb on the spot. Those 5 fingers of his had actually meant that 50 taels would be plenty for the 3 Nyo brothers. And here Ma Xiaomao had opened his mouth and named 300. This 250 taels that had dropped from the sky had his heart bursting with joy. He could have thrown back his head and roared with laughter right then and there. Brother Ma, hold on. I'll go bring your men over right now. Lu Xiaogo tucked the silver ingots into his robe, his eyes shining. So on one side, a handful of small-time crooks were scheming against one another over their little margins, while on my side, I had no idea whatsoever that I'd already been put on someone's must-kill list. At dusk, in Qingyun village, I led Xiaonuan from house to house, handing out wedding candy to the villagers, telling everyone we met. Today, I was marrying another wife. Xiaonuan, too, was hollering at the top of her lungs to the whole village. The one the young master's marrying is me. From now on I, Xiaonuan, am the young master's wife. I'm going to give the young master a big fat baby boy. The 3 Li sisters had gotten the wedding feast all arranged well ahead of time. After dinner, Xiaonuan, dressed in her bright red bridal gown, and I performed the wedding bows in front of Murong Shuang and the others. The husband and wife bowed to each other, and then she was sent off to the bridal chamber. I scooped Xiaonuan up sideways into my arms and carried her into the bridal room I prepared in advance. The moment we were inside, she couldn't wait. She reached up and yanked off the red veil herself. Smiling, I turned and pulled the door mostly shut. I didn't bolt it. Murong Shuang and the others surely wouldn't come to peek. And even if they did, to me it would only add a bit of excitement. Young master, what are you just standing there for? Let's hurry up and drink the cross-cupped wine. Xiaonuan urged me. I was a little surprised. Xiaonuan, how do you know that getting married means drinking the cross-cupped wine? She gave a little snicker. Young master, last night when you and Sister Shuang consummated your marriage, I was crouched right outside the window watching the whole time. Only then did it dawn on me. So this girl had a habit of crouching under windowsills. If I'd known she was out there last night, I definitely would have put in 120% effort. Was it good to watch? I teased her. Xiaonuan first nodded, then shook her head. There wasn't really anything to see. It's just that afterward, my whole body felt hot and restless. And also, the words came to the tip of her tongue, but she swallowed them back down, and no matter what, she refused to go on. I didn't press her. After that, the 2 of us happily drank the cross-cupped wine. The moment she set down her cup, Xiaonuan started stripping off her clothes all on her own, and in the blink of an eye she was standing before me without a stitch on. She even took a step forward and, of her own accord, began helping me undress. My heart leapt with delight. I truly hadn't expected that this seemingly simple-minded girl would have such an exquisitely curved figure. After a round of passion, a ding rang out in my head. The system's rewards had come again. Congratulations to the host on marrying Xiaonuan. Reward: a body impervious to blade and speared. Ordinary blades and swords cannot harm the host in the slightest. Even a divine weapon striking a vital point once will not be fatal, unless the host is struck repeatedly and continuously in the same vital spot. Reward: 1 copy of the movement technique manual, wind chasing steps. 1 loyalty card. Usable on anyone. The person it is used on will become 100% loyal to the host. Reward: 100 windproof lighters, 10,000 roast chickens, 100 tons of rice, 100 tons of flour, 1,000 rounds of pistol ammunition. The rewards have been delivered to your inventory space. Please inspect them at your leisure. Lying atop Xiaowan, my heart was pounding with excitement. This time's rewards were even more generous than the last. That invulnerable body was, for me, basically my ace in the hole for staying alive. The system spelled it out plain and simple. Even if a divine blade or a deadly weapon stabbed me in the head or the chest, I still wouldn't die, unless someone grabbed my heart and stabbed it over and over. And even if I really did get careless and take a hit, I'd still have time to pull a pistol out of my storage space and fight back. With this kind of protection, plus a gun, from now on I could walk around this great Qin dynasty like I owned the place. Not to mention, I also had the wind-chasing steps movement technique. Once I mastered it, I'd come and go like a ghost, and combined with a body no weapon could pierce, who could possibly touch me? But what really got my heart racing was that loyalty card. If I could stick that on the great Qin Empress herself, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Young master, what are you laughing at? Because you're so beautiful. I'm just happy. Young master, Xiaowan wants more. Chapter 20. The Survivors in the Woods. After 3 rounds of it, Xiaowan finally fell into a contented, deep sleep. I, on the other hand, wasn't the least bit sleepy. I threw on my robe, got up, and wandered out to the courtyard gate. Ever since I'd taken that marrow-cleansing pill, not only did my whole body feel lighter, but my eyesight and hearing had grown a lot sharper too. Even though it was the dead of night, I could still see things 30 paces off clear as day. With this night vision of mine, I wouldn't even need a lantern to walk at night from now on. Taking advantage of the fact that nobody was around, I pulled out the wind-chasing steps manual from my space and flipped through it page by page. The manual wasn't long. In the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, I had all the moves memorized, and I started practicing right there at the gate. Another stick of incense later, I'd already reached a basic level of mastery. When I channeled my inner energy and put it to use, the speed was downright terrifying. It takes an ordinary person a full 2 hours to walk from Qingyun village to the county town, but now I could get there in the time it takes to burn 1 stick of incense. In a pinch, this technique would be perfect for saving my own skin. After finishing with my footwork, I ran through a set of mountain-suppressing fists, and my whole body felt wonderful. So I strolled over to the fish pond at the edge of the village, stripped off my clothes, jumped in, and had myself a nice cool swim. On the way out, I even snagged a fat grass carp. I was just soaking there, feeling great, when I spotted 2 shadowy figures slip out from the edge of the village. One of them stopped, pointed his hand toward the pond, and said, "Huh, there's a sound of water over there." The other one lowered his voice and replied, "That's a fish pond. Probably just a big fish spawning. Let's go take a look. Maybe we can catch one." "Catch what? We're here to kill someone, not to go fishing." They spoke quietly, but I caught every single word. Sneaking out to Qingyun village to murder someone in the middle of the night, I immediately had a pretty good idea of what was going on. Without a sound, I climbed out of the water and trailed after them from a distance. I heard the 2 of them stop at the door of a house. See it? That's the place. There's 1 man and 2 women living inside. Both women know martial arts, so once you get in, take them out first, then deal with the man. I'll keep watch outside. When it's done, we drag the bodies out and bury them, and that's that. I sneered inwardly. That's my house they're talking about. I unleashed the wind-chasing steps, and in the blink of an eye, I was right behind the lookout. I brought the edge of my hand down hard on the back of his neck. With a heavy thud, he crumpled to the ground. The knife thrower up ahead heard the sound and turned around. The moment he laid eyes on his fallen partner, he snapped, "Who are you?" Before he even finished, his wrist flicked and a throwing knife shot straight at my face. I couldn't be bothered to dodge. I just raised my right hand and blocked it, letting the knife strike me square in the palm. Clang! The blade dropped to the ground. Its tip actually curled and bent from the impact. I opened my palm and looked. Not so much as a scratch. I was overjoyed. This invulnerable body of mine really was damn useful. When the knife thrower saw his blade couldn't hurt me, his face went white. He flung another knife, then turned and bolted. I caught up in a few strides and slammed a fist into his left shoulder. He shrieked and dropped, and I stepped in and finished him with a chop to the neck, knocking him out cold too. All around us the villagers were fast asleep, and I couldn't let a scream like that wake up the whole place. Grabbing one unconscious man in each hand, I was about to find a quiet spot to give them a proper interrogation when the courtyard gate creaked open. Xiaonuan came running out with a robe thrown over her, Morong Shuang right behind her. Li Qingming arrived at the doorway too, fully dressed. "Young master, who are these two?" Xiaonuan had drowsily heard the commotion earlier, reached over and found no one beside her, then hurried up to check. "I don't know them, but they came to kill us. Probably somebody hired them." Xiaonuan scratched her head. "Who's got the nerve to hire people to kill us?" Morong Shuang gave a cold snort. "Who else? The Bai family, that's who." Earlier that day, the moment Xiaonuan got home, she'd told Morong Shuang all about slapping Bai Jie 3 times in the middle of the street and squeezing 20 taels out of her too. No need to think hard about it. These assassins were surely sent by the Bai family for revenge. A murderous look flashed across Xiaonuan's face. "Young master, that wretch Bai Jie dared send someone to kill you? I'm going to go slaughter her whole family right now." "Easy," I said, holding her back. "Let's get these 2 survivors to talk first." I handed the grass carp I'd caught to Li Qingming. "Just grabbed it from the pond. Save it for tomorrow's meal. You all go back to sleep. I'm going to take these 2 out to the woods outside the village and ask them a few questions." Xiaonuan insisted on coming along, and I nodded my agreement. As we left, Morong Shuang gave me a reminder. "Husband, once you've gotten the truth out of them, if it really was the Bai family, let's take our time and figure out how to get our revenge properly. Don't just let Xiaonuan go charging off to the county town and doing something rash." I chuckled and agreed, and Xiaonuan and I each hauled one of them off toward the woods outside the village. Once we got to the woods, I dumped the 2 unconscious men on the ground. Right in front of Xiaonuan, I calmly loosened my belt and let loose a stream of piss all over them. Before long, the 2 of them groggily came to. The lookout wiped his face and mumbled in confusion, "It's raining? Huh, and this rain's warm." Before he could finish, the stench of urine hit his nose. He was just about to start cursing when I kicked him. "Talk. Who are you? Why'd you come to kill me in the middle of the night?" The man glared at me, then shot a glance at Xiaonuan beside me and stiffened his neck. "Even if you chop me to pieces, I'll never sell out a friend." I laughed. "You've got guts. Let's just hope you can stay that tough in a minute." I held out my hand toward Xiaonuan. "Lend me your dagger." Xiaonuan drew the black fox blade from her waist and placed it in my hand. And so, an interrogation that would leave you laughing and crying began there in the night-shrouded quiet of Qingyun village. By now Niu Laosan had fully come around. He sat on the ground, his face a picture of bewilderment. That first throwing knife earlier had struck me solidly in the palm, yet I hadn't taken so much as a scratch. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Even if it killed him, how could there be a man in this world that a blade couldn't cut into? I held the dagger out toward Ma Xiaomao. "I'll ask you one last time. Who are you? Why'd you come here in the dead of night to kill me?" While I'd been trailing behind the 2 of them earlier, I'd already heard it all clearly. The knife thrower was just a foot soldier taking orders. The one who actually called the shots was this ringleader. If I wanted answers, I had to start at the top. Ma Xiaomao stiffened his neck and shot back, hard as a rock. "You think a lousy little knife is going to scare me?" Ma Xiaomao, don't scare easy. You can just give up? I'm not telling you a thing." He talked tough, but inside he was scared to death, terrified I'd really drive that blade in. The reason he was clinging to silence was that he had his own scheme figured out. The way he saw it, the ruined Yi family could never bring down the Bai family. And if he was the first to sell out Bai Chong, then once things blew over, the Bai family's eldest young master would surely come back to make him pay. So the best move was to let Niu Laosan talk first. Get that middleman Lu Xiaogo named first, stall for every moment he could. The bigger the whole thing blew up, the more likely Bai Chong would come bail him out. Before I could even respond, Xiaonuan burst out laughing beside me. "You big dummy, you're even dumber than me. You just shouted your own name out loud." Ma Xiaomao smacked his forehead. Wasn't that the truth? He panicked earlier and blurted out his own name. But then he thought it over. So they know it. Big deal. It's nothing serious anyway. I turned to Niu Laosan with a smile. "Your buddy won't talk. so I'm afraid you'll have to suffer a bit in his place." The words had barely left my mouth when my hand came down with the blade, slicing a gash across the back of Niu Laosan's hand. "Arg, my hand!" Niu Laosan screamed like a stuck pig, crouched off to the side. Ma Xiaomao heard that scream and got the chills, silently thanking his luck. If that blade had come down on my hand, how much would that hurt? But Niu Laosan was so wronged his eyes went red. He roared at me, "You're interrogating him. He's the one who won't talk. What gives you the right to cut me?" That question left even Xianwan stumped. She cocked her head at me, thinking to herself, could it be that all that going at it night after night has worn out the young master's eyes, and he's got them mixed up? "Don't get worked up," I said, smiling warmly at Niu Laosan. "Now I'll give you a chance. Who are you? Who put you up to killing me?" Hearing that it was finally his turn to answer, Niu Laosan actually perked up. He jerked his head aside and declared righteously, "Even if you kill me, I'll never sell out my employer." That's what he shouted, but inside he was screaming desperately, "I haven't confessed to anything. Come on, hurry up and go cut Ma Xiaomao." I kept that same smile on my face. "I'll ask you one more time, what's your name? Who sent you?" So Niu Laosan just copied Ma Xiaomao's line and bellowed at the top of his lungs, "You think a lousy little knife is gonna scare me? I, Niu Laosan, don't scare easy. Ask me anything. I'm not talking." Xiaowan cracked up again. "You're a big dummy too. You shouted your own name again." Niu Laosan raised his uninjured hand and smacked himself on the forehead. Only then did I slowly turn the dagger toward Ma Xiaomao. "Since your buddy won't talk, it's your turn." Before I could finish, Ma Xiaomao rushed to confess. "His name's Niu Laosan. Lu Xiaogo from Lu family village paid 30 taels to hire him to kill you." Niu Laosan exploded on the spot, jabbing his finger at him and cursing, "You little ma bastard. Who told you to answer for me? You're really a piece of garbage." He was so frustrated. He'd kept his mouth shut precisely so Ma Xiaomao would take a blade too, just to make things fair. And then this coward, so scared of dying, jumped in and confessed for him. Ma Xiaomao wiped a cold sweat and quietly counted his blessings. Good thing I reacted fast, or that blade definitely would have landed on me. But Niu Laosan wasn't ready to let it go. He turned to me and pleaded, "Sir, would you please keep interrogating me some more?" I laughed. "Fine, I'll do you the favor. Since Lu Xiaogo put you up to it, then do you know who put Lu Xiaogo up to it?" Niu Laosan grinned. "I know who it is, but I'm just not going to tell you." "Sir, come on, hurry up and cut him." The moment I turned the dagger toward Ma Xiaomao again, "I'm the one who went and found Lu Xiaogo." Ma Xiaomao blurted first again. "I gave him 200 taels and had him go find Niu Laosan." "You little ma bastard. I'll kill you." Niu Laosan flicked his sleeve, and another throwing knife shot straight at Ma Xiaomao. Ma Xiaomao was so terrified he tried to dodge, but his legs had gone to jelly and he couldn't move. I lunged forward, seized Niu Laosan's wrist, and snatched the knife away. Ma Xiaomao's life couldn't be lost just yet. I had no intention of letting Xianwan charge into town and slaughter the entire Bai family. That would bring down catastrophe. I wanted to lay this case out openly in the county court and have it tried right there in the open, and Ma Xiaomao was the most crucial witness. He lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. In that split second, he truly thought he was a dead man. He never expected I'd be the one to save him. The taste of surviving a brush with death was sweet indeed. It was just a shame his pants were wet. "Ma Xiaomao," I said, fixing my eyes on him. "Who put you up to killing me?" It's Bai Chong." This time he didn't dare hide a thing. He knew perfectly well that I'd already guessed Bai Chong was behind it. The reason I kept interrogating the two of them over and over was just to toy with them. All because this morning in town your maid slapped Bai Jie 3 times across the face. Xianwan cut in immediately. "I'm the young master's wife now." Ma Xiaomao wouldn't dare provoke her. He quickly put on a fawning smile. This lowly one misspoke. "Please forgive me, madam." Xianwan folded her arms across her chest and lifted her chin. "I'm a heroine who stands up for justice. I'm big-hearted, so I won't bother squabbling with a lowlife like you." Only then did Ma Xiaomao go on. "Bai Chong felt the Bai family had completely lost face today, so he came to me and asked me to bring in assassins to kill you all. Young Master Yi, that Bai Chong is a vicious man. If I hadn't done as he said, he'd have killed me for sure. I had no choice. I was forced into it. Young Master Yi, I beg you to spare my life." I'll give you 300 taels. I laughed. You think I give a damn about your 300 taels? Young Master Yi then 500 taels. I couldn't be bothered with him anymore. I turned to Xianwan beside me. Tell me, what do you think about that silk shop the Bai family owns? Young Master, I can't stand that Bai family bunch, Xianwan said, cocking her head in thought. But the silks they sell in their shop really are pretty. She looked utterly puzzled. We were right in the middle of interrogating people, so why was the young master suddenly asking about a silk shop? Funny thing, I said with a smile, the only thing I've got my eye on is their silks too. In my heart, I'd already made up my mind. That silk shop was going to be mine. I looked down at Ma Xiaomao and Niu Laosan sprawled on the ground. You too. Do you want to live, or do you want to die? Live. I want to live. Ma Xiaomao jumped in first. Young Master Yi, I'll do whatever you tell me to. Niu Laosan hurried to chime in too. Young Master Yi, I was in the wrong before. I shouldn't have thrown that knife at you. You can cut me another time, whatever you want, just don't kill me. When we get to the county court, as long as you two tell the whole truth exactly as it happened, I guarantee you won't die. The two of them nodded like they were pounding garlic, swearing over and over. Every word we say in court will be the truth. We'll name Bai Chong straight out. After that, I marched the two of them back to the village and dragged the village head out of his bed too, telling him only that 2 assassins had come during the night trying to kill me. The moment the village head heard this, he hurried to find some rope and trussed Ma Xiaomao and Niu Laosan up tight, saying that at first light, he'd escort them to the county court in Qingfeng County. But I didn't rest. From Ma Xiaomao's mouth, I'd already gotten Lu Xiaogo's address in Lu family village. This Lu Xiaogo was another important witness, and he was carrying over 100 taels of silver on him. I couldn't let him get away. Taking advantage of the darkness, I brought Xianwan along and rushed through the night to Lu family village. When we reached the eastern edge of the village, I spotted 2 figures moving in the distance up ahead. Brother, why don't we just wait until daylight to leave? It was a woman's voice. Silly little sister, the man said in a hushed voice. Ma Xiaomao took Niu Laosan off to kill someone, and if it goes sideways, I'm dragged down with them. With all this silver we've got now, we can move somewhere else and live comfortably from here on out. Lu Xiaogo was in a fine mood tonight. He'd picked up a clean 170 taels, and he'd never have to suffer through poverty again. Find some place where nobody knew him, take a wife, and add 3 concubines on top of that. Just thinking about that life made him giddy. And even if he burned through all the silver, no big deal. He still had his little sister, Lu Xiaojing, that he could cash in. Brother, we're passing that old bachelor's place. He still owes me 2 handfuls of millet, Lu Xiaojing said. Why don't we kick the door in, grab the millet, and then go? My silly little sister, Lu Xiaogo said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. How much millet do you think we could buy with all the silver on us? Right now what matters is getting out of here fast. If someone spots us, we're finished. I stepped out from the side of the road, Xianwan close behind me. You too, come with me. Lu Xiaogo jumped, then blustered to cover his fear. Who are you? Blocking us in the middle of the night. You here to rob us? Let me tell you, I'm from this village, and one shout from me will bring out over 100 fellow villagers. You'd better clear off, or they'll beat you to death. I smiled. You may not know me, but I know you. Your name's Lu Xiaogo, right? You've got the wrong man. He waved his hands frantically. My name's Lu Xiaogo. Lu Xiaogo's my neighbor. He lives on the west end of the village. You can go find him directly. Xianwan lost her patience. Lu Xiaogo quit the act. Ma Xiaomao and Niu Laosan have already been caught by my young master. Lu Xiaogo's legs gave out, and he collapsed straight onto the ground. Niu Laosan's throwing knife skills were downright miraculous. How could he have been caught just like that? His mind was a total mess. Sir, he said, scrambling up, trembling all over. I was just following Ma Xiaomao's orders. He's the one who wanted to hire assassins to kill you. It's got nothing to do with me. Please let me go. As he spoke, he shoved Lu Xiaojing forward. Sir, this is my little sister, an untouched maiden. Just let me go and she's yours. She really knows how to take care of a man. Lu Xiaojing blushed, nodding coyly. Sir, just say the word. And this humble girl is willing to do anything. Before she could finish, Xianwan rushed forward a few steps and spat. Shameless. You think someone like you is fit to serve my young master? She raised her hand and delivered a huge slap. There was real force behind it. Lu Xiaojing spun around 3 times on the spot and toppled to the ground with a thud. Look at your cheap little self, trying to seduce my young master? Xiaonuan planted her hands on her hips and cursed. You dare give my young master one more of those flirty, come hither looks and see if I don't beat you to death. She turned and reported to me. Young master, I could tell at a glance this woman's no good. She's got the same reek to her as those women at the Ichuan brothel in town. That whole vixen stink all over her. I nearly couldn't hold back my laughter, but I forced it down and gave Xiaonuan a slight nod, wearing a "you're absolutely right" expression. Lu Xiaogo, I said, dropping the smile, I won't give you and your sister a hard time. On one condition, you have to do as you're told. Tomorrow I'm going to file a complaint at the county court, and the two of you are going to be my witnesses. Ma Xiaomao and Niu Laosan are already in my hands. You too, come with me. We'll do as we're told. My sister and I will absolutely do as we're told. Lu Xiaogo shook like a leaf in the wind. The next morning, just as the sky was growing light, Xiaonuan and I herded this whole string of people to the gate of the Qingfeng County Government Office. I grabbed the drumstick and boom, 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 I pounded that grievance drum. The constables led us inside. In a few quick words, I laid out the gist of what had happened during the night. After the magistrate, Li Wei, had heard it all, he ordered the constables to lock Ma Xiaomao and the other 3 into separate cells, then sent men to the Bai residence to invite Bai Chong in for questioning. Li Wei was secretly delighted. The Bai family's eldest young master hiring killers. Now here was a case he could squeeze some good money out of. In all his life, the cases he loved trying most were exactly these, where some rich young lord had gotten himself into trouble. Before long, Bai Chong was brought before the court. The moment he looked up and saw me standing there too, without even thinking he threw himself down before Li Wei and cried out, Your Honor, please see the truth of this. Ma Xiaomao and I are just ordinary friends. My Bai family has always been law-abiding. I never told him to go find those 7 ghosts of Guangnan to assassinate Yi Fengyun. Off to the side, I burst out laughing. The trial hadn't even started, and this fellow had already spilled the beans and confessed himself clean. With a brain like that, he had the nerve to try hiring killers? Even funnier, this big dummy probably still had no idea that what Ma Xiaomao had brought over last night wasn't the 7 ghosts of Guangnan at all, but a filthy, stubble-faced Niu Laosan. Li Wei looked at him leisurely. When I had you brought in, did I ever say what case I was going to try you for? Bai Chong froze for a moment, then went pale as a sheet. Damn it, he'd gotten so nervous he'd blurted out everything he shouldn't have. Your Honor, my mind was muddled just now. I was talking nonsense, he scrambled to backpedal. You know I, Bai Chong, have always known and obeyed the law. May I ask, Your Honor, what matter you've summoned me here for? He wanted to slap himself in the mouth. If only he'd known. He should have kept his mouth shut tight the moment he stepped into this court. Instead, he'd handed them a self-incriminating confession without any prodding at all. Right now, all he could hope was that his father would quickly settle things with Squire Zhao and come bail him out soon. Li Wei gave a cold snort. Bai Chong, you know full well what you've done. Since you won't admit it, then I'll make you admit it and set your mind at ease. He slammed down his gavel. Bring in Niu Laosan. Niu Laosan was soon hauled up. Last night at the hour of high, where were you, and who were you with? Confess honestly. If you utter one word of falsehood, don't blame me for putting you to the torture. Niu Laosan knelt on the ground and, to his credit, spoke plainly. Reporting to Your Honor, last night at the hour of high, Ma Xiaomao brought me to Qingyun village, pointed at the house where Yi Fengyun lives, and told me to go in and kill Yi Fengyun and the 2 women inside. Lu Xiaogo from Lu family village hired me, gave me 30 taels up front, and said he'd add 20 more once it was done. On the way, Ma Xiaomao promised me another 50 taels after the killing. Niu Laosan confessed readily enough. After all, no one had actually been killed, so at worst he'd be sentenced to hard labor, do a few years, and come out to reunite with his 2 brothers. There was no reason to take the fall for anyone. Once the confession was written down, he pressed his fingerprint to it. Off to the side, Bai Chong cursed Ma Xiaomao's ancestors back 18 generations. You piece of trash, Ma Xiaomao. You spent 100 taels on some third-rate assassin, and had the gall to demand 1,000 taels from me. The moment you get out of this court, I'm going to break one of your legs for sure. Bring in Lu Xiaogo. Lu Xiaogo was hauled up before the court. He dropped to his knees and shook his head like a rattledrum. Reporting to your honor, I've got no grudge or grievance against young Master Yi. It was Ma Xiaomao who forced me to find assassins. That Ma Xiaomao has been bullying me all along, and he even slept with my little sister. If your honor doesn't believe me, you can call my sister in to confront him. The two siblings had already gotten their story straight the night before. If they got caught even after fleeing to another region, they'd pin every last bit of the blame on Ma Xiaomao. Lu Xiaojing was brought up too. The moment she reached the court, she was weeping like a spring rain on pear blossoms. Reporting to your honor, last evening I was borrowing grain at the old bachelor's house in the village when my brother called me back home, saying Ma Xiaomao had come, and that if I didn't go keep him company, he'd beat us both to death. The moment I got home, Ma Xiaomao dragged me onto the bed. Your honor, please seek justice for this humble girl. My pure, innocent body was all ruined by Ma Xiaomao. Xiaonuan rolled her eyes hard at her and muttered under her breath, you and that Ma Xiaomao, two of a kind, birds of a feather. I quickly tugged her sleeve and shot her a look. This is a court of law, a trial's in progress. You can't just go blurting out all your blunt truths. Li Wei questioned them carefully about a few more details. Once the confession was written down, the two siblings pressed their fingerprints to it. While the trial was in full swing in the court, Bai Chang's father, Bai Das-hun, was showing up at Squire Zhao's door. Old Zhao, just now my son Bai Chang was arrested by your son-in-law's constables and hauled off to the county court. Bai Das-hun was so anxious he kept wringing his hands. Our two families, the Beis and the Zhaos, go back so many years. You've got to help me out this once. Squire Zhao stroked his beard and said slowly, my son-in-law never arrests people without cause. Did your Bai Chang stir up some kind of trouble? Yesterday, that little Yi Fengyun bastard had his maid beat my daughter in the middle of the street and even threatened to slaughter my entire Bai family. My son couldn't stand for it, so he thought about finding someone to teach him a lesson. As he spoke, he reached into his robe, pulled out 1,000-tael banknote, and set it on the table. Squire Zhao glanced at it and smiled. When Bai Chang went looking for someone, was it really just to teach him a lesson? Old Zhao, my son really did only want to teach him a lesson. But if the assassin got carried away and happened to kill the man, well, that couldn't be blamed on my son, now could it? Old Bai, Squire Zhao said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, getting my son-in-law to release him is just a matter of one word from me. But this 1,000 taels of yours, isn't it a bit on the low side? As long as it brings my son home safe and sound. 3,000 taels, Bai Das-hun said through gritted teeth. This was his only child, his single seedling, and there was no way he'd bury his own son before his time. Squire Zhao shook his head. It'll take at least 5,000. Over the past couple of days, he'd just spent 4,000 taels buying a bottle of white liquor and 30 golden spear kidney-strengthening pills from me. All fine things, sure, but it still stung. Now that the Bai family needed his help, and over something as serious as murder, if he didn't take a good hard bite out of them, what was he waiting for? Bai Das-hun cursed Squire Zhao up and down in his heart, but out loud he could only agree. Fine. 5,000 taels, not a copper less. So Squire Zhao took the 1,000-tael deposit, and together with Bai Das-hun, hurried off toward the county court. Back in the courtroom, Li Wei had already had Ma Xiaomao brought up too. The moment Ma Xiaomao laid eyes on Bai Chang, his confidence came surging back. The way he figured it, the Bai family's eldest young master surely wouldn't just stand by and let him die. Prisoner Ma Xiaomao, do you know your crime? Reporting to your honor, forgive this commoner's dull-wittedness. I don't know what crime I've committed. With the Bai family backing him, he'd decided to take back everything he'd confessed earlier. He had to lie. Once hiring killers was proven, at best he'd be exiled, at worst beheaded. Ma Xiaomao. Li Wei slammed his gavel down. You gave 200 taels to have Lu Xiaogo find Niu Laosan, then took him overnight to Qingyun village to assassinate Yi Fengyun and his two womenfolk. Now, with witnesses and evidence all in hand, you still dare to argue. Your honor, I did indeed have Lu Xiaogo introduce me to Niu Laosan, but I brought him to Qingyun village not to kill anyone. I only wanted to teach Yi Fengyun a lesson. From start to finish, I never once had the thought of killing him. Ma Xiaomao, what grudge do you hold against Yi Fengyan? Was someone directing you from behind the scenes? No one directed me. Yesterday, I saw Yi Fengyan bullying Miss Bai Jia, and I've long admired Miss Bai. In a fit of righteous anger, I just wanted to teach him a lesson. Crack. Li Wei slammed his gavel down hard and thundered. Ma Xiaomao, since you refuse to be honest, then don't blame me for showing no mercy. Men, give him 30 strokes of the heavy paddle. 2 constables carried in a long bench, and 2 more approached wielding fire and water rods. No matter how Ma Xiaomao cried out his innocence, he was hoisted up and pressed down onto the bench. Crack. The very first stroke landed viciously on his backside. Arg. One scream after another. Your Honor, stop hitting me. Everything I said is the truth. Young Master Bai, save me. Off to the side, Bai Chong cursed inwardly. Useless idiot. What are you calling out to me for at a moment like this? You'd better keep your mouth shut tight. Boy, don't you dare sell me out. Even if it kills you. It's no big deal if you die. Your old mother and your sister. I'll look after them all. By the time the 30 strokes were done, Ma Xiaomao's backside was a mass of split and bloody flesh. Will you confess or not? Li Wei asked. Reporting to your honor. I already confessed just now. I truly never sent Niu Laos and to kill anyone. So stubborn and thick-headed. Li Wei snorted. Men, bring out the finger crushers. The moment he heard the words finger crushers, Ma Xiaomao's soul nearly flew out of his body. A couple of strokes on the backside. With proper care, he wouldn't die from that. But once the finger crushers came out, his fingers and leg bones would all be crushed to pieces. He turned and begged, Young Master Bai, I beg you, put in a good word for me with his honor. But Bai Chong said slowly, Ma Xiaomao, you're the one who found them, so you bear the responsibility. For the sake of our friendship, I'll take good care of your mother and your sister. The moment those words came out, Ma Xiaomao felt as if he'd been plunged into an icy pit. Bai Chong wanted him to take the fall for every last crime alone. Hiring killers to commit murder was a capital offense. He'd worked so hard to earn those 800 taels, and right now he had no desire to die at all. The regret ate at him until his guts turned green. If only I'd known, I'd have taken that 1,000 taels and run straight out of Qingfeng County. Then I wouldn't be in this whole miserable mess. But there's no medicine in this world for regret. Since he was going to die either way, then let everyone die together. Your Honor, Ma Xiaomao said through gritted teeth. Everything I said before was a lie. Li Wei raised his hand, signaling the constables to step back. Bai Chong panicked and hurried to threaten him. Ma Xiaomao, think about the consequences before you open your mouth. But inwardly he chanted desperately. Father, hurry up and get here. If you don't come soon, your son is really finished. Bai Chong. Li Wei whirled toward him. Who gave you the nerve to threaten my prisoner? Men, give Bai Chong 10 strokes of the paddle. Since the magistrate himself had given the order, how could the constables dare disobey? Even the Bai family's eldest young master was pinned down to the ground all the same. My father is Bai Dashan. Who dares to beat me? Bai Chong was still struggling when a rod came down solidly on his backside. Arg. And it was right in the middle of that scream that Squire Zhao and Bai Dashan arrived at the county court. Worthy son-in-law, stop. No more beating. Squire Zhao shouted at the top of his lungs the moment he came through the door. Li Wei rose from behind his desk. Father-in-law, I'm in the middle of trying a case. Please go take some tea in the back courtyard first. Squire Zhao waved a hand, leaned in close to Li Wei's ear, and dropped his voice. The Bai family is willing to pay 5,000 taels. Hurry up and release the man. Li Wei gave a slight nod, then turned to me. You haven't suffered any real injury, so let's put an end to this case here. All of you, get out now, or else you'll taste the paddle. I gave a small smile and said nothing. A thought stirred in my mind, and I quietly used the loyalty card the system had awarded me last night. On the magistrate, Li Wei. I'd already had it all planned out. In a few days, I intended to leave Qingfeng County and go out to make my mark in the world. But before I left, I had to build a stable home base for the friends around me and my several wives. As long as the magistrate of Qingfeng County was 100% loyal to me, that home base would be as solid as a rock. Over there, Squire Zhao and Bai Dashan had already, in a clumsy scramble, helped Bai Chong up off the ground. Not one of the constables beside them dared to stop them. After all, that was the magistrate's own father-in-law. Unhurried, I spoke up. Magistrate, I actually think this case still needs to go on. Wouldn't you agree? Li Wei was startled at first, then nodded firmly. It certainly does need to go on. He turned to Squire Zhao. Father-in-law, whether Bai Chong is guilty or not can only be known after a trial. Just now he openly threatened a prisoner and obstructed a confession, so my applying punishment according to the law was entirely reasonable and proper. You two are unrelated parties. Please leave at once, otherwise. Are you still my son-in-law or not? Squire Zhao jabbed a finger right at the tip of his nose. I say Bai Chong is innocent, so he's innocent. I'm taking this man with me today, no matter what. With that, he supported Bai Chong and made to head out. I glanced at Li Wei again. With the loyalty card in play, this magistrate was utterly devoted to me. Whatever I told him to do, he'd do. Even better, I could issue him commands directly in my mind. I fixed my eyes on him and silently commanded, "Today Bai Chong must be taken down. Anyone who interferes, even your father-in-law, is to be punished severely." Li Wei immediately bellowed at the constables. "Stop them for me." The constables didn't dare delay. In a single line, they surged forward and blocked Squire Zhao and the other two dead in their tracks. Squire Zhao was so furious his beard quivered. What's the meaning of this? You'd actually have people rough me up? See if I don't send Xiaoqian back to her father's house. Everyone in town knew that Li Wei doted on his wife, Zhao Xiaoqian, to the point of spoiling her rotten. Bang! Li Wei slammed his palm on the desk. Zhao Yuqing, this is a court of law. You, a mere merchant, dare to threaten an official of the imperial court? Never mind sending Zhao Xiaoqian back to her father's house. Even if you make her divorce me, it won't change the fact that you're breaking a prisoner out today. Beat him. Beat him hard. The whole court of constables exchanged bewildered glances. When had they ever seen the magistrate this furious, and at his own father-in-law no less? Seeing them all frozen in place, Li Wei roared again. Are you all deaf? My word is the law. Or do you mean to defy the law yourselves? That one bellow left the 6 constables not daring to hesitate a moment longer. They swarmed forward and pinned Squire Zhao, Bai Dashan, and Bai Chong all to the ground. You've gone mad. Li Wei, you've lost your mind. Squire Zhao twisted around and screamed toward the back courtyard. Daughter, come out and see this. Your husband has committed an outrage against heaven itself. 6 more constables came up with rods and gave the 3 of them a fierce beating across the backside. All 3 screamed together. Li Wei, you dare beat me? See if I don't have Xiaoqian kill you. Squire Zhao was still putting on a tough front. Li Wei tossed down another red command tally. Unrepentant to the death, still daring to threaten an official of the imperial court, another 10 strokes each. Amid all the chaos, Zhao Xiaoqian came running out from the back courtyard too. The moment she saw her own father being beaten until his flesh split open, she flung herself madly at Li Wei. What are you having them beat my father for? Stop this right now. Li Wei's eyes went wide with fury. I'm in the middle of trying a case. You're an unrelated woman. Get back at once. Zhao Xiaoqian froze. Her husband had never once spoken to her in such a tone. From his expression and his voice, it was as if he loathed her to the very core. She couldn't hold back any longer and raised her hand to slap him right there in front of everyone. It wasn't as if she'd never done such a thing before. But at that very moment, Li Wei seized her raised right hand. Making a scene. Since you want a taste of the paddle too, I'll oblige you, men. Zhao Xiaoqian attempted to break out a prisoner. 10 strokes. Zhao Xiaoqian's face was a picture of shock as the constables pinned her to the ground. Never in her wildest dreams could she have imagined that her husband, who normally held her in the palm of his hand and spoiled her beyond all measure, would, in front of this whole courtroom, order her beaten 10 strokes. The constables put especially fierce effort into it. Over the years, they'd endured no small amount of Zhao Xiaoqian's scolding and humiliation, and even a beating or 2 from her. Today, with the magistrate backing them, they got to vent that pent-up resentment, if only by proxy. Over on Squire Zhao's side, 20 strokes was all it took. He passed out cold. Bai Dashan and his son didn't faint, but they too lay sprawled on the ground, groaning with pain. The interrogation continued. Ma Xiaomao, Li Wei said in a grave voice, confess the whole matter to me from beginning to end. If you utter one word of falsehood, you'll face the full torture. Kneeling on the ground, Ma Xiaomao nodded like he was pounding garlic. He'd originally counted on Bai Chong using the Bai family's connections to get him out, but who could have guessed the magistrate would be so impartial today, showing no favor to anyone? To escape that deadly torture. At this point, he had no choice but to confess everything in full detail. Your Honor, I did indeed give Lu Xiaogo 200 taels to have someone go kill Yi Fengyun, but it wasn't my own idea. Every single bit of it was Bai Chong directing me to do it. Sprawled on the ground, Bai Chong gasped for breath and still stubbornly held his tongue. Magistrate, this Ma Xiaomao is spouting nothing but lies. I never told him to go find anyone to kill Yi Fengyun. Hiring killers to commit murder was a capital crime. Bai Chong had just taken 20 strokes of the paddle and lay on the ground a bloody, mangled mess. Yet his mouth stayed stubborn. He refused point-blank to admit anything, dead set on pinning all the blame onto Ma Xiaomao. Ma Xiaomao knelt on the ground, kowtowed to Li Wei, and picked the thread back up. Your Honor, every single one of these things was Bai Chong directing me to do it. At the start, he handed me 1,000 taels and told me to go hire the 10-kill king of hell. Listening off to the side, I nearly laughed out loud. These two had fought each other to this point, each craftier than the other, but they'd outcrafted themselves, and in the process, aired every bit of their own dirty laundry. Ma Xiaomao got more fluent as he went. Later I told Bai Chong the 7 ghosts of Guangnan would do too, because Lu Xiaogo's cousin knew them. But when I actually went to find Lu Xiaogo, I learned that cousin had left that life long ago and had no way to reach them anymore. Seeing that plan fall through, Lu Xiaogo recommended the 3 Niu brothers to me instead. The moment I heard they could throw knives, I made up my mind on the spot. I offered 300 taels and had Lu Xiaogo call them in. He caught his breath and went on. Who'd have guessed that Niu the eldest and Niu the second went off to steal a chicken along the way, got chased by a dog, and broke their legs. So in the end, only Niu Laosen showed up. And even then, I still paid the 200 taels. Last night, I led Niu Laosen sneaking into Qingyun village to make the move, just as Bai Chong had instructed. Luckily, young Master Yi was sharp and caught on early, and he subdued us both without so much as a harsh word. Your Honor, every single word I've said is the truth. On the ground, Bai Chong groaned in a frantic panic, but all he could manage was the same line over and over. Your Honor, Ma Xiaomao is spouting lies. I never told him to do any of this. Ma Xiaomao gave a cold laugh. Your Honor, Bai Chong came to my house in person yesterday. All my neighbors saw it. You can go ask them. And the remaining 700 taels of silver, I buried in the dirt beneath my rice jar. Send men to dig it up and you'll know. He paused, then twisted the knife. Your Honor, the way I figure it, Bai Jia probably knew about this too. She's the one who got slapped in the face. How could she not be burning with hate? Chances are she wanted to pay to Bai Yi Fengyun's life as well. Li Wei immediately split off 2 teams of men. One to rush to Ma Xiaomao's house and dig up the silver, the other to go to the Bai residence and invite Bai Jia in to face the trial. Before long, both teams returned one after the other. The head constable came forward cradling a heap of snowflake-patterned silver in both hands. Your Honor, this was dug up from beneath the rice jar at Ma Xiaomao's house. Not 1 tael short. Exactly 700 taels. We also questioned his neighbors. Bai Chong did indeed go there yesterday. Bai Jia was brought into the courtroom. The moment she laid eyes on her own father and older brother sprawled on the ground, barely clinging to life, she was scared out of her wits. She'd thought that hiring an assassin would be an easy way to take out me and Xiao Wan. Who could have guessed? Not only was I alive and well, but her own Bai family had 2 of its members beaten half to death first. Li Wei slammed down his gavel. Bai Jia, you stand before this official. Why do you not kneel? Bai Jia dropped to her knees with a thud, her voice already choked with tears. This humble woman was foolish for a moment. I beg your Honor's forgiveness. My lord, all of this was my older brother's doing. I had nothing to do with it. Bai Chong struggled to lift his head, his eyes full of disbelief. Sister, how can you be so heartless? It was you who first suggested killing Yi Fengyun and Xiao Wan. Why won't you admit it? He'd been holding out hope that his own little sister would soften and shoulder the blame alongside him. But who would have thought? The second Bai Jia set foot in the courthouse, her very first words were to clear her own name. Brother, don't you dare frame me. Bai Jiao wiped at her tears. When did I ever suggest killing Yi Fengyan? He and I were once betrothed. Yes, the engagement was broken off, but I've always thought fondly of him. Yesterday on the street, I spoke out of turn first, and that's why he had Xiao Wan slap me 3 times. I deserved it. I never once resented him for it, let alone paid money to have him killed. My lord, this humble woman is being wrongly accused. In just a few sentences, she'd washed her hands completely clean. Bai Chong was so enraged by his own sister that he began coughing violently, and then, bleh, he spat out a huge mouthful of blood, driven purely by fury. He forced himself to look at Li Wei. My lord, it truly was my sister who started it. To hire the 10-kill Yama, she gave me 2,000 taels. When that wasn't enough, she even sold off her jewelry. My lord, I beg you to see the truth of this. Brother, you're framing me again. Bai Jia raised her voice. Those 2,000 taels, you clearly said they were a loan. And the jewelry I sold was just old pieces I didn't even like. It was you who said Yi Fengyan had humiliated our Bai family. You who insisted he had to die. How dare you pin it all on me? She kept kowtowing as she wept. These 2 siblings tore into each other in front of the entire court, neither willing to take even a sliver of the blame for the other. But the truth was, Bai Chong couldn't produce a single shred of evidence. Li Wei mulled it over for a moment, then drew out a red-topped bamboo token and flung it to the ground with a sharp crack. Bai Chong has shown utter contempt for the law, openly violating the statutes of the Great Qian, hiring an assassin to commit murder. The witnesses and evidence are all present, yet he remains defiantly unrepentant. This official sentences him to beheading after the autumn assizes. Take him away and guard him closely. Bai Chong screamed that he'd been wronged, but not a soul in the court paid him any mind. 2 constables seized him by the arms and dragged him straight off to the dungeon. Sprawled on the ground, Bai Dasan watched helplessly as his only son was sentenced to death, and it felt as though the sky itself had come crashing down. How would the Bai family bloodline ever be carried on now? Li Wei continued handing down his rulings. Ma Xiaomao, for taking part in hiring the assassin, is to be detained and sentenced to 3 years of hard labor. Lu Xiaogo, for acting as go-between, is sentenced to 1 year of hard labor. Niu Laosan, for coveting silver and intending to commit murder, is to receive 30 strokes of the cane, then be detained and sentenced to 5 years of hard labor. Ma Xiaomao and Lu Xiaogo were led away. Niu Laosan, meanwhile, took another solid 30 blows of the cane before being dragged off to the cells. As for Bai Dasan and Squire Zhao, the 20 strokes they'd taken earlier settled their accounts, and they received no further punishment. Since there was no solid evidence against Bai Jia, she got off without penalty as well. Seeing that the case was more or less concluded, I stepped forward and spoke up. Lordly, last night was supposed to be the wedding night for Xiao Wan and me. The 2 of us were in our room sharing tender words when the assassin Bai Chong had hired came bursting in and utterly ruined our happy occasion. Even now, I feel sick to my stomach over it. This assassin was hired with Bai family money, so the Bai family ought to compensate me for my losses. Li Wei nodded. Your demand is fair and reasonable. How much do you want the Bai family to pay? I held up a single finger. Not much. 1,000 taels. At that figure, Bai Dasan, still sprawled on the ground, exploded on the spot. Yi Fengyan, you didn't lose so much as a single hair. On what grounds should my Bai family pay you 1,000 taels? I gave a cold laugh. On the grounds that your son paid to hire someone to end my life. My son's already been sentenced to beheading after the autumn assizes. I won't pay you a single copper of that 1,000 taels. Bai Dasan stiffened his neck, his tone hard as iron. He'd already worked it out in his head. The sensible move was to spend his silver freely and buy his son's way out of prison, and fast. Bai, you really won't pay? I asked again with a smile. I won't. At this point, Li Wei's voice turned grave. Bai Dasan, the compensation Yi Fengyan seeks is entirely reasonable. If you insist on refusing to pay, then this official will have you detained first, and you can go do hard labor right alongside Ma Xiaomao and the others. The instant he heard prison and hard labor, Bai Dasan crumbled. His mouth still muttered unreasonable, but in his heart he was cursing Li Wei's entire ancestral line. Corrupt dog of an official, taking Yi Fengyan's bribes, Sooner or later I'll report you to the prefecture. Yet curse as he might, he was under someone else's roof now, and in the end he gritted his teeth and nodded. I'll pay. I'll pay 1,000 taels. He turned toward Baijia. Go home and get 1,000 taels from your mother, and bring a couple of men back to carry me home. Baijia gave a bow and hurried out of the courthouse. At that moment, I reached into my robe and pulled out a small porcelain vial. Everyone, I've got a bottle of premium wound healing powder here. No matter how bad the injury, just sprinkle a little on the wound. It stops the bleeding instantly and even takes the pain away. Good things don't come cheap. 3,000 taels a bottle. Squire Zhao's eyes lit up. Brother Yi, is this medicine really as miraculous as you say? Yi Fengyun, never speak falsely. Then, could you sprinkle a bit on my backside first, as a test? If it works, I'll buy it. 3,000 taels was no small sum, and he didn't want to risk getting swindled. I chuckled. Old Zhao, no need for you to test it. Let me sprinkle some on your daughter's backside. One look at the results, and you'll know. I walked over to Zhao Xiaoqian. Li Wei had gone to considerable lengths to back me up earlier, so by every measure of reason and courtesy, I ought to look after his wife this once. But Zhao Xiaoqian was too shy. Her face flushed red as she declined, insisting her maidservant handle it instead. I didn't press the matter. Xiao Wan, however, beat everyone to it, snatching the vial from my hand. I'll go apply the medicine to Lady Li. It wasn't that she cared about Zhao Xiaoqian. She just couldn't bear to waste the medicine. The young master had said this vial was worth 3,000 taels, enough to buy loads and loads of roast chickens. She wasn't about to let some maidservant squander it. In less time than it takes an incense stick to burn halfway, Zhao Xiaoqian returned on her own, having changed into fresh clothes, walking with a light, brisk step and needing no one to support her at all. Father, Master Ye's medicine truly is miraculous, she exclaimed in delight. Not long after it was applied, the bleeding stopped, and the wound scabbed over in the blink of an eye. Now it's a little itchy, but there's no pain at all. Squire Zhao was stunned speechless. He immediately produced a banknote. Brother Yi, I'll buy it. Cash for goods, 3,000 taels, no haggling. Here's 1,000 taels as a deposit. I'll give you the rest as soon as I get home. I took the note and handed him the very vial Zhao Xiaoqian had just used. Squire Zhao paused. Brother Yi, give me a fresh bottle instead. This one's already been used. There's hardly any left. Fresh bottle? What for? I waved him off. This bottle was brand new and sealed to begin with. A full vial. And your daughter only used a tiny bit. If you feel shortchanged, just have your daughter chip in for a share. Squire Zhao was still hesitating. What he wanted was a complete, untouched bottle. Besides, he was certain I had more stock on me. Otherwise, why would I be willing to sell it? While he was weighing it, Bai Das Hun, still sprawled nearby, suddenly cut in. Yi Fengyun, give that medicine to me. I'll buy it. That single outburst was what made up Squire Zhao's mind. No swapping. I'll take this half bottle. Right then and there he had a constable help apply the powder. And that constable, when no one was watching, secretly tucked a pinch of it under his fingernails. In no time at all, Squire Zhao got smoothly to his feet, and sure enough, his backside no longer hurt. There was still a little left in the bottle, so he casually asked Bai Das Hun, Old Bai, there's a bit of medicine left. You want it? Yes. Hurry up and give it to me. I can give you the medicine, Squire Zhao said, taking his time. And I'll write off the 4,000 taels you owe me too. But the 2,000 taels I owe Brother Yi, you'll have to pay that back for me. As it turned out, these two had struck a deal beforehand. Squire Zhao would come to the courthouse to help spring Bai Chong, and for pulling it off he'd collect a 5,000 tael fee. But now the man hadn't been sprung. Squire Zhao himself had taken a beating with the cane for nothing, and he'd lost all face in public. Unable to swallow his anger, he simply opened his mouth and demanded 3,000 taels from Bai Das Hun. Bai Dashuan's eyes rolled back in fury. The man had failed at the job and still had the nerve to demand payment. Was there anyone on earth more shamelessly brazen? But at the end of the day, Squire Zhao was the county magistrate's father-in-law, and here in Qingfeng County, Bai Das Hun couldn't afford to offend him. Curse as he did in his heart, in the end he still agreed. The 2,000 taels, I'll pay them. Now hurry up and give me the medicine. Unfortunately, the little bit left in the bottle was only enough to cover half his backside. The other half still bore the wound. Even so, Bai Dasan felt considerably relieved, and with Squire Zhao's support, he barely managed to stand. Just then, Bai Jie returned with 2 servants and presented the 1,000 taels in compensation. I accepted it in no particular hurry. Bai Dasan said in a muffled, sullen voice, "The remaining 2,000 taels, come back to my estate with me and collect them." "No rush." I stopped him with a smile. "I've long heard that you, Bai Dasan, are quite fond of a game of dice. As it happens, I've recently taken a liking to it myself. Why don't we have a little wager today?" I pulled out the 1,000-tael banknote Squire Zhao had just given me as well and gave it a little wave. Bai Dasan narrowed his eyes. He'd loved dice since he was a boy. Others merely thought his luck was good, never realizing it was pure skill. 3 dice, given a casual shake in the cup, and he could land whatever number he pleased. Years ago, he'd shaken the dice 100 times straight, alone at home, and every single time they'd come up triple sixes. It was precisely this asset that gave him the nerve to frequent all the major gambling halls year-round. "How big a wager are we talking?" he shot back. "That's up to you. 10 taels, 20 taels, I don't play for that. When Bai Dasan gambles, the minimum stake is 100 taels." I said slowly. "You currently owe me 2,000 taels, and I've got 2 banknotes here worth 2,000 as well. If you win, take the notes, and the debt is wiped clean." Before I'd even finished, Bai Dasan nodded his agreement. He'd done the math in his head. Today his son hadn't been saved, and he'd lost money. All told, he was down 4,000 taels. But if he won this one round, then today would amount to nothing more than losing a son. No, wait, his son was only imprisoned, with the beheading not until after the autumn assizes, and there'd be plenty of time yet to spend silver pleading for mercy. Thinking of it that way, he was brimming with confidence. "Not so fast," I added leisurely. "If you win, you get 4,000 taels. But if you lose, you'll hand over your Bai family's silk shop, along with the land deed and the property deed, plus all the silk and cloth stockpiled in the storehouse out back. As the old saying goes, even if the sky falls, you've still got to rely on a solid, real business." I'd been meaning to start a little enterprise here in Qingfeng County for a while, only I hadn't settled on what to do. Now I already had 2 wives, with 3 more soon to join, and with so many women in the household, opening a silk shop suited us perfectly. The Bai family already had a shop ready-made and sitting right there. Win it in a single round, and I'd save myself a lot of trouble. Bai Dashuan's brow furrowed. He couldn't understand why I dared stake so much. Here in Qingfeng County, any household with 4,000 taels in hand could live comfortably for generations without a worry. The Yi family had long since fallen on hard times, having even sold off their ancestral home. This 4,000 taels I'd scraped together with such difficulty, and instead of using it to build a family fortune, I was throwing it all on the table? Something about it reeked of the uncanny, as if it concealed some kind of trap. But in the end, he just couldn't let it go. Not gambling meant simply losing 4,000 taels for nothing. Gambling meant betting on the dice, his greatest specialty, and even if I tried to cheat, he wasn't afraid. After hesitating again and again, he gritted his teeth. "Fine, I'll wager the silk shop against you. But before we play, we're writing up a contract, so you can't renege if you lose." I nodded my consent. With Li Wei as witness, 2 contracts were drawn up right there in the court, and both parties signed and pressed their fingerprints. I also had Bai Dasan write out a separate IU for 2,000 taels and set it on the table together with the 2 bank notes. If he won, he was welcome to take them all. If I won, then the Bai family's silk shop, the land and property deeds, and the storehouse full of cloth would all be mine. The constables quickly fetched 6 dice and 2 dice cups. "Yi Fengyun, are we betting high-low, or how do you want to play this?" "Your call. Then we'll shake together. Whoever's cup has the higher total wins." Bai Dasan picked the simplest way to play, then pointed at the 2 dice cups on the table. "You choose first, so that later, if you lose, you can't turn around and accuse me of bullying you with the better cup." I casually took 1 cup and 3 dice. Bai Dasan grabbed the remaining set, swept the dice into the cup with a swipe of his right hand, and began shaking it in full view of the entire court. He shook with great precision, even bringing the cup up to his ear to listen closely. He wanted to hear exactly which numbers had come up. After about 10 heartbeats, he steadily brought the cup down over the table. "I'm done. Your turn. We'll open together in a moment and see whose total is higher. Standing beside him, Bai Jia wore a calm expression. Never mind that her father had staked her beloved silk shop. She wasn't the least bit worried, because she knew her father's special talent all too well. I glanced at Bai Dashuan's dice cup, picked up my own with my left hand, tossed the 3 dice in with my right, gave it a couple of careless shakes, and clapped it down onto the table. Compared to Bai Dashuan's smooth, masterful performance, my couple of shakes were downright sloppy, like some snot-nosed kid insisting on matching wits with an old scholar over an essay. Which of us was the better? Everyone in the court knew as clear as day. Off to the side, Squire Zhao kept shaking his head, silently lamenting that I'd lost my mind. The outcome was obvious. I was bound to lose. The constables all thought the same. Only Li Wei stood there motionless, like a stone statue, for he was my man now, and he understood perfectly well in his heart. His master never made a wager he couldn't win. Bai Dashun laughed smugly. Yi Fengyun, I really don't understand what you're after. Well, no matter. Today I'll open your eyes and show you what it means to play dice. I've shaken triple sixes. No matter what you've managed to roll, you'll never beat me. With that, brimming with confidence, he lifted his dice cup, but the smugness on his face froze in an instant. The 3 dice in the cup all came up once. Bai Dashun was dumbstruck on the spot, muttering the same words over and over. Impossible. I clearly shook triple sixes. How could they turn into triple ones? Bai Jia was frozen where she stood too. Squire Zhao was startled at first, then had a sudden realization. The Yi family may have fallen, but this young fellow had been on quite a roll lately. He'd most likely stumbled onto some tremendous stroke of fortune. Otherwise, how would he have dared to gamble against Bai Dashun today? I burst out laughing. Old Bai, oh old Bai, didn't you say you'd shaken triple sixes? How is it that triple ones came up? I think you knew my Yi family had fallen on hard times, so you deliberately found a clever way to hand me the silk shop. You really are a most kind-hearted man. The truth was, this round had been in the bag from the very start. The very instant Bai Dashun clapped the cup down onto the table, I'd quietly slipped the 3 dice inside into the spatial storage the system had granted me. This space could pull in any object within 6 meters of my body, and I could even sense, purely by thought, the numbers showing in the cup. I'd seen it plain as day. His 3 dice were indeed triple sixes. Without so much as a flicker of expression, I'd stored the dice away, then set them back exactly as they'd been. Only now, each die's number had quietly changed from a 6 to a 1. I unhurriedly lifted my own dice cup, a 5, a 2, and a 1. I turned to look at Xiao Wan beside me, my eyes full of a smile. 5, 2, 1, I love you. Xiao Wan's face flushed crimson in an instant. She hadn't expected the young master to say such a thing in front of so many outsiders. Startled and thrilled all at once, she chirped back crisply. Young master, I love you too. Off to the side, Zhao Xiaoqian watched with envy written all over her face. She stole a glance at me, and for reasons she couldn't explain, her heart itched. Had she known it would go like this, she should have let Master Yi apply the medicine himself earlier. Perhaps she could have chatted with him a while longer out in the courtyard. What a pity she'd been too reserved, letting the chance slip clean away. She let out a quiet, inward sigh. Today was a lost cause. She'd just have to look for another opportunity down the road. Bai Dashun, meanwhile, collapsed to the ground with a thud. His most beloved eldest son was in prison and sentenced to death, and now he'd lost even the Bai family's finest asset, clean down to nothing, several thousand taels gone, all told. The sky had fallen. Old Bai, I said with a smile. It was just 1 round of dice. Why are you so wiped out that you've collapsed? My total beat yours, so from now on, this shop belongs to me. I calmly picked up the contract. Get up. You still owe me 2,000 taels. As it happens, I've got nothing else on right now. I'll go back with you to collect it. Bai Dashun struggled to his feet, pointing at the dice on the table and shouting. I suspect these dice are rigged. I, Bai Dashun, am famous across the whole city. How could I possibly have shaken triple ones? Yi Fengyun, you were far too odd today, taking the initiative to gamble 4,000 taels against me. Clearly you were certain you'd win. These dice must be tampered with. I whipped up my hand and delivered a sharp, resounding slap across his face. You just can't stand to lose, can you, you son of a bitch? These dice were fetched by the magistrate's own men. You're questioning me? Or are you saying the magistrate is bending the law for personal gain, deliberately helping me? Li Wei spoke up gravely as well. By Da Sun, since you claim the dice are rigged, then tell us, rigged how? If you can prove there's something wrong with them, this official will pay you 5,000 taels. But if you can't, then you've publicly slandered an official of the imperial court, and that's a crime punishable by beheading. Bai Dashuan's face went deathly pale, and he dropped to his knees again with a thud. My lord, I would never dare slander you. I only suspect that Yi Fengyun pulled some trick. What trick could I possibly have pulled? Out with it. I glared him down. Just because you're better at shaking dice than I am, you decide I couldn't possibly beat you? I jabbed a finger at his nose and cursed. You, Bai, who gave you the nerve to spout such shameless nonsense? When you gamble, both sides stand to win or lose. On what grounds are you the only one allowed to win, and never me? You're not the god of heaven, you son of a bitch. Now get on your feet and examine these dice inside and out. If there's something wrong with them, take the banknotes and I'll give you back the shop. If there's nothing wrong, then you've slandered me. So either pay me 1,000 taels or cut off your own tongue. Li Wei slapped the table. On your feet, examine them. Bai Dasun was so terrified he trembled like a sieve, cold sweat streaming, and he wobbled to his feet. First he grabbed the 3 dice I'd used and gave them a shake, triple sixes. Then he grabbed his own 3 and shook them, still triple sixes. There was clearly not a single thing wrong with the dice. And since the dice were fine, that meant he'd been slandering me outright, plain and simple. I drew the dagger from Xiao Wan's waist and tossed it clattering onto the table. Cut off your own tongue. Bai Dashun scrambled backward. I was wrong. It was slander. I beg you, spare me this once. It's not that you realize you were wrong, I sneered. You're just afraid of cutting off your tongue. I'll pay 1,000 taels. Just don't cut off my tongue. Bai Dashun picked up the brush with trembling hands and wrote out another IOU for 1,000 taels, then presented it to me with the utmost deference. I gave a chuckle and accepted it without hesitation. But who'd have guessed? Once Bai Dashun caught his breath, he actually stiffened his neck and started shouting again. Yi Fengyun, do you dare gamble one more round with me? Bai Dashun had just lost his silk shop clean down to nothing, and now he was itching for another go. I couldn't help but laugh and sighed. This old fellow wasn't going to quit until he'd gambled himself into utter ruin. Why wouldn't I dare? I spread my hands with a smile. Name your stakes, and I'll see it through to the end with you. Either way, I was just giving him another chance to lose. Bai Dashun narrowed his eyes. Yi Fengyun, the whole county knows that you were head over heels for my daughter ever since you were a boy. The engagement may be broken off, but my daughter's standing right here. Let's gamble one more round. If I win, you give me back the silk shop. If you win, I'll marry Bai Jie to you. Bai Jie was dumbstruck on the spot. She'd never imagined her own father would use her as a wager. If he won, everyone would be happy and the shop would come back. But if he lost, she'd have to marry me. Truth be told, I did look a good deal healthier than I had a while back, and my net worth now ran to several thousand taels. But Bai Jie wouldn't have me at all, because she'd long since set her heart on someone else. The young master of Manager Wang's family, who ran the Ichuan house brothel in town, one Wang Fugui. In her eyes, that Wang Fugui, a wine flask in one hand, a folding fan in the other, reciting poetry with such dashing elegance, had her utterly bewitched, body and soul. Father, how could you use me as a wager? I refuse. Bai Jie panicked. I already have someone I love, and you can't gamble away the great matter of my whole life. Bai Dashun shot her a glare. This isn't up to you. It's the command of the parents and the word of the matchmaker. Your marriage is mine alone to decide. He lowered his voice to soothe her. Don't be scared, my good girl. That first round, I only shook wrong because I wasn't used to this cup and these dice. The next round I'm sure to win. As it turned out, he'd figured it out for himself. Shaking triple ones that first time was all down to being new to the equipment. He'd shaken a couple more times just now and reckoned he'd found his touch again, dead certain that as long as I was willing to gamble again, he'd win without fail. But father, what if you lose again? Before the words had even left her mouth, Bai Dashuan's hand flew up and slapped her across the face. The bet hasn't even started, and you're already cursing your father to lose. You don't deserve to be Bai Dashuan's daughter. Today, whether you're willing or not, I say you're the wager, and the wager you shall be. Bai Jia cupped her cheek and stole a glance at me, her eyes full of worry that her father would lose. Then she gritted her teeth and decided to leave herself a way out. Yi Fengyun, if you really do win, I'll marry you, but you'll have to court me with a handsome betrothal gift, and what's more, I'll be the principal wife. Before she'd finished, Xiao Wan lunged forward and delivered a resounding slap across her face. You white-furred vixen, dreaming your sweet little dreams in broad daylight. Xiao Wan jabbed a finger at her nose and cursed. My young master's principal wife is Sister Xuan. I'm the young master's second wife. And you're not even fit to help my young master put on his shoes. I laughed off to the side. Xiao Wan's right. I turned to look at this father and daughter. I figured you two out. You're a real comedy act. One wants to use his daughter as a betting chip and shove her into my arms the moment he loses. The other has her head in the clouds and a fate as thin as paper, yet still has the gall to want to be my principal wife. What baffles me is, you two have been scheming away all this time, but did either of you ever ask me, the man in question, what I want? I'm the one this whole thing's about, damn it. Do you two even see me at all? I fixed my gaze on Bai Jia and said, one word at a time. Bai Jia, forget a handsome betrothal gift. Even if you didn't want a single copper and threw in 1,000 taels of your own, I still wouldn't marry you. The way I see it, you're filthier than the girls at the Yichuan house. At those words, Bai Jia was so furious her lungs nearly burst. She pointed at me, sputtering you for the longest while, unable to get out a single complete sentence. Xiao Wan gave a snicker and picked up the thread. You what? You just aren't as pretty as the girls at the Yichuan house. You shameless hussy, still wanting to marry my young master? Give up on that dream now. I'm 10,000 times better than you. I can protect the young master. What can you do, besides reeking of cheapness from head to toe? Bai Jia shook all over with rage, her fingers still pointing at me, yet unable to string together a single whole sentence. Xiao Wan raised her hand and gave her arm a smack. You dare point that finger at my young master again, and I'll chop that whole arm right off. Wanna bet I won't? Bai Jia stumbled backward in fright. She knew Xiao Wan was a madwoman, and if she truly enraged this madwoman, chopping off her arm was something Xiao Wan absolutely would follow through on. Bai Dashan knitted his brow, still unwilling to give up. Yi Fengyun, weren't you rather fond of my daughter back in the day? Don't worry. If you really win, I'll marry her to you and won't ask for a single copper of betrothal gift. I sneered. I already said it. Even if your Bai family threw her in with money on top, I wouldn't marry her. From what I know, this precious daughter of yours goes running off alone to the Yichuan house in town every couple of days. What decent girl goes to a place like that? For someone like her, I'll wager there isn't a single man in all of Qingfeng County who'd dare take her. The words had barely landed when, from within the crowd, a constable actually raised his arm. If Miss Bai's willing, I'd take her. The eyes of the entire court swept over in a flash, and the constable ducked his head in embarrassment. By now Bai Jia had recovered enough to argue anxiously in her own defense. I did go to the back courtyard of the Yichuan house alone, but I went to look for someone. I wasn't there for any of that dirty business. I roared with laughter, and a whole crowd of constables burst out laughing along with me. Even Squire Zhao covered his mouth and snickered. An unmarried girl slipping into a brothel, then flatly claiming she wasn't there for anything shameful, only to look for someone. Even a ghost wouldn't believe that. I teased her. Bai Jia, I believe you're telling the truth. My guess is your mother had cooked a nice meal at home, and she sent you off to the Yichuan house to call your father home for dinner. That line set the whole courthouse full of constables laughing even harder. Bai Jia's face turned the color of liver, yet she didn't dare fire back, because she'd spotted Xiao Wan glaring right at her. Seeing that things were going badly, Bai Dashan hurried to change the subject. Yi Fengyun, a while ago I bought 2 estates in the South Ward, garden pavilions, waterside kiosks, pots and pans, everything fully furnished. I'll wager those 2 estates against you. If you win, the property and land deeds to both estates, along with everything inside, are all yours. If you lose, you give me back the silk shop, and I'll wipe out that 4,000 tael IOU of yours from before. Well, do you dare bet? Old Bai, I told you already, I said with a smile. Name your stakes, and I'll see it through to the end with you. As luck would have it, I was planning to move back into the county town, and the very thing worrying me was that I had no house. With Dasan bringing this up, 2 ready-made estates were being delivered right to my door. How could I not take them? Dasan nodded, then turned and beckoned to Jia. Daughter, come here a moment. Go home and fetch the property and land deeds to those 2 estates in the South Ward. As he walked toward the courthouse entrance, he lowered his voice. Those deeds, I hid them in. After they'd gone a dozen or so steps, he dropped his voice even lower. Daughter, go straight to the Ichuan house and find Manager Wang. Tell him our Bai family is willing to submit to him. And tell him that we ask him to step in and get your brother out of prison. Once it's done, I'll give him those 2 South Ward estates. Once you leave the Ichuan house, don't go home yet. Head straight for the silk shop and have the clerks rush all the silk in the storehouse over to Manager Wang. It'd be best if Manager Wang sent plenty of extra hands to help with the moving. That empty shop itself wasn't worth much. The real family fortune was the nearly 3,000 taels worth of silk in the storehouse. The reason Dasan still dared to keep gambling with me came down to a 2-pronged scheme. If I lost, he'd make a tidy profit. If I won, then in order to take those 2 South Ward estates, I'd first have to cross swords with Manager Wang of the Ichuan house. Everyone in the county knew that the reason Wang Yukai of the Ichuan house dared to run his business on such a scale was entirely thanks to a powerful backer standing behind him. And word had it that this person was in the capital itself. Bai Jia wore a worried look and mumbled under her breath. Father, if we do this, won't we be making an outright enemy of Yi Fengyan? And that maidservant of his, Xiaonuan. Xiaonuan's formidable. Dasan cut her off, but Manager Wang has skilled fighters at his side too. We throw in with him precisely to borrow his power and kill Yi Fengyan. Today this little brat not only beat me, he slapped me across the face in public. That's a score he's going to settle in full. My mind's made up, so go and get it done now. Bai Jia nodded, then deliberately raised her voice and called out, Father, I'll head home to fetch the property and land deeds now. I wish you win after win in what's to come. Dasan waved her off with a smile. He was convinced that the little whispered exchange between father and daughter just now had been kept so low that the crowd more than a dozen meters off couldn't possibly have heard. But what he never imagined was that I'd taken the marrow-cleansing pill bestowed by the system, and my hearing was far beyond that of ordinary men. Every bit of their little secret conversation, I'd heard clear as day in the courthouse. Not a single word missed. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's a person who breaks his word. Before the bet, it had been agreed in black and white. If I won, the silk shop, along with all the silk and cloth in the storehouse, would be mine. And yet here he was, turning right around to send his daughter off to secretly spirit the goods away. A double-crossing snake like this deserved to have his face slapped good and hard. What's more, this old man was scheming to trot out Manager Wang of the Ichuan house to deal with me, which was nothing short of a death wish. Betraying no reaction, I said with a smile, Same as before, let's write up a contract first. Dasan readily agreed. Li Wei had his men fetch brush, ink, and blank paper, and the 2 of us set to writing. If he lost, the property and land deeds to the 2 South Ward estates, along with everything inside, would all be paid over to me. If I lost, I'd return the silk shop I'd just won, together with that 4,000 tael IOU. Once written, both parties signed and pressed their fingerprints. Old Bai, I asked, is this round still highest total wins? Dasan shook his head. No, this time we'll do it in reverse. Lowest total wins. Everyone in the county knew Dasan loved to shake triple sixes, but few knew that shaking triple ones was just as easy for him. And beyond that, he had one even more astonishing bit of skill up his sleeve. And today he'd made up his mind to show it off and give the whole courthouse an eyeful. Fine, lowest wins. I waved my hand. These 2 cups and 6 dice. Take your pick. Just don't turn around after losing and take it all back, saying I, a young man, bullied you, an old codger. Dasan looked bewildered. Yi Fengyan, what's an old codger? I explained with a smile. It's a man who's gotten on in years and still doesn't keep his word. Seeing the pointed look in my eyes, Dashuan's heart gave a jolt, and he had a vague inkling that the little father-daughter chat just now might well have been overheard by this little brat. But on second thought, he set his mind at ease. If I really had heard it, I'd have sent Xiao to stop them long ago. How could I have let Bai Jie stroll right out of the courthouse otherwise? Having reasoned it through, he casually picked up a cup and 3 dice. After all, they'd just been examined, and the 2 sets were identical. He suddenly tossed the 3 dice up into the air, caught them cleanly in the dice cup, and, in full view of the whole court, brought it up to his ear and began shaking it with great care. This time he shook with special seriousness, special precision. Going on for the better part of it takes an incense stick to burn, before finally clapping the cup down steadily onto the table. The truth was, the very instant he clapped the cup down, I'd already sensed through my mind the numbers inside. In one smooth motion, I pulled one of the dice into the storage space, flipped it over, and set it back exactly as it had been. Pulling objects in and out of the space by thought alone was several times faster than light, undetectable by anyone. Today, Bai Dasan announced loudly once the cup was set, I'm going to give you all an eyeful. Watch how 3 dice can be shaken into a total of 1 point. In the entire courthouse, apart from me, not a single soul believed him. A constable jeered on the spot. Old Master Bai, 3 dice come to 3 at the very least. How are you going to shake out a 1? Shaking out a 3, that takes no skill. Bai Dasan gave a chuckle. When I, Bai Dasan, play dice, I get whatever number I want. Today I'll let you all witness this lifelong masterstroke of mine, shaking 3 dice into a single point. With that, he flipped open the dice cup for all to see, not even glancing at the numbers, planted both hands on his hips, and crowed triumphantly. Well, convinced. I said I'd shake 3 dice into a single point, and you all didn't believe me. Stacking all 3 dice into a single tower. This is the masterstroke of my life, and you won't find a second person in all of Qingfeng County who can pull it off. I reminded him with a smile from the side. Old Bai, maybe take a look at the numbers on those dice first, then decide whether to keep on bragging. Bai Dasan lowered his head and looked at the table. The 3 dice had indeed stacked neatly into a tower, but the topmost one showed not a 1, but a 6. He reached out and clutched his chest for dear life. How can it be a 6? I clearly shook a 1. Muttering to himself, he staggered back several steps, trembling all over. His legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Why is it a 6? I clearly shook a 1. He raised his right hand and slapped himself viciously across the face. Ever since I was a boy, my father told me, don't gamble, don't gamble. Gambling will ruin the whole family. Why didn't I listen to the wisdom of my elders? Why in the world did I gamble today? Slapping his own mouth as he wailed, Heaven above, give me one more chance. I swear I'll never gamble again. Squire Zhao hurried over to help him up. Old Bai, what are you doing? Get up. Yi Fengyan hasn't even shaken yet. If his total comes out even higher than a 6, wouldn't you still win? Hearing this, Bai Dasan scrambled up from the ground. That's right, I hadn't shaken yet. If my roll came out higher than a 6, the winner would still be him. My expression unchanged, I picked up the dice cup, unhurriedly dropped the 3 dice in, gave it a couple of careless shakes, and clapped it down on the table. With a flick of thought, the dice inside were pulled into the storage space and set back. Then I flipped it open for all to see. A 1, a 2, a 2, 5 points. Against his 6, lower by exactly 1 point. And just like that, by the slimmest of margins, I'd beaten Bai Dasan again. From my earlier sensing, I discovered that this old thing had in fact shaken genuine triple ones. If not for the system's storage space letting me pull the dice out and flip their faces, this round I truly wouldn't have beaten him. Seeing my 5 come up, Bai Dashuan's chest gave a sharp clench, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and bleh. He spat out another mouthful of old blood. He'd lost. In less time than an incense stick takes to burn, over just 2 rounds of dice, 2 estates plus a silk shop, all gone. Not to mention, he still owed me 4,000 taels. It was over, utterly over, 2 rounds of dice, and an entire family fortune gambled clean away. Squire Zhao let out a sigh. Old Bai, the way I see it, you could have won today. What ruined it was your itch to show off that dice skill of yours. Take that last round. If you hadn't tried to be clever and stack all 3 dice into a tower, you might have shaken out solid triple ones, and wouldn't that have won it? Ha ha ha. Bai Dasan suddenly burst out laughing. Squire Zhao jumped in fright. Old Bai, one moment you're crying and the next you're laughing. You haven't gone mad, have you? Bai Dasun looked at me with a grin. You think you've won? No, the real show is only just beginning. I laughed too. You think that finding yourself a backer means you can weasel out of this? No, the real show is likewise only just beginning. I picked up the contract Bai Dasun had written and beckoned. Xiaonuan, let's go take over the silk shop. As I led Xiaonuan out of the courthouse, I quietly passed word to Li Wei, have him bring a few constables and trail Xiaonuan and me from a good distance behind. Meanwhile, in the back courtyard of the Yichuan house in the county town, after being introduced by a servant, Bai Jie finally came face to face with manager Wang of the Yichuan house. Wang Yukai wore a green robe, with a piece of plain, ancient-looking white jade hanging at his waist. You're saying your father wants to submit to me? Bai Jie nodded. That's right. My father is willing to present you with the 2 estates in the South Ward, along with all the cloth in our Bai family silk shop. Wang Yukai gave a slight smile. From what I know, your father is a man who values silver more than his own life. What's gotten into him today? Why the sudden wish to submit to me? So Bai Jie laid it all out. Uncle Wang, I'll be honest with you. Yesterday my older brother paid to hire someone to assassinate Yi Fengyan. It failed, the man was captured by the authorities instead, and he's been sentenced to beheading after the autumn assizes. My father went to the courthouse to save him, and not only did he fail, he took 20 strokes of the cane himself. Later, Yi Fengyan produced a bottle of wound-healing powder, asking 3,000 taels for it. That medicine was miraculous. A backside beaten raw by the cane, 1 application, and it healed right up. Only, my father applied it to just one side. After that, my father gambled dice with Yi Fengyan. He could have shaken triple sixes, but somehow he slipped and shook triple ones, and just like that he lost the silk shop to him. Uncle Wang, my father sincerely wishes to submit to you. We only beg you to give our Bai family a way out and save my older brother. When Wang Yukai had heard all this, his brow furrowed tight, and he pressed further. You say Yi Fengyan produced a bottle of wound-healing powder, asking 3,000 taels, and a wound healed right up the moment it was applied. Bai Jie nodded. A backside beaten until the skin split open, apply that medicine, and in less time than an incense stick takes to burn, the bleeding stopped, and it began to scab over. Wang Yukai knitted his brow slightly, the knuckles of his right hand tapping softly on the tea table. He sized Bai Jie up for a good while, and concluding that this girl wouldn't dare try to deceive him with lies, he finally spoke slowly. All right, I can protect your Bai family, and I can get your older brother out too. However, from now on, of every copper your Bai family earns, I take 80%. Bai Jie nearly cursed out loud inside. You old thing, 80% right off the bat? Why don't you just take the whole lot? But this she only dared grumble in her belly. Not a word of it showed on her face. Uncle Wang, I'll have to go back and discuss this with my father. No need to discuss it, Wang Yukai said with a wave of his hand. Your father will agree. He then called out toward the door. Xiaohan. A burly, middle-aged man came in at the call, a long saber cradled in his arms. Master, what are your orders? Take a few men, ready 2 carriages, and go with Miss Bai to haul back all her family's silk, and fetch the land and property deeds to the 2 estates in the South Ward while you're at it. Wang Yukai paused. If you run into Yi Fengyan, tell him to come and see me. The saber-wielding man called Xiaohan bowed and accepted the order. Yes, master. After that, Xiaohan left the Yichuan house with Bai Jie, a party of 12, with 2 carriages, heading straight for the Bai family silk shop. And at that very moment, I was sitting with Xiaonuan in the tea house across from the silk shop, leisurely sipping tea. After about the time it takes an incense stick to burn, I saw 2 carriages pull up in front of the shop. Xiaonuan, I said, setting down my teacup. I'll bet it's been a good while since you've had a fight. Xiaonuan nodded. Young master, lately I've been so bored my hands have been itching for one. I gave a chuckle. Well, since your hands are itching, you can spar with them in a little while. Just wound them. Don't kill anyone. I knew this girl had a very heavy hand, so a word of warning ahead of time was very much in order. Xiaonuan obediently agreed. Over on the other side, Bai Jie led Xiaohan, the swordsman, straight to the storeroom behind the silk shop. Together with the shop's own workers, more than a dozen people started hauling the silk and fabric out to the wagons waiting at the door. Old Master Zhao came hurrying over too, supporting by Dasan on his arm, but purely to enjoy the show. He wanted to see whether I'd actually have the nerve to come claim this shop as my own. But when they got to the front of the shop, there was no sign of me. Old Master Zhao was still glancing around when he suddenly spotted me and Xiaonan strolling out of the tea house across the street. In broad daylight, robbing my shop of its silk. Who gave you the guts? I barked in a low voice. Xiaonan, take these bandits down and haul them straight to the magistrate. At my command, Xiaonan shot forward like an arrow off the string, straight to the wagons. A few punches and kicks, and in the blink of an eye she dropped all 6 of the workers who'd been loading the goods. Old Master Zhao sidled up beside me and dropped his voice to a warning. Brother Yi, you'd best watch your step. Several of the men hauling that silk are hands of Manager Wang from the Springtime Pavilion. This Wang Yukai came down from the capital. His connections run deep. Even my son-in-law, Li Wei, doesn't dare cross him. I cupped my hands in thanks. Old Zhao, much obliged for the heads up. I'm not the type to go looking for trouble. But anyone who comes looking for trouble with me first, forget some brothel manager. Even if the king of heaven himself showed up, I'd make him bleed. Just as I was speaking, a scream came from inside the shop. Xiao Han, the swordsman, walked out with a few thugs at his heels. Bai Dasun scrambled forward to meet him. It was Yi Fengyun. He ordered his maid to beat them. Xiao Han didn't even glance at him. He stared hard at Xiaonan, then turned and shot me a look before speaking. Master Yi, my man, was it you who had your maid injure them? I nodded with a smile. That's right. Master Yi, Xiao Han said in a low, heavy voice. I can do you a favor and keep this from my master today. But every bolt of silk in that shop, I'm taking with me. And one more thing, my master has given orders. You're to go see him at once. He hadn't even finished when Xiaonan raised her hand, pointed at him, and let loose a stream of curses. Your master's a piece of nothing. What right does he have to give orders to my young master? My young master sees whoever he wants to see, but not just anyone gets to see him. You're begging to die? Xiao Han flew into a rage and swept his hand toward the men beside him. Kill her for me. 10 thugs surged forward all at once, rushing at Xiaonan. Xiaonan gave a little snicker. Well then, let's just see who kills who today. And with that, she went right at them. I stood a little ways off, not the least bit worried. With Xiaonan's skills, those 10 thugs couldn't even get close to her. Xiao Han's brow knotted tighter and tighter. He watched, helpless, as the 10 men he'd brought went down one after another, unable to last a single move against her. And the girl was clearly holding back. Every punch used barely a third of her strength. Even so, those men still went flying backward, blood streaming from their noses and mouths. Xiao Han fished a bamboo whistle out of his shirt, tipped his head back, and blew a long, drawn-out note that carried out in every direction. Then, with a sharp ring, he drew the sword at his side. You're just a maid. Same as me, nothing but somebody's dog. Today I'll see just how much you've really got. Xiaonan whipped her head around, murder in her eyes. Young master, can I kill him? I chuckled. Xiaonan, sometimes beating the person you hate most into a broken heap. Leaving him begging to die, but forced to keep living in agony. Now that's real satisfaction. Xiaonan caught my meaning. She nodded with a grin and turned to Xiao Han. You mangy dog, you think you're fit to fight me? Today I'm going to beat you into a half-dead, mangy mutt. The words were barely out before she charged straight at him, moving with startling speed. As she rushed in, her right hand was already channeling her inner force, and she threw a punch. Xiao Han had no time to dodge. All he could do was hold his blade sideways across his chest, hoping to block the blow. Clang! There was a crisp ring, and Xiao Han's sword was punched clean in two by Xiaowan's fist. Yet her fist didn't slow at all, driving straight forward. "Ah!" Xiao Han shrieked, flying backward like a kite with its string cut, spraying blood as he went, and slammed hard onto the steps of the silk shop, another mouthful of blood splattering across the ground. His face twisted with pain, Xiao Han stared blankly at his sword, snapped in two. It was his family's heirloom, a treasured blade of black iron he'd worn at his side for 30 years. Countless men had died under that blade. Ordinary swords shattered the moment they touched it. Yet today, this precious weapon had been snapped in half by one punch from some little girl. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Where did a slip of a girl get strength like that? Before he could even recover his wits, he saw Xiao Nuan walking toward him, step by step, the smile on her face making his skin crawl. "Don't come any closer," Xiao Han cried, his face changing color. "My master came from the capital. There are people behind him you can't afford to offend." Xiao Nuan paid him no mind and just kept walking. "I already blew the whistle for help just now. My master is coming to save me any moment. If you dare kill me, then you, and your young master too, will be buried right alongside me." Xiao Nuan snickered. "You mangy dog, you're 1 foot in the grave and still threatening my young master." With that, she kicked him so he flopped face down on the ground, then clenched her right fist, aimed at the 6th vertebra of his spine, and drove it down hard. Crack! The crisp snap of breaking bone was heard clearly by everyone around. Xiao Han let out another blood-curdling scream. And then, he realized his pants had gone wet. "My legs. I can't feel them," he wailed hoarsely. My whole lower half. I can't feel any of it." Plenty of people in the crowd had heard tell of Xiao Nuan's fighting skills, but that was all just hearsay. Today was the first time they'd seen her ruthlessness with their own eyes. A little girl, single-handedly knocking down 17 grown men, every one of them injured, and the leader punched into paralysis. The men on the ground howled pitifully, but the onlookers watched with relish, saying they hadn't seen this big a spectacle in ages. The last one had been the wedding of the Yi family's eldest son. The ceremony never finished. 2 people died back to back. And a joyous occasion turned into a funeral right before everyone's eyes. That time, too, the crowd had packed in 3 layers deep. Xiao Nuan snickered and looked down at him. "What are you hollering about? You're making my ears hurt. So your legs are numb. Don't you still have 2 hands?" Xiao Han tested his arms. He could lift them, his hands could grip. His lower body was completely dead to feeling, but at least he still had his hands. For a moment, he actually thought there was some sense to what she'd said. But then, on second thought, he cursed her up one side and down the other in his mind. "You crazy witch. Easy to talk when it's not your back. Every one of these wounds you gave me. You filthy whore, just wait. The second my master gets here, he'll chop you to pieces for me." Xiao Nuan watched him grinding his teeth, his eyes full of hatred, and asked with a sweet smile, "Are you cursing me in your head?" Xiao Han shook his head frantically. "No. How would I ever dare curse you? If you're not cursing me, then why are you grinding your teeth like that?" I'm just in pain." Xiao Nuan shook her head. "You're lying. I gave you these wounds. I know them best. Your whole lower half went numb ages ago. There's no way you can feel any pain there. Grinding your teeth means you're cursing me in your head. Well, since you're cursing me, I guess you won't be needing these hands either." The words had barely left her mouth before she snapped out a kick, landing square on Xiao Han's left elbow. Crack! The crowd heard another bone break. Before he could even scream, Xiao Nuan's second kick had already followed, this time landing on his right hand. Xiao Han lay collapsed on the ground, in agony beyond words. In that moment, only one thought remained in his mind. "Master, hurry, please come. Bring a famous physician from the capital, heal my broken arms and my paralyzed lower body." Every onlooker watched, riveted. Interesting, this was getting more and more interesting. But 2 people in the crowd were scared out of their minds, by Dasun and by Jia. Watching all these men knocked out cold across the ground, father and daughter went cold with fear, their hands and feet like ice, their teeth actually chattering. "Father, what do we do now?" Bai Jia asked in a small, tearful voice. "Yi Fengyan even dares to beat Manager Wang's men. He'd surely dare to beat us too." She was genuinely afraid Xiao Nuan would casually paralyze her as well. "This is all your fault. You lost the bet. You should have owned up to it. Why did you have to make me hand this silk over to Manager Wang?" Bai Jia was crying. Pampered since childhood, in all her years, she'd never once been this frightened. Bai Dasun opened his mouth but couldn't get out a single word. Right now, his own heart was pounding with dread. The wound on his backside hadn't even healed yet. If he took another beating, imagine how much that would hurt. Smiling, I walked over toward the father and daughter. "You too. Don't you think you owe me an explanation?" Bai Dasun and Bai Jia were both at a loss for words. If they claimed not to know Xiao Han and had no idea why these men had come to rob the shop, that would mean offending Manager Wang. But if they admitted they'd personally led Xiao Han over to haul off the silk as a gift for Manager Wang, that would mean offending me to my face. At this moment, by Dashun was sick with regret. Had he known things would come to this, he never should have gone to the yamen to bail his son out. That way, he wouldn't have lost his fortune, and he wouldn't have ended up offending both me and Manager Wang at the same time. At this very crossroads, Magistrate Li Wei arrived with his constables, parting the crowd and demanding, "What's going on here? What are you all crowding around for?" The moment he saw the magistrate, Bai Dashun rushed forward. "Your Honor, you've come just in time. All these men on the ground were beaten by Yi Fingyun's maid on his orders. This has nothing whatsoever to do with my Bai family. I beg your honor to see justice done for us." Li Wei turned to look at me. "Speak. Why did you order your maid to beat these men?" Xiaonan jumped in first. "Honorable magistrate, this was all my doing alone. It has nothing to do with my young master." I patted her shoulder with a smile and signaled with my eyes that she needn't worry. There was nothing to fear. Then I spoke up. "Your Honor, after Xiaonan and I left the yamen, we came to take possession of the Bai family's silk shop. We'd barely reached the door when we ran into a mob kicking the shop open, rushing into loot, and loading the stolen silk onto these wagons, about to cart it all away. The laws of our great Qian are clear. In broad daylight, these men were robbing me of my property. I called out to stop them, but every one of them turned on me like a pack of demons and charged forward to attack me. With no other choice, I had Xiaonan act in self-defense." Li Wei nodded, then turned to the group of thugs howling on the ground. "Who ordered you to come rob this shop?" One thug quickly protested. "Your Honor, we weren't robbing it. We just came to move the silk out of the shop." "How dare you?" Li Wei snapped. "What right do you have to move someone else's belongings? Confess who put you up to it, or I'll have you flogged right here in the street." The thugs all turned in unison to look at Xiaonan, lying on the ground. Li Wei strode over to him. "Why did you bring men here to rob this place?" Xiaonan forced himself to argue back. "We weren't robbing anything. Bai Jie brought us here." Li Wei looked at Bai Jie and understanding dawned on him. "I see now. Your father lost the silk shop and couldn't stomach it. So he sent you to secretly bring men to move the silk out of the storeroom, to cut his losses. This is nothing less than armed robbery in broad daylight. By the laws of our dynasty, robbing openly before a crowd, and even attempting to assault the rightful owner, the crime is punishable by death." Bai Jie dropped to her knees with a thud. "Your Honor, I never meant to rob anyone. This was all forced on me by my father. He told me to go find Manager Wang and offer up all the silk in the shop as a gift, and he even said he'd throw in the 2 mansions in the South City too." In one breath, she spilled every last thing her father had confided in her earlier. Standing off to the side, Bai Dashun trembled all over with fury. This was his own flesh and blood daughter. To save her own skin, she dropped to her knees in the street and thrown her own father under the wheels. In that moment, he wished he'd never sired the girl at all, wished he'd shoved her head first into the outhouse the day she was born. Li Wei turned back and ordered his constables, "Take every one of these prisoners to the county yamen." But Xiaonan shouted loudly from the ground, "Magistrate Li, I'd advise you to think twice. My master comes from the capital, and the man behind him is someone you can't afford to cross. You'd best send someone to take me back to the springtime pavilion right now, or else." Li Wei shot back. "Or else what?" Xiaonan, gritting through the agony, forced out a cold sneer. "Magistrate Li, if you really dare haul me into the yamen, my master can see to it that your days as magistrate are numbered." Magistrate Li Wei's temper flared as if he'd slammed down his gavel. He pointed at Xiaonan on the ground and roared, "You thieving scum, robbing in broad daylight, in front of all these people, and you dare threaten an official of the court. If I don't punish you today, then I've served as this county's magistrate for nothing." He flung his sleeve. "Guards, give this thief 30 strokes of the rod first, so he remembers that thieving earns a beating." 2 constables stepped up at the command, deftly flipping Xiaonan over and pinning him face down on the ground. One stood on either side, and they raised their rods and began to strike. Whack, whack, whack. More than a dozen strokes came down in a row, until Xiaohan's backside was split open and bleeding. Yet the man didn't make a single sound. To the 2 constables doing the beating, this was an outright humiliation. Beating a man who wouldn't so much as grunt was as good as saying they had no strength at all. The 2 of them immediately put everything they had into it. each stroke harder than the last. But Xiao Han kept gritting his teeth and holding out, stubbornly refusing to cry out. Watching from the side, I understood exactly what was going on, and I couldn't help offering a helpful tip with a smile. You too. This fellow knows some strange kung fu. Beat his lower half, and he doesn't feel a thing. Why don't you try working on his upper body instead? The two constables heard that and thought, well, now he's got that trick, does he? They exchanged a glance, raised their rods, and brought one down on Xiao Han's shoulder blade. Ah, this time Xiao Han couldn't take it. A blood-curdling scream tore out of him. The two constables felt a rush of satisfaction and picked up their pace, raining down stroke after stroke. Stop! A furious shout, like a thunderclap, came from beyond the crowd. Who gave you the nerve to beat my man? The one who'd arrived was none other than Wang Yukai, the manager of the Springtime Pavilion. Behind him followed 7 middle-aged men, all in identical black robes. Each of them looked mild and frail, yet their eyes were sharp as knives, and their faces wore the calm assurance of men who held all the cards. I knew in my heart these 7 were no easy marks, every one of them a top-tier fighter. But I wasn't the least bit rattled. I had Xiao at my side. I had a body that no blade or spear could pierce, and I carried against my chest something no one in this world had ever laid eyes on. Li Wei pointed at the half-dead Xiao Han on the ground and asked Wang Yukai, "This man, is he yours?" Wang Yukai nodded. "He is. On what grounds did you beat him into this state?" "He's a thief," Li Wei said heavily. In broad daylight, he led a gang to rob Yi Fengyun's silk shop in the middle of the street. When Yi Fengyun spoke up to stop him, he not only refused to listen, but ordered his cohorts to chase him down and beat him. As the magistrate of this county, when I encounter thieves this brazen, I must punish them harshly. Then his tone shifted, and he fixed his gaze on Wang Yukai. This thief is your man. Could it be he came to rob the shop on your orders? Or perhaps the command came from the man above you? Wang Yutsai's brow furrowed. Magistrately, I'd advise you not to go making baseless accusations. I, Wang, am nothing but an ordinary merchant. I've always conducted my business in Qingfeng County by the book. How could I possibly order my hands to go robbing people in the street? He never expected Li Wei would embarrass him in public like this, showing him no mercy whatsoever. It set him wondering, too. He'd dealt with this Li Wei several times before, and the man had always been slippery and smooth. Knowing full well who was backing him, Li Wei had always been courteous at every meeting and had never once contradicted him. But today, this Li Wei seemed like a completely different man, not only refusing to give him face, but trying to pin the robbery charge on him, and even trace it up to the man above him. To have gall like this magistrate must be tired of keeping his post. Li Wei pressed on relentlessly. Manager Wang, just now this man of yours declared before everyone here that you came from the capital, that your connections run deep, that none of us can afford to cross you, and demanded I release him and send him back to the Springtime Pavilion with all due respect. He led men to rob a shop in the street and beat its owner, and when I gave the order to arrest him, he turned around and threatened me, a court official, in front of everyone. Manager Wang, you tell me, if there were no one backing him up, would he dare be this arrogant? Wang Yutsai's brow twisted into a knot. If not for the whole street watching, he'd have had those 7 behind him finish off Li Wei on the spot. He didn't take up Li Wei's challenge. Instead, he turned to Xiao Han, his face going stern. I've told you again and again, we are law-abiding merchants. What's gotten into you today? Why did you lead men to rob someone else's silk shop? Did someone put you up to it, or did you take it upon yourself? Xiao Han heard this and instantly understood what his master was getting at. He turned toward Bai Jia. It was this woman. She came to the Springtime Pavilion today and begged me to help her move all the silk out of the shop. Bai Jia frantically waved her hands. I didn't come to the Springtime Pavilion to find you. I came to find. Before she could finish, Bai Dasun slapped her across the face. This shop already belongs to Yi Fengyun. No matter how much you love the silk inside, you had no right to go moving it on your own. Now get on your knees and beg Yi Fengyun's forgiveness, quickly. The slap left Bai Jia stunned, but she caught on at once to her father's intent, to shrink a big matter into a small one, and above all to make sure none of the blame splashed onto Manager Wang. The Bai family was on the verge of ruin. From now on they'd have to depend on him. Once she'd worked this out, She quickly changed her story. I, I really did do wrong before. I loved that silk so much. I lost my head for a moment, and that's why I wanted to move it home. Li Wei gave a cold snort. That doesn't match what you confessed a moment ago. All of you, back to the yamen with me. We'll get to the bottom of this slowly. At that moment, Wang Yukai suddenly crouched down beside Xiao Han, took hold of the hand that had been beaten to a pulp, and spoke earnestly. You may be my man, but today you committed a crime in public, so you'll have to bear the responsibility. Rest assured, though, I'll do everything I can to help you through this. And even if you're sentenced in the end, your family, I'll look after them for you. As he said the word family, Wang Yukai gave Xiao Han's hand a squeeze and quietly pressed a small pill into his palm. The instant his fingertips touched that pill, the color drained from Xiao Han's face, gray as death. He understood it perfectly. From the day he'd thrown in with Wang Yukai, he'd known his life would never end well. He heaved a long sigh, then raised his voice. Just now I wronged Miss Bai. I only wanted to shift the robbery charge onto her. Manager Wang's teaching, I take to heart. This whole affair was mine and mine alone. I committed the crime, and I deserve to die. The words done, Xiao Han, bearing the agony of his ruined hands, put the pill into his mouth and, in front of the whole street, swallowed it in one gulp. I was wrong. I never should have led men to rob someone else's shop. This was done by me alone, and no one else. Before he could finish, blood began to seep from all 7 of his orifices. With great effort, he turned his head to look at Wang Yukai, gave a faint nod, and with a strange smile on his face, toppled stiffly to the ground. I stood not far off and saw the whole thing clear as day. The pill came from Wang Yotsai's hand, and the threat buried in those last few words was plain to anyone with eyes. But not one person around dared point it out. Why? Because Wang Yukai was no ordinary man, and everyone here had come to watch a show. Nobody wanted to bring trouble down on themselves. Why hadn't I stepped in just now? Simple. Xiao Han's life and death had nothing to do with me. By this point, it was crystal clear to me. Today's whole drama was by Das Hun trying to grab hold of Manager Wang's coattails to move against me. As for who exactly stood behind Wang Yukai, I still didn't know. But I wasn't the least bit anxious. Even if a prince or lord stood behind him, even if he really did come to make trouble for me, I'd hand him a system-rewarded bullet and let him find out, in this age of blades and spears, exactly what a firearm feels like. As for Wang Yukai, the moment Xiao Han was dead, his whole demeanor changed. He cupped his hands toward Li Wei. Magistrate Li, my man committed a crime today. The fault lies with my poor discipline of him. Let me apologize to you first. Then he turned to the crowd of onlookers and bowed deeply. Robbing a shop in the street in broad daylight. The damage to public order is severe. It's my failing, Wang Yotsai's, for not keeping my men in line, and I've given you all a fright. So here's what I'll do. Starting today, for 7 days straight, every guest who comes to enjoy himself at my springtime pavilion gets a flask of wine and 2 dishes to go with it, on the house. What's more, order 1 girl, and I'll throw in a second one free. The moment these words left his mouth, the crowd erupted with a roar. Free wine, free food, and a free girl on top of that. Wasn't that as good as 2 men going, but only 1 paying? A deal this sweet. You'd want to bring your father, call your brothers, round up your whole pack of drinking buddies, and all go show your support together. Sure enough, someone was quick to speak up with a fawning smile. Manager Wang, there's no need to apologize. Sometimes underlings are just hard to keep in check. You did all you could. Now that he's poisoned himself in atonement, well, he had it coming. That's right, Manager Wang. This had nothing to do with you. That man brought it on himself. One person led with the flattery, and a second and third followed. Wang Yukai smiled and exchanged pleasantries with the crowd, the very picture of a man for whom harmony brings prosperity. I sneered inwardly. He was scattering sweeteners. Give out enough perks, and everyone present would testify for him. The ringleader of the robbery had killed himself out of fear of punishment, and the matter had nothing to do with anyone else. He was forcing Li Wei to close the case in a hurry. If Li Wei still dared to dig deeper, he'd have the man behind him take it up to the prefecture and apply pressure. And with so many commoners testifying on his behalf, it would all look perfectly above board. A fine scheme indeed. Too bad for him, he'd run into me. Afterward, Li Wei ordered the constables to haul all the thugs on the ground back to the yamen. As for the Bai father and daughter, they got lucky and weren't taken away, not out of any mercy from Li Wei, but because I deliberately kept them behind. I needed them to go home and obediently hand over the deeds to the silk shop and to the 2 South City mansions. At this point, Wang Yukai strolled up to me and spoke courteously. Master Yi, might I have a word with you in private? Why not come over to my springtime pavilion, relax and have a good time? Before I could even nod, Xiaonuan cut in first. My young master would never go to a place like that. My face went a little slack. I'd actually been planning to go. There were a few matters I wanted to hash out with this Wang Yukai. Note, to discuss business, not to have a good time. Wang Yukai gave a little smile and pointed off to the side. Then how about we go to the tea house and have a cup of tea? Xiaonuan blocked that too. My young master doesn't drink tea, and he has other business to attend to. Even as she made excuses with her mouth, her eyes were fixed hard on the 7 black-robed men behind Wang Yukai. Wang Yukai raised an eyebrow. Master Yi, just who is the master and who is the servant between you two? I smiled. Xiaonuan is my wife. There's no master and servant between us. At those words, warmth flooded Xiaonuan's heart at once. 8 years ago, she'd entered the Yi household as my personal maid, and although I'd always treated her as a dear little sister, the people around her had never stopped reminding her, "You're just a maid." Now she could marry me and be my wife, and I declared in front of an outsider that there was no master-servant divide between us. She was so moved. In that very moment, Xiaonuan silently vowed, "For the rest of my life, I'll risk my very life to keep him safe." Wang Yukai smiled along. It seems Master Yi is a good man who dotes on his wife. So then, do me the honor and keep me company for a cup of tea at the tea house, will you? I waved a hand. My wife's already said it. I've got real business to see to. Where would I find the spare time to keep you company over tea? Wang Youtsai's brow nodded at once. He truly hadn't expected me to snub him so completely. Swallowing his anger, he dropped his voice. Master Yi, I hear you've got a wondrous wound-healing medicine in your hands. Here's my proposal. I'll put up the money, and the 2 of us will open a pharmacy together, split the profits 50-50. What do you say? I answered offhand. There was only 1 bottle of the wound medicine, and I already sold it to Bai Dasan long ago. Besides, I'm a man who likes his freedom. I don't care to go into business with anyone. Forget 50-50. Even if he let me take 90% and he took 10, I wouldn't touch anything to do with this Wang fellow. Wang Yukai gave a cold snort. Yi Fengyun, even when your father was still alive, he wouldn't have dared snub me like this. I chuckled. Do I even know you? Why on earth should I give you face? Seeing that his tactics weren't getting through to me at all, the 7 black-robed men behind Wang Yukai stepped forward in unison, plainly meaning to pressure me, to force me to fall in line. Xiaonuan's brow furrowed, and with a whisk of steel she drew the curved black blade at her waist. I raised my own guard to the fullest, quietly activating my mind so I could pull the pistol out of the space at a moment's notice. Wang Yukai waved a hand behind him, and the 7 men fell back again. He forced out a smile. Yi Fengyun, you're a young man. Don't be so hot-headed. I answered with a smile of my own. If you're not hot-headed, are you even a young man? Wang Yukai swallowed his belly full of rage. If they weren't in the middle of the street, if this were the deserted wilderness outside the city walls, he'd have had me seized long ago. Yi Fengyun, in all of Qingfeng County, I'm the only one with the means to work with you. Anyone else? They wouldn't dare, not if you lent them the courage. I'm a man who tries courtesy before force. I'll give you 3 days to think it over. In 3 days, I want an answer I can be satisfied with. Having thrown down these words, he flung his sleeve and turned to leave. The 7 black-robed men shot me one last vicious glare before falling in behind him, and the whole procession headed off toward the springtime pavilion. Watching the backs of the 8 men retreat, Xiaonuan lowered her voice. Young master, they dared to threaten you. How about I slip into the springtime pavilion tonight and take care of it? I waved a hand. No rush. I've got this under control. With that, I turned and walked over to the Bai father and daughter. What are you still standing around gaping for? The deeds you lost to me, and the 4,000 taels you owe me, hand them all over. If I don't see these things today, then the 2 of you can go to prison and be reunited with Bai Chang. Bai Dashun nodded frantically in fright. Yi Fengyun, please, Whatever you do, don't report us. I'll go get them for you right now. His face was pale as paper now. He'd assumed I would be too wary of Manager Wang to dare come collect the shop and the houses. But he never dreamed I wouldn't take Wang Yukai the least bit seriously, and that Li Wei would keep, intentionally or not, taking my side. By Dashun's side, toward the heavens. The Bai family was truly finished this time. Afterward, I had Bai Dashun call his workers to move the silk from the wagons at the door back into the rear storeroom, then drove all the shop's workers out with a single line. From now on, none of you need come back. From this moment, the silk shop no longer belonged to the Bai family. It belonged to the Yi family. When the 6 workers kicked up a fuss demanding their wages, I gave a big sweep of my hand. Go ask Bai Dashun. Next, I stepped into the blacksmith shop next door and spent 300 copper coins on a brass lock. Shaun Wan, you stand guard at the door. Don't let anyone in. She nodded in agreement. I barred the shop door from the inside, walked alone into the storeroom, and with a single thought, whoosh, every bolt of silk and fabric in the storeroom was drawn into the space. The cloth on the shelves, the silver in the money chest, not a single thing was left behind. I also swept up a few account ledgers, one of which recorded which people in town had bought on credit at the shop. Once everything was in the space, I came out, locked the front door on my way, and was done. Then I led Shaun Wan and went back to the Bai residence together with Bai Dashun, the land deeds, the house deeds, and those 4,000 taels of silver. I had to collect them in person. Meanwhile, back at the springtime pavilion, Master Wang, why didn't you just let us brothers take that little bastard down right then and there? The one speaking was the leader of the black-robed men, a man known as Big Ghost. He and the other 6 brothers, who'd been through life and death together, called themselves the 7 Ghosts of Guangnan, ranked 5th on the assassins roster of the Great Qin dynasty. Half a year ago, the 7 had thrown in with Wang Yukai. Wang Yukai had made them a grand promise. Once the man behind him got what he wanted, gold and jewels, beauties from every corner of the land, even high office and fat salaries, the 7 of them could take their pick of it all. On the strength of that promise, the 7 Ghosts of Guangnan had resolved to lay down their lives for Wang Yukai and the man behind him. Their present task was to guard Wang Yukai and to secretly ship the silver he raked in up to the capital. Wang Yukai smiled. Big Ghost, taking that little bastard down would be easy enough. But what I really want is the formula for the wound medicine in his hands. Big Ghost said, Master Wang, from what I saw of this Yi Fengyun, I doubt he'll ever cooperate with us. Wang Yukai rapped his knuckles on the table. Tap, tap. I've given him 3 days. If he really doesn't know what's good for him, then we grab him and drag him back and let him find out what it means to wish for death and be denied it. Not long after, Shaun Wan and I arrived at the Bai residence. Bai Dashun invited the 2 of us into the sitting room and had his servants bring out tea and refreshments. I didn't touch a drop. By now, Bai Dashun hated me to the bone. He couldn't beat me, couldn't resist me, so there was no telling whether he'd stoop to some low, dirty trick like spitting in the tea. What I had to be even more wary of was that if this old wretch decided to go down swinging, he might secretly slip poison into the tea. My body was now impervious to blade and spear, but that didn't protect against poison. Best to be cautious. Shaun Wan stared longingly at the pastries on the plate, practically drooling. Want some? I asked. She nodded with a smile. I lowered my voice in warning. There's not one good soul in the Bai family. Be careful they haven't put poison in the pastries. Shaun Wan's big eyes went wide, and she quickly clapped a hand over her mouth. Young master, if they really dared poison us, I'd kill them all. No rush. Business first. Once we've got the deeds, I'll take you out to eat. Young master, you're too good to me. Shaun Wan leaned in and whispered. Once we've bought the food, let's head home. I still want to consummate our marriage with you. Just then, Bai Dashun came in carrying a small wooden box. Yi Fengyun, here are the land and house deeds for the silk shop. He handed over 2 papers. I examined them carefully, confirmed they were in order, folded them up, and tucked them into my robe. And these are the deeds for the 2 mansions in the South City. He handed over 4 more papers. I took them and looked. They recorded the location and size of each residence in clear detail. The locations were excellent, and none of them were small. Counting the front courtyard, back courtyard, garden, main hall, and side rooms. A single mansion came to over 4,000 square meters. I chuckled to myself. This trip into town hadn't been for nothing. Soon I'd bring Murong Shuang and the others to live in the county seat, then find a carpenter to build a great bed a full 10 feet wide. Sitting beside me, seeing me staring at the deeds with a silly grin, Xiaonuan even forgot to take the banknotes by Das Hun was holding out. "Young master, what are you thinking about?" Grinning so happily. I snapped out of it and wiped my mouth. I was thinking that once we move into the new mansion, we ought to buy some good food to celebrate. Xiaonuan's eyes lit up. "That's a great idea, young master." I reached out and took the banknotes by Das Hun handed over, counted them, and frowned. "How is this only 3,000 taels? You're short 1,000. Bai Dasan looked pained. "Master Yi, this is my family's entire fortune. Could you give me a bit more time? Once I've scraped the rest together, I'll be sure to bring it to you." I didn't believe him. "Your Bai family's done business in this county for so many years. Are you telling me you can't come up with even 1,000 taels now?" "Master Yi, I only just stocked a whole storeroom of silk not long ago, bought those 2 mansions in the South City, and furnished them with a whole lot of household goods. Today, counting the 2,000 taels the Yamen gave you, I've spent 5,000 taels all told. The silver at home really is gone. I wouldn't dare lie to you." Bai Dasan said it with his heart bleeding. The shop gone, the houses gone, the savings gone. How would he live from now on? Not to mention his only son was staring death in the face. And all of this had come about because his son had paid to have someone killed. No, wrong. It was all the fault of his daughter, Bai Jie. If the girl hadn't broken off her engagement to me back then, would he ever have had to gamble away the shop, the houses, and his whole nest egg? Thinking of this, Bai Dasan would have loved to string his daughter up and beat her. Everything was fine. So why the devil did you break off the engagement? "Fine, I'll give you some face," I said. "The remaining 1,000 taels, pay it back as soon as you can." I stood up to leave and happened to catch sight of a pair of vases on the long side table. "Xiaonuan, do you like those vases?" Xiaonuan walked over and picked one up to study it. "Young master, the peonies painted on this vase are so pretty. I love it. If you love it, take it." Xiaonuan snickered and casually scooped up the other one too. "Young master, I've also got my eye on this cup, and this bowl is lovely too. Oh, this chair would suit you nicely, young master." Watching Xiaonuan pick things out without end, Bai Dasan panicked. "Yi Fengyun, the things your wife is taking are worth at least a few hundred taels. We need to rewrite the IOU. I can't owe you 1,000 anymore. At most I'll owe you 500. I shot him a sidelong glance, my tone none too friendly. "Your son hired someone to kill me, and you tried to drag manager Wang in to move against me. My wife merely picked out a few things she likes, and you've still got the nerve to knock it off the IOU? Bai, consider all of this the interest. It's what your Bai family owes me." Bai Dasan was struck dumb by my tone and didn't dare make another sound. Half an hour later, Xiaonuan and I rode off from the Bai mansion in the Bai family's own wagon. The carriage was piled with all the things Xiaonuan had picked out. Before leaving, I made a point of warning the Bai father and daughter. "Those 2 mansions in the South City are mine now, and anyone who dares touch a single thing inside, even a blade of grass or a twig, can look forward to prison and keeping Bai Chong company." The wagon rocked its way through the county town, and as we passed the restaurant belonging to old Master Zhao, Xiaonuan suddenly called out, "Young master, I want to go in and grab 5 roast chickens." Old Master Zhao still owed her 25 roast chickens. That was a debt Xiaonuan would never forget in her whole life. Since we happened to be in town today, she'd take 5 first and settle the rest later. Before long, Xiaonuan came out cradling 5 roast chickens. "Young master, this one's for you." She tore off a drumstick and handed it over. I didn't stand on ceremony. I took it and bit in. Huh. Old Master Zhao's roast chicken really was something. No wonder Xiaonuan couldn't stop thinking about it. Actually, I had quite a few stashed in my space too, all system rewards that I hadn't been able to bring myself to eat yet. I could share some with Xiaonuan later. Watching Xiaonuan chow down with such relish, the driver up front couldn't help but swallow hard. Xiaonuan had sharp eyes. "You want some too?" The driver hastily shook his head. "This humble servant wouldn't dare. You drive well, and when we get to Qingyun village, I'll give you one." Xiaonuan was quite generous. "Thank you, miss," the driver quickly said in thanks. Soon the wagon came to a steady stop right outside my home in Qingyan village. The driver helped carry the things from the wagon into the house. I courteously rewarded him with 20 copper coins, and Xiao Wan, true to her word, handed him a roast chicken, though she'd plucked off both drumsticks first. Even so, the driver kept bowing again and again in thanks. Morong Shuang came out to greet us, looked at the whole pile of things, and asked, "Husband, you bought so much. It must have cost quite a lot of silver, didn't it?" Xiaonuan jumped in to answer. "Sister Shuang, none of this cost a thing. It was all gifted to us by the Bai family." Morong Shuang was taken aback. Why would the Bai family give us things? Could it be they know they're in the wrong and want us to spare Bai Chong? Xiaonuan shook her head. "Sister Shuang, that Bai Chong was already sentenced by the magistrate to be executed after the autumn. These things I picked out myself from the Bai household, because Bai Dasan owes my young master a huge sum of silver, and my young master even won the Bai family's silk shop, along with 2 mansions in the South City." The more she talked, the more pleased with herself she got. Today she'd not only gotten to eat roast chicken, but also had a good, satisfying fight. Morong Shuang was even more confused. He won a shop and mansions? I pulled her aside and, in 3 minutes, laid out the whole morning's drama for her and the 3 Li sisters, from beginning to end, plain and simple. When the 4 of them had heard it all, they found it incredible, Morong Shuang most of all. She never would have imagined that her own husband could be this good at rolling dice. Afterward, I drew a roll of something out of the cloth bag and handed it to Morong Shuang. "Wife, this is for you." Morong Shuang took it and turned it over and over. The paper was soft and thin, and it was 3 layers folded together. "Husband, what is this? I've never seen anything like it." I smiled. "It's called toilet paper. You use it to wipe your bottom." Morong Shuang's face went red in a flash, and the 3 Li sisters all ducked their heads in embarrassment too. Xiaonuan, on the other hand, just snickered. "Young master, I want some too. This has got to be more comfortable than leaves." "For wiping your bottom, comfortable it certainly is." I pulled out another roll and pressed it into her hand. "Thank you, young master." Xiaonuan beamed with joy. The 3 Li sisters looked at the paper in Morong Shuang's and Xiaonuan's hands, their eyes full of envy. Back in the day, at their family home in the capital, the 3 sisters used coarse hemp cloth in the privy, and even that was something ordinary households couldn't afford. Later, after their father was falsely accused and thrown into prison, the 3 sisters were banished to Lingnan for hard labor. Along the road, they slept rough and ate in the open, and out in the wild mountains they had nothing but leaves or even bamboo strips to make do with. Now, seeing that from here on Morong Shuang and Xiaonuan would get to use this soft paper in the privy, how could they not be envious? The 3 sisters kept wondering to themselves, "Why hasn't Master Yi brought up the matter of marrying us yet?" It was almost like I could read their minds. I pulled another roll out of the cloth sack and held it out to Li Qingning. "This one's for you." I get one too." Li Qingning could hardly believe it. She'd never seen anything like it before, but one look told her this paper was precious. Even wealthy families in the capital might think twice before using it in the outhouse. And yet here I was, casually handing her a whole roll. When she thought about how I'd saved them, given them food and shelter, bought them new clothes, and now this expensive gift on top of everything. In that moment, Li Qingning's eyes grew hot with tears. "Master Yi, thank you." She gave me a proper, formal bow. I smiled. "We're all family now. No need to be so polite." The instant she heard the words, "all family," 2 clouds of red rushed to Li Qingning's cheeks. "You too get some as well." I pulled out 2 more rolls and handed them to Li Qingyu and Li Qinghua. The 2 sisters were just as moved, thanking me over and over. All 5 women cradled their toilet paper, unable to put it down. Morong Shuang asked, "Husband, did you buy this paper in town? Why have I never seen anything like it before?" I already had my story ready. "I didn't buy it. A friend gave it to me. This friend of mine has connections everywhere. He's always able to get his hands on rare little things." A harmless lie, told without so much as a flicker of guilt. Xiaonuan scratched her head. "Master, I was with you the whole day. How come I never saw you meet any friend?" I smiled and patted her shoulder. "Did you forget? Back in town, you slipped into Squire Zhao's tavern to grab a roast chicken while I waited outside. That's when I happened to run into this friend. We chatted a bit, and he handed me this whole bag of rare goods." "Oh, right. I've got more good stuff for you all. I quickly changed the subject and fished a lighter out of the bag. Master, what's this? Xiaonuan's eyes were full of curiosity. It's called a lighter. Xiaonuan blinked her big, innocent eyes. Master, this lighter, can you eat it? Before I could answer, Shuang cut in. Xiaonuan, why is your head always full of food? This thing is hard as a rock. How could you possibly eat it? She leaned in for a closer look. Don't you see there's water inside? I bet it's for drinking. Husband, am I right? I burst out laughing. Wife, you guessed wrong. This thing can't be eaten or drunk. It's called a fire starter. Xiaonuan looked even more puzzled. Master, how could this be a fire starter? There's clearly water inside. How can water catch fire? Shuang and the others were the same confused expressions. It looks like water, but it's actually gas, I explained. This gas is called butane. It's compressed and sealed inside, which is why it looks like water. Any deeper explanation would have been lost on them, so I figured it was better to just show them. Click! I pressed the lighter right in front of everyone. A bright yellow flame shot up with a whoosh. Xiaonuan's mouth fell open in shock. Master, it really is a fire starter. I nodded and smiled. This one's yours. From now on, out in the wilderness, you can start a fire and roast some game anytime you want. I showed her how to use it right then and there, and in less than 3 seconds she'd learned it. Xiaonuan couldn't put the lighter down. She'd light it, blow it out, light it again, blow it out again, having the time of her life. Master, this thing is so much fun. Don't light it too often, I warned. Once the gas inside runs out, it's useless. Xiaonuan let out an "oh" and tucked the lighter into her clothes like a treasure, keeping it close to her body. I pulled out 4 more and handed them to Shuang and the 3 Li sisters. All 4 followed Xiaonuan's example, clicking out little flames, and the 3 sisters thanked me again. Xiaonuan marveled. Master, this friend of yours must have incredible powers. He can get his hands on any rare thing there is. When are you going to invite him over so I can see him too? That friend of mine is very busy, I said vaguely. When he finally has some free time, I'll invite him over. Then I quickly changed the subject again. It's almost noon. Let's go make some food. I handed the cloth sack to the 3 Li sisters. There was still some rice inside, along with a slab of pork. Lunch would be braised pork over rice. While the 3 sisters were busy cooking, Xiaonuan grabbed me and yanked me into her bedroom, then reached back and bolted the door. Master, last night those assassins ruined everything. We never got to properly consummate our marriage. Since we can't eat yet anyway, why don't we consummate it now? I'd assumed she'd pulled me into the room all mysterious like to whisper some secret to me. I never imagined it was for this. Xiaonuan, didn't we consummate it several times last night? Master, you're remembering it wrong. Xiaonuan wasn't taking no for an answer. Anyway, I want it right now. Before she'd even finished, she shoved me down onto the bed. About half an hour later, Li Qingning's voice came from outside the door. Master Yi, Sister Xiaonuan, the food's ready. Come out and eat first. The meat won't taste as good cold. As for that business, there's plenty of time to pick it back up after you've eaten your fill. At the words, the meat won't taste as good cold, Xiaonuan, kneeling on the bed, turned her head to ask me, Master, are you hungry? I shook my head. I ate that chicken leg you gave me back in town this morning. I'm not that hungry yet. Xiaonuan let out an "oh." So I continued. Not long after, she spoke up again. Master, I think I'm getting hungry. All right, almost done, almost done. A few minutes later, Xiaonuan sat down at the table with a thoroughly satisfied look on her face. Li Qingning brought over a basin of clean water. Master Yi, wash your hands. While I washed up, I asked her casually, Qingning, after lunch, would you be willing to hold the wedding ceremony with me? Li Qingning froze, saying nothing for a long moment. Master Yi hadn't forgotten her after all. He was finally going to marry her. Something surged up inside her chest all at once. What's wrong? You don't want to? I asked. She hurriedly shook her head. Master Yi, I do. If it weren't for you, my 2 sisters and I wouldn't even know if we'd be dead or alive by now. Your great kindness. The 3 of us sisters will remember it for the rest of our lives. From now on, we'll stay by your side and serve you with all our hearts. I nodded with a smile. The 3 of you having such feelings moves me deeply. In a few days, I'm going to make a trip to the capital, and I'll do everything I can to rescue your family. The moment I said this, Li Qingming dropped to her knees with a thud. If you can truly clear my father's name, the Li clan will never forget your kindness for as long as we live. Even if you told us 3 sisters to die, we wouldn't utter a single word of complaint. I quickly helped her up. I can't cherish you enough as it is. Why would I ever tell you to die? Don't worry. I've got some spare money now. Once I reach the capital, I'll spend it to find the right connections and help overturn your father's case. After washing my hands, I took Li Qingming by the hand, and we sat down at the table together. Braised pork over rice. Xiaonuan wolfed down 3 big bowls in one go, and I happily ate 2 myself. After the meal, Li Qingming brewed a pot of tea and brought it over. Master, please have some tea. I drank a cup, then stood up and called Murong Shuang and Xiaonuan into the eastern wing. Some things needed to be laid out in the open. My 2 wives. I began without any preamble. I'm planning to marry all 3 of the Li sisters. How do you feel about that? Xiaonuan was the first to light up. Those 3 sisters can cook, sew, and heal the sick. Master, I raise both hands in support of you marrying all 3 of them. This wasn't just her being polite. The 3 Li sisters called her big sister at every turn, so of course she was going to back them up now. More importantly, from now on all the washing, cooking, and scrubbing pots could be handed off to them. How could she not be thrilled? Murong Shuang, however, thought further ahead. Husband, even though we've only known the 3 Li sisters for less than 3 days, I can tell they're good people. If you want to take them as concubines, I support it too. Only, her tone shifted. Only, husband, you can't spend all your days lost in the pleasures of women. You need to shoulder the burden of the Yi family. I scratch my head. Wife, what burden does the Yi family even have left? Husband, Murong Shuang said solemnly. Our expenses are considerable these days. Going forward, we need a proper way to earn a living. Both Xiaonuan and I know martial arts. Li Qingming knows some fighting too, and Li Qinghua is skilled in medicine. So I've been thinking, why don't we hang the Yi family escort agency sign back up? Once the agency grows, it'll honor the memory of your late father and Feng Lei. She paused, and her eyes darkened. And another thing, that escort job 3 months ago was suspicious from start to finish. Husband, shouldn't we investigate the truth and avenge your father and your older brother? My heart skipped a beat. I couldn't tell whether it was guilt or something else. To be honest, I'd come here from another world. I had no blood ties to this Yi family at all. But Murong Shuang and Xiaonuan had treated me with genuine sincerity, and now both of them had become my wives. So by every measure of reason and feeling, I ought to help the Yi family get to the bottom of this bloody case. Drag out whoever robbed that escort shipment, and send them down to keep Yi Batian and Yi Fenglei company. Wife, you're right, I said gravely. These past couple of days I've gotten a little carried away. Right here, I promise you, I will restore the honor of the Yi family escort agency. And I'll get to the bottom of exactly who robbed that shipment 3 months ago. Whoever they are, even if they're royal relatives, I'll send them down to keep my father and my brother company. Murong Shuang quickly waved her hands. Husband, I didn't mean to lecture you. I only. Wife, I understand. I cut her off. Here's what we'll do. We'll move into the city tomorrow and reopen the agency. For now, let me first marry Qingming. She can become one of our escort guards too. Afterward, Li Qinghua heated up a big pot of water and personally helped her sister Li Qingming bathe. Once she'd finished, Li Qingming changed into a bright red wedding dress. To show that I took it seriously, I went and had a good, thorough bath myself. Skipping all the elaborate rituals, I went straight into the ceremony with Li Qingming. First bow to heaven and earth, second bow to the elders, then the bride and groom bowed to each other, and off to the bridal chamber. I carried Li Qingming into the bedroom and lifted her red veil. Her whole face was flushed crimson. Husband, from now on I belong to you. I lifted her chin and smiled. I will never let you down. Of course I believe you. Without any more sweet words, I reached out to undress her. Husband, let me help you. Li Qingming nimbly slipped off my long robe. Just then, my ear twitched. There were faint footsteps outside the door. A thought flashed through my mind, and I quietly cast my senses that way. Well, it was Xiaonuan. She'd tiptoed up to the door and was pressing her ear against the crack, eavesdropping. And she hadn't come alone. She'd dragged Li Qingyu and Li Qinghua along with her. Xiaonuan was clearly experienced, pressing her ear tight against the door. The two sisters, though, were red with embarrassment, standing far back and not daring to come close. I smirked to myself inside the room. Listen away, listen away. The more you listen, the more thrilling it gets. I gently laid Li Qingming down on the bed. Wife, your husband is about to get down to business. She nodded slightly and closed her eyes. Husband, come. I'm ready. Only, please be gentle with me. About half an hour later, a ding sounded in my mind. The system's notification chime. Congratulations, host, on marrying your third wife. Reward, 5 Desert Eagle pistols, along with 5,000 rounds of ammunition. Reward, 1 Crimson Moon Dagger. Reward, 1,000 bottles of Pepsi. Reward, 1,000 bottles of wine. All rewards have been delivered to your storage space. The host may inspect them at will. I got so excited I nearly rolled right off of Li Qingming. Desert Eagles. 5 of them, all at once. Plus 5,000 rounds of ammo. I had to admit, the system had really gone all out this time. To show my gratitude, I patted Li Qingming and had her roll onto her side to sleep. Outside the door, Li Qingyu and Li Qingyue, their faces long since burning red with shame, had quietly retreated back to the courtyard. Xiaonuan chased after them. You too. Why'd you stop listening? Li Qingyue said softly. Sister Xiaonuan, if Master finds out we were eavesdropping out here, he won't be happy. Xiaonuan grinned. My master is very easygoing. A little thing like this, he won't take it to heart at all. Standing to the side, Li Qingyu asked timidly, Sister Xiaonuan, my eldest sister's in there. Is she being bullied? Xiaonuan was taken aback. Why would you ask that? Just now, out by the door, I heard my eldest sister crying out like she was in so much pain. To Li Qingyu, her sister had cried out so miserably that she'd surely been mistreated by Master Yi. Standing beside her, Li Qingyue was so embarrassed by her second sister's question that she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. But Xiaonuan just laughed out loud. Sister Qingyu, one day when you marry my master too, you'll understand exactly why your eldest sister was crying out like that. Just as she was speaking, Murong Shuang walked over holding 2 apples. Xiaonuan, go call your husband over. I've washed 2 apples. Let him have one. Xiaonuan waved her hand. Sister Shuang, Master is busy with important business. He's got no time to eat apples. This apple, I'll just eat it for him. And with that she snatched one right out of Murong Shuang's hand and took a big, crunchy bite. Murong Shuang frowned. Xiaonuan, don't you know how frail your husband's body is? He's always been so weak. He's married 2 brides in 2 days now. We really ought to look out for his health. The reason she'd insisted on calling me out was precisely this. A young man shouldn't spend all his time sunk in that kind of thing. He ought to do something worthwhile. Sister Shuang, Xiaonuan said, shaking her head as she munched on the apple. I don't think Master is frail at all. If you ask me, his body's way stronger than it used to be. Did you forget? The day before yesterday Master had me punch him. I only used 1/10 of my strength. An ordinary person couldn't have taken that punch, but Master caught it steady as anything. The way I see it, ever since Master survived that hanging the day before yesterday, his body's become even tougher than an ordinary martial artist's. The more she talked, the more worked up she got. If I hadn't been craving that braised pork at noon, Master would still be holding me in bed right now. That one sentence turned Murong Shuang and the 2 Li sisters completely red in the face. Xiaonuan, are you ignoring what I said now? Murong Shuang pretended to be angry. Xiaonuan giggled. Sister Shuang, how would I dare ignore you? I'll go call Master out to eat an apple right now. But if he gets annoyed, don't blame me. With that, she snatched the remaining apple out of Murong Shuang's hand too, and went pattering off to the door to knock. What is it? I answered casually from inside. Master, Sister Shuang says to come out and eat an apple. Xiaonuan, I'm rewarding that apple to you. I called through the door. Also, tell your Sister Shuang, I'll come keep her company in a little while. Just as Xiaonuan had predicted, I was busy. How could I bother with gnawing on an apple? Forget the apple. Right now this steamed bun mattered more. Xiaonuan went back to the courtyard with the apples. Sister Shuang, you insisted on calling Master out to eat an apple just now. Were you really just worried about his health? What else would it be? Xiaonuan gave a mischievous smile. Sister Shuang, the way I see it, It's because Master hasn't had time to consummate things with you these past 2 days, so you were looking for a way to call him out. Murong Shuang's face flushed instantly, and she hurriedly cut her off. Don't talk nonsense. Sister Shuang, no need to be shy. Xiaonuan leaned in close. Master just said he'll come out in a bit to keep you company. He said for you to hurry and take a bath, then wait for him in the eastern wing. Having dropped that, she grabbed the apples and darted off toward the courtyard gate. Murong Shuang, blushing furiously, turned and went back to the eastern wing. Not long after, feeling thoroughly refreshed all over, I came out to the courtyard, rinsed off with water from the well, changed into clean clothes, pushed open the door, and stepped into the eastern wing. Wife, Xiaonuan said you were calling for me. Husband, Murong Shuang's face was full of worry. You're the only heir the Yi family has left now. You mustn't let all this dallying between man and woman ruin your health. Wife, you can set your mind completely at ease. Your man is plenty strong these days, I said with a smile. If you don't believe me, feel for yourself. I took her hand and pressed it against my chest. How about it? Feel how firm your man's chest is. Blushing, Murong Shuang nodded. And look at these shoulders, broad and thick, more than strong enough to carry the weight of the Yi family. I moved her hand over to my shoulder. Ever since I'd taken that marrow-cleansing pill, I'd come to realize something. That pill didn't just purge the impurities from my body. Its effects on building strength and vitality were astonishingly powerful. Put simply, 7 times a night was nothing. Over the next half hour, I gave Murong Shuang a thorough round of comfort. Once we'd finished, I led Murong Shuang, Xiaonuan, and the 3 Li sisters out of the village to the woods just beyond it. Husband, why did you bring us all the way out here? Murong Shuang asked. Wife, weren't you complaining that at home I'm always thinking about that one thing? I smiled. So I brought you all out here to do something meaningful. Murong Shuang blushed. Xiaonuan, however, looked baffled. Master, what do you mean by something meaningful? Shooting guns. I reached into my clothes and, with a thought, drew a desert eagle out of my storage space. Shooting guns. Xiaonuan blinked. Master, is this gun another fire starter? I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This is definitely not a fire starter. It's called a pistol. With just 1 bullet, it can take a life from 100 paces away. Xiaonuan grew even more confused. Master, what's 100 meters? Can you eat it? Xiaonuan, why is your head always full of eating? I sighed. What I mean is, from 100 paces away, I can easily drop an enemy with this gun in my hand. Xiaonuan just kept shaking her head, not believing a word. Master, don't try to pull one over on me. A little thing like this, killing someone from 100 paces away. And it wasn't just Xiaonuan. Murong Shuang and the 3 Li sisters all looked skeptical too. If you told them a bow and arrow could take a life at 100 paces, they'd believe it. But this palm-sized little thing in my hand, it didn't look like it had that kind of power at all. Suddenly Murong Shuang seemed to figure something out, and she quickly asked, Husband, that thing in your hand, could it be a firing mechanism for hidden weapons? You press the trigger, and a poison needle shoots out of that little black hole, taking a life from 100 paces away. I nodded. Calling the pistol a hidden weapon firing mechanism wasn't far off. In principle, they were somewhat alike. The only difference was that a pistol used gunpowder to propel the bullet, making it far more accurate and long-range than any ordinary hidden weapon. I found a clod of dirt about the size of a soccer ball in the woods, set it in the fork of a crooked tree that stood a little taller than a man, then stepped back 60 paces, roughly 80 meters from the fork, I figured. Wives, it's time to witness a miracle. I raised the gun, lined up the sights, and steadily took aim at the clod of dirt. Bang! The clod in the tree fork didn't budge an inch. Murong Shuang and the others were all so startled by the loud noise that they clapped their hands over their ears. Xiaonuan asked, puzzled, Master, it's a clear day. How come there's thunder? That's not thunder. That's the sound of my pistol. Then with a noise that loud, how come it didn't hit the clod of dirt? I gave an awkward smile. That was just a miss. Let me take another shot. Watch closely. I moved forward a dozen or so paces, raised the gun, and aimed again. Another bang, and the clod of dirt was instantly blasted to pieces. Xiaonuan and the others were all struck dumb. Good heavens! A clod of dirt that big, shattered just like that. If that shot had landed on someone's head, it would have cracked it wide open. Master, this pistol is incredible. Xiaonuan came up close. Can I take a look? I flicked on the safety and handed her the gun. Xiaonuan turned it over and over, examining it for a long while, then imitated me by raising the gun and aiming at a big tree not far off. Click! She pulled the trigger, but the gun didn't fire. Master, can this pistol only load one hidden weapon at a time? Xiaonuan, I quickly warned her. This pistol is a deadly thing. Never point the muzzle at a person. If you're not careful and you pull the trigger and the bullet flies out, that single shot could take someone's life. I learned that lesson the hard way once, waving a gun around at one of my own people and ending up dropping him. I took the gun back and flicked off the safety in front of her. This is called the safety. You have to switch it off first, then pull the trigger before the bullets in the magazine will fire. As I spoke, I aimed at a big tree nearby and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet went whistling straight into the trunk. Then I handed the gun back to Xiaonuan. Remember this, the muzzle only points at enemies, never at your own people. Xiaonuan nodded solemnly, raised the gun, aimed at the tree, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A perfect shot. The bullet struck right in the trunk. Xiaonuan ran up to the tree and pried at the bullet hole to inspect it. Master, the hidden weapon burrowed right in. Even if an enemy were wearing armor, it could still punch through into the flesh, right? The armor these great Qian soldiers and generals wear. I nodded. Can't stop a pistol bullet at all. And I wasn't bragging. Some of great Qian's generals really did have fine armor, but I had plenty of bullets in my storage space. Even if a suit of armor stopped one round, I'd just fire shot after shot, and sooner or later I'd punch right through it. After that, I started teaching Murong Shuang and the three Li sisters how to shoot. Especially Li Qingyu and Li Qingwei, that pair of sisters. One was a talented lady skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and the other a healer who'd read every medical text there was. They had learning, all right, but not the slightest bit of fighting skill. Learning to use a gun at least gave them one more way to save their own lives. I stood behind Li Qingyu, my right arm around her waist, my left hand holding hers, teaching her bit by bit how to aim. Master, this gun is so frighteningly loud. With every shot, Li Qingyu's body flinched with fright. Don't call me master, I said in her ear. I want to hear you call me brother-in-law. Li Qingyu let out a soft Brother-in-law, I've already learned how to shoot the pistol. You haven't learned it yet, I said. To learn shooting, you have to keep your mind free of all distractions. Brother-in-law, she suddenly whispered, it seems like you've got another pistol hidden on you. How do you know that? Brother-in-law, I can feel it. And so, over the span of 2 incense sticks time, I taught Li Qingyu and Li Qingwei until they had a decent handle on it. Loading bullets, racking the slide, switching the safety on and off. These basic operations I taught to all 5 of them as well. Once I'd finished teaching, I pulled 4 more guns from inside my clothes and handed one to each of them. One apiece. Keep it on you at all times for self-defense. Murong Shuang and the others thanked me and took the guns. Xiaonuan was the only one who didn't. Master, when it comes to fighting, I still prefer my bare hands. Besides, that dagger you gave me before is plenty handy. I'll just use the dagger. I didn't push her. Xiaonuan's skills were formidable, and ordinary people couldn't get near her. Then I gave Murong Shuang and the other 330 rounds of ammunition each. Xiaonuan watched, thoroughly mystified. Master, just how much stuff have you got tucked in there? 5 guns plus 100-some rounds of ammunition, altogether that had to weigh at least 20 or 30 pounds. She couldn't figure out how it all fit inside my clothes. There's nothing else in here, just these 5 guns and this ammunition. Master, Xiaonuan pressed on. So many guns, so much ammunition. Don't tell me your friend gave you all this too? That's right, my friend gave it to me. I kept a straight face. Where else would I get such rare goods? Master, that friend of yours has such incredible powers. A hidden weapon device like this. I've never seen anything like it in all my life. I bet even the Tang clan doesn't have these. What's this friend of yours called anyway? I gave a little smile. This friend of mine is called Xiaohei, little blackie. Xiaohei. Xiaonuan tilted her head. Master, your friend's called Xiaohei, but he has no surname? No surname, just Xiaohei. This fellow's not only got incredible powers, he's also very mysterious. Xiaonuan nodded. not thinking too much of it. She didn't know her own surname either, just Xiaonuan. Her name and Xiaohei were only one character apart. I hurriedly changed the subject. I'd originally planned to move you all into the city tomorrow, but why don't we just move now? Xiaonuan agreed at once. Sure, master, let's move right now. 8 years ago, when she'd joined the Yi household, she'd always lived in Qingfeng town. Moving to Qingyun village was livable enough, but it just wasn't as convenient as the city. Living in the city, whenever she wanted roast chicken, she could go buy it right away. Morong Shuang had no objection either, but the three Li sisters looked troubled. Li Qingming said hesitantly, "Husband, the three of us sisters are still convicts. Would it really be all right for us to move into the city?" I waved a hand. "I'm close as brothers with Magistrate Li of Qingfeng town. He won't give you any trouble." Morong Shuang was surprised. "Husband, since when did you get on such good terms with Magistrate Li?" "Today I helped him crack a case. All the silver seized from the criminal and from his home was confiscated for the treasury. So wouldn't you say he owes me one?" That's how the friendship got started. I urged them along. "No more talk. Hurry back and pack up. We're moving into the city now." I led everyone back into the village. When we reached the door of Sun Eru's house, I had Xiaonuan and the others go on ahead to pack, while I pushed open the gate and stepped into the Sun family courtyard. Sun Eru's father, Sun Changhai, was sitting in the yard sharpening a blade. "Uncle Sun, pack your things. You and Eru are moving into the city with me." "Second young master, didn't we sell the mansion in the city long ago?" "Uncle Sun, this morning I acquired 2 more mansions in the southern part of the city." Sun Changhai was taken aback. "Second young master, you and Miss Morong can just move back to the city yourselves. The 2 of us will stay here in the village." "Uncle Sun, I'm planning to reopen the Yi family escort agency. I need you and Eru to come back and help me out." "Reopen the agency?" Sun Changhai murmured. I nodded gravely. "Uncle Sun, the Yi family may be down to just me now, but I can't spend my whole life cooped up in this little mountain valley being a coward. I'm going to reopen the agency, bring back the Yi family's former glory, build the Yi family escort agency up bigger and stronger than ever, and make it shine again." Beside him, Sun Eru shot to his feet. "Brother Yi, well said. I'm behind you. I want to be an escort guard." Sun Changhai quickly scolded him. "Eru, mind your manners. You should call him second young master. How can you call him brother?" "Uncle Sun, don't blame Eru. I'm the one who told him to call me that," I said, stopping him. "There's no master and servant distinction between the 3 of us. We're all family." Back when the Yi family fell on hard times and the main mansion was sold off, and Xiaonuan, Morong Shuang, and I had nowhere to go, it was the Sun father and son who took us in. They even gave up the house they'd prepared for their eldest son's wedding, letting the 3 of us live there for free. That kindness I kept close to my heart. What's more, once the agency grew, we'd need people, and the Sun father and son were trustworthy family. I could put them to work with a clear conscience. Sun Changhai still held back stiffly. "Second young master, you are the master and we are the servants. That distinction in how we address one another can't be muddled." "Uncle Sun, I've already said it. There's no master and servant distinction between us. We may not be blood relatives, but we're closer than family. From now on, stop being so distant. You and Eru hurry and pack up and come to the city with me. The city has everything. Just bring a few changes of clothes and some silver. Leave everything else here at home." Only then did Sun Changhai nod in agreement. The work was dangerous, but deep down he genuinely wanted to be an escort guard again. He didn't want to spend the rest of his life stuck in a little mountain village, scraping by on hunting. An hour later, a horse cart and an ox cart rolled out of Qingyun village, loaded with all the packed-up belongings. I'd hired the 2 carts from the village chief's household for 5 taels of silver. Around dusk, our group arrived at the southern city. The 2 mansions by Dasan had lost to me sat right next to each other, their front gates locked tight, and no one inside. When I'd collected the deeds at the Bai household that morning, I'd forgotten all about the keys. Well, since there were no keys, might as well change out the locks entirely. I stepped up and smashed the bronze lock on the gate with a single punch. Then I pulled 30 taels of silver from inside my clothes. "Eru, go ask around nearby. See if there's a blacksmith shop. Buy plenty of bronze locks and come back, and we'll change out every lock inside and out on both these mansions." Eru took the silver and ran off to the east. Sun Changhai got to work unloading things from the cart, and Murong Shuang and the others all pitched in on their own. Walking into the mansion, Xiao Wan and the others eagerly picked out the rooms they each fancied, while Sun Changhai carried his changes of clothes off to the servants' quarters in the back courtyard. Not long after, Sun Eru came back cradling a few dozen bronze locks. "Brother Yi, I didn't spend all the silver." He held out the remaining 20-some taels to me. I waved it off. "Eru, keep that silver. Go to the market tomorrow and buy yourself and your father 2 sets of new clothes each. Once we've picked an auspicious day, we'll reopen the agency. And on that day, I want everyone dressed in new clothes, looking sharp and spirited." But Sun Eru said, "Brother Yi, my dad and I have money for clothes. Reopening the agency, that's what really takes silver, for greasing the right palms and making connections." I laughed. "My connections are solid as steel these days. No need for silver to grease any palms. Besides, I've got plenty of money on hand. Just yesterday, I took 5,000 taels off the Bai family, and they still owe me another 1,000. So I gave the Sun father and son a brief account of the big show I'd put on in town the day before. The two of them listened, stunned. They'd never imagined the very mansion we were now living in was something I'd won, and won 2 of them at that, along with a silk shop and several thousand taels in banknotes, all of it into my own pocket. When he'd finished listening, Sun Eru gave a little grin and tucked those 20-some taels of silver into his clothes. While Xiao Wan and the others were arranging their rooms, I went out for a while. When I came back, I had a cloth sack in hand, filled with food, along with 7 marrow-cleansing pills. These, I planned to give one to each of the people around me, to make their bodies strong and healthy. To celebrate moving into the new home, the 3 Lee sisters went out of their way to put together a lavish dinner. On the table, there was also a big bottle of Pepsi, plus 2 bottles of red wine. "Xiao Wan," I asked with a smile, "have you ever had Pepsi?" Xiao Wan shook her head. "Master, never. Can you even drink this? Why does it look like soy sauce?" I unscrewed the cap. "This stuff is far more precious than soy sauce. It's a gift from my friend Xiaohei. Everybody give it a try today." There were no glass cups in the house, so we made do with the teacups. I poured everyone a cup. Xiao Wan couldn't wait. She picked hers up and took a sip, and immediately her brow furrowed. "Master, can you really drink this? It feels like my tongue got stung by a bee, all fizzy and tingly." "That fizzy feeling is exactly the point." I raised my cup and drained it in one go. "Refreshing. Wonderful." Murong Shuang and the others each raised their cups and took a small sip too, and their reactions were exactly the same as Xiao Wan's, that fizzy tingle shooting straight to the tips of their tongues. Next, I opened a bottle of red wine. When the system had rewarded the wine, it had only given me whole cases, without anything to open them, so I just knocked off the neck of the bottle with my dagger and poured everyone a cup. An 82 La Fight. Give it a taste. I took a sip first, not bad at all. A system reward, so of course it wasn't some cheap swill. Xiao Wan held up her teacup and asked, "Master, what's this now?" "Red wine, made from grapes. You could also call it fruit wine." Hearing it was fruit wine made from grapes, Xiao Wan tipped her head back and gulped down a big mouthful, then smacked her lips. "Master, this red wine is kind of sour." Murong Shuang explained beside her. "Xiao Wan, it's normal for fruit wine to be sour. It's all fermented from fruit. If you find it too sour, I'll buy some honey at the market tomorrow, and you can mix it in and it won't be sour anymore." Xiao Wan brightened. "Sister Shuang, you really are the one who loves me most." Everyone drank their wine and chatted idly, this and that. As we talked, I had Sun Eru help me boil a pot of water, then turned and went into the inner room. When I came back out, I had 8 bowls of instant noodles in hand, a big pack of pickled mustard, and 2 bags of ham sausages. Today we've moved into a new home, so I'm treating everyone to something you've never tasted before. Instant noodles with ham sausage, 2 sausages each. Add a little pickled mustard, and it's absolutely heavenly. I poured boiling water over the 8 bowls of noodles and added 2 ham sausages to each. In less than 3 minutes, that aroma was spreading all through the room. "Master, these instant noodles and ham sausages, it really is my first time seeing them. Don't tell me these came from Xiaohei too." "You guessed it," I nodded. "If Xiaohei didn't give them to me, where else would I get such rare goods?" "All right, they're all ready, dig in." I picked up a big mouthful of noodles and stuffed it in my mouth. So delicious. Even better than fine meat and fish. Back in my day, I only ate instant noodles meal after meal because I was flat broke. Now, having crossed over to these ancient times with a pocket full of banknotes, these instant noodles had become a rare treasure. One fewer bowl every time I ate one. Apart from what I had stockpiled in my storage space, out here you couldn't buy a single bowl even if you offered 1,000 taels of silver. Master, this ham sausage is so good. Xiaonuan mumbled with her mouth full. I think it's even tastier than Squire Zhao's roast chicken. In the blink of an eye, the 2 sausages in her bowl had vanished. I scooped my own remaining 4 sausages entirely into her bowl. Murong Shuang, the 3 Li sisters, and the Sun father and son all kept praising how tasty the noodles and ham sausages were. After finishing the noodles, Xiaonuan wiped her mouth. Master, right now I really do want to meet this Xiaohei. I want to see what other rare things he's got tucked away. Xiaohei's been run off his feet lately. Once he's got some free time down the road, I'll definitely arrange for the 2 of you to meet. Master, you'd better keep this in mind and not forget it. I've got it. I won't forget. Full of food and drink, Li Qingming brewed another pot of tea. I cleared my throat. Everyone, you are all my dearest kin and friends. Today I have a big gift for each of you. As I spoke, I reached into my clothes and pulled out a porcelain bottle. Master, Xiaonuan's eyes lit up. What's in the bottle? Don't tell me it's that golden spear kidney fortifying pill you sold to Squire Zhao. I was mortified on the spot. Murong Shuang and the others all turned red in unison, too. Everyone knew that Xiaonuan was the careless, blurt anything out type, but the Sun father and son were sitting right there, and out of her mouth came the whole business of my having sold golden spear pills to Squire Zhao. Even though no one knew exactly what kind of pill it was, just hearing the name, they all more or less guessed what it did. Sun Shanghai just kept his head down, sipping his tea and saying nothing, but privately he was mulling it over. No wonder the second young master can marry so many wives. Turns out it's that stuff propping him up. He's got so much he can't even use it all, so he started selling it. Looks like I ought to find a chance later to ask the second young master for one, then spend a few hundred coppers to test it out at the Yichuan brothel. Xiaonuan, don't talk nonsense. I hurriedly cut in. When did I ever sell any such pill? Xiaonuan was startled. Why was Master lying right in front of everyone? She was about to spill the whole story from that day, but the moment she looked up, she met my glaring eyes, so she swallowed the words back down and shut her mouth. What I want to give you, I continued, is definitely not that kind of pill. It's a miracle pill that can purge the impurities from your bodies. As I spoke, I tipped all 7 marrow cleansing pills out of the bottle. This pill is called the marrow cleansing pill. Once taken, it can strengthen the body, purge the impurities inside you, and make your internal energy ever more profound. Murong Shuang's expression changed to one of utter shock. Husband, I once heard people in the martial world talk about this. Some of the reclusive great sects, their sect masters have taken marrow cleansing pills. In the Great Qian dynasty, besides the imperial family, there were also certain great clans and reclusive sects. Murong Shuang went on. They say the marrow cleansing pill is extremely rare. Even 10,000 taels of gold might not buy a single one. Husband, where did you get these marrow cleansing pills? And 7 of them, all at once. Her mind was clouded with doubt. Ever since I'd hanged myself and come back to life, she'd felt I was like a completely different person from before, wrapped in an indescribable air of mystery, able to pull priceless rare treasures out of my clothes at the drop of a hat. Even though I insisted they all came from my friend Xiaohei, she simply didn't believe it. So many rare, precious treasures, just handed over freely. Where in the world was there a friend like that? And it was precisely because of this that, in Murong Shuang's eyes, I now seemed more mysterious and unfathomable than ever. Before I could answer, Xiaonuan, sitting beside us, jumped in first. Sister Shuang, do you even need to ask? These marrow-cleansing pills of masters must have come from Xiaohei too.